Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951 Surprise. And the fact is indeed so. Zhang Fengwu originally thought that after she broke through the refining void, her formation realm had been greatly improved. Not to mention that she could crack this big formation in a short time, but at least it should not be a problem to find its existence. But the reality gave her a heavy blow. Zhang Fengwu has been in the sea area for a full 50 years. During this period, she didn't know how many times she encountered high-level sea creatures and how many times she fell into dangerous situations. But she couldn't even sense the existence of the formation. She could only rely on the impression she had at the beginning and groped hard on the seabed. And Zhang Fengwu came out from the seabed this time, not because she found the formation, but because she had just experienced a war and was seriously exhausted. She needed to return to land to recover. Rumble. Just as she was about to leave, a huge roar suddenly erupted from the seabed, the seawater shook violently, and the originally calm sea surface also set off waves of stormy waves. Undersea earthquake. Zhang Fengwu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately changed his preparations and turned to escape into the seabed. But in this process, she needs to fight against the power of heaven and earth. Even though Zhang Fengwu is a cultivator of the void refining realm, this tsunami still seems insignificant. But this is the only way for her to find the formation as soon as possible. If she misses this tsunami, then without further progress in her formation realm, there is no way to enter the ruins in the formation, and she cannot get this opportunity that makes Zhang Fengwu's spiritual sense surge. So no matter how big the difficulty is, Zhang Fengwu must rush out. The power of heaven and earth cannot be resisted, so just go with the flow. As a formation master, Zhang Fengwu is best at going with the flow, because the formation is originally based on the power of heaven and earth, so as to exert a power far beyond the ordinary. Her soul was empty, sensing the fluctuations of the tsunami, as if she had become one of the seawater, blending into it, and drifting with the flow. When she approached the formation, Zhang Fengwu turned into a small fish, jumped lightly, and left the huge waves that raged on the seabed. And the formation that she had been exploring for 50 years and had not found before finally revealed its feet in the face of the disaster of heaven and earth. And unlike what she had seen before, because it was the end of the tsunami, there was only a slight fluctuation, but the entire formation was displayed in front of her. After seeing the formation, Zhang Fengwu did not think of taking the opportunity to crack it directly, because she saw that it was a 7th level formation. Even though it had some damage and weakened its power due to the passage of time and various natural disasters that broke out in the ocean, it was definitely not something she could remove in a short period of time. So Zhang Fengwu burst out all his consciousness, wanting to remember every detail of the formation in his heart, and activated all the image stones in his hands, trying to record the formation as comprehensively as possible, so that it would be convenient for repeated comprehension in the future. About half an hour later, the tsunami completely subsided, and the formation quickly disappeared. If it weren't for her extremely swollen soul and the records in the image stone, it would seem that those complicated and cumbersome formation patterns just now were just a phantom. It's time to go back. Zhang Fengwu had a clear array pattern in hand, so she didn't have to worry about delaying the cultivation time of other tribesmen. She could gather some close and trustworthy tribesmen to crack the array together and enter the ruins as soon as possible. Although the ruins have existed in the sea area for many years and have not been cracked yet, if there are cultivators or sea tribes who have discovered the clues before her and take the lead, wouldn't they lose this opportunity? So Zhang Fengwu had to race against time and seize the time. After having an idea in mind, she left the seabed that suffered a great disaster and flew towards Wangsun Mountain at the fastest speed. But after Li Changsheng broke through the refining void, when he first comprehended the sun gem, he found that he seemed to be able to refine the sun's true fire. If he succeeded in refining it, then he would have a smooth journey in the refining void realm and reach the fusion realm smoothly. With the sun's true fire, is there still a problem of the soul's yang transformation? Li Changsheng only needs to control the power of the sun's true fire, and he will have enough time to absorb the yang energy, instead of absorbing the initial yang energy like other cultivators. Therefore, he, who originally planned to come out of seclusion, used the sound transmission talisman to tell Li Chengxiu and others, and then went into seclusion again to practice, hoping to refine the true fire of the sun as soon as possible. Although Li Changsheng did not react much to Li Changshuo surpassing him and breaking through the refining void first, he was actually a little depressed. After all, from childhood to adulthood, he had always had a higher cultivation level, and he had always accepted the concept of protecting Li Changshuo. So now that he saw a shortcut to surpass Li Changshuo, how could Li Changsheng give up? Of course, before the seclusion, he had entrusted his family to help collect the 6th level solar spirit objects to help the 3 spirit beasts upgrade their bloodline grades. A few years later, Zhang Fengwu returned safely to Wangsun Mountain. The first thing she did when she came back was to summon Li Changshuo and some of the formation masters she had taught. This was the first time Zhang Fengwu did such a thing after entering the Li family, which surprised everyone who knew her. "Mom, what's wrong? Did something big happen?" Li Changshuo came first and asked with a worried look on his face. Zhang Fengwu shook her head and said, "It's a good thing. Let's announce it together after everyone is here." Soon, all the formation masters who could come had arrived. Seeing this, Zhang Fengwu set up a soundproof formation. Seeing her so serious, everyone became more serious and waited for her to speak in a serious atmosphere. "Don't be so nervous. This is a good thing. It can help everyone improve their formation realm." After comforting everyone, Zhang Fengwu told them the reason why she summoned everyone. "I was training outside before and accidentally discovered a mysterious 7th level formation. At that time, I had an idea and sensed that there was a huge opportunity in the formation. However, due to my insufficient cultivation at that time, I couldn't even see the entire formation, so I could only leave in disappointment." Everyone was stunned and excited. If Zhang Fengwu felt that the opportunity was so great, then for them, it might very likely change their destiny. They suppressed their excitement and continued to listen to Zhang Fengwu's story. "When I broke through the realm of refining emptiness, the first thing I left my family was to crack the formation, but the formation was more profound than I thought. I couldn't find any clues in 50 years. If I hadn't encountered a tsunami by chance and shook the formation, I'm afraid I would still be groping on the seabed." Zhang Fengwu smiled and said, "I used the image stone to completely record the formation, and you are all the people with the highest formation realm in the family. I need your help to crack the formation together. I promise here that after cracking the formation, you can all choose 3 spiritual objects from the ruins. If the number of spiritual objects is not enough, I will compensate you with the same number and grade of spiritual objects. If anyone does not want to participate, they can withdraw now, but they must swear not to leak any information." Faced with such a precious opportunity, naturally no one was willing to withdraw. They all looked at Zhang Fengwu excitedly, hoping that she would immediately take out the image stone for them to comprehend. Only Li Changshuo still maintained a trace of calmness and asked, "Mother, now that the secret realm is closed, you think it is an opportunity, but it may also contain dangers. Can we deal with it with our strength?" "What you said makes sense." Zhang Fengwu was indeed overwhelmed by the opportunity and did not think so comprehensively. One of the tribesmen said, "You can call Ruzu and a group of spiritual ancestors. With so many refining cultivators here, even if they encounter a combined creature, they may not have no chance of winning. After all, he has been sealed by the formation for many years, and it is impossible for him to maintain his strength in his prime." As for why he didn't talk about a higher realm? Because the formation is a 7th level formation, it can seal high level creatures for a while, and it is absolutely impossible to trap the opponent for hundreds or even thousands of years by the formation alone. Of course, in this case, we have to divide some spiritual objects to the ancestors who have taken action, but compared with life, this sacrifice is worth it. After this was said, most people agreed. After all, even if there are a lot of spiritual objects, what's the use if you don't have a life to spend them? After everyone discussed it, in order to crack the formation better and faster, they found a secluded place in Wangsun Mountain, set up the formation, and prevented anyone from disturbing them without reason, and began to concentrate on comprehending. Faced with a complex and cumbersome 7th level formation with mysterious formation patterns, including Zhang Fengwu and Li Changshuo, the speed of comprehending and understanding was very slow, not to mention the other clansmen who were not as good as them. But even so, no one gave up, but worked harder, thinking about understanding the formation patterns as soon as possible and cracking the formation step by step. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. With a continuous deduction and attempts of everyone, the formation patterns were figured out little by little, and as time went by, They cracked the formation patterns faster and faster. At the beginning, it took more than a dozen people to work together for several years to crack a formation pattern, but now, the slowest one only takes half a year, and the fastest one only takes a few months at most, and the number of people has decreased, so more groups can be split. The form of group work is Zhang Fengwu's way of taking care of these clansmen who are not good enough, hoping that they can work together to comprehend the formation patterns. And a strange phenomenon appeared, that is, their formation realm exceeded their cultivation realm. In other words, in theory, a spirit-transforming cultivator can arrange a sixth-order formation. Of course, this is only a theory, because the spirit-transforming cultivator does not have such a huge mana and strong consciousness, and cannot support a complex sixth-order formation. But this is already a huge surprise for them. Thinking about the opportunity protected by the formation, everyone burst out with greater enthusiasm. According to the current progress, in another 20 years, all the formation patterns will be understood by them, and it will take a few decades to crack the formation, and then they can go to the East China Sea to explore the opportunities in the formation. So far, they have only used more than 20 years. This speed has far exceeded Zhang Fengwu's initial estimate. How should I open up a cave in the space and eventually integrate the entire space into it, so that it will be convenient to sublimate into a small world in the future? Li Zhirui, who was sitting cross-legged under the immortal spirit root, frowned and thought about his future direction. After thinking for a while, he couldn't think of any good way. In desperation, he could only cross the river by feeling the stones, practicing while thinking of a solution. Li Zhirui arranged a daily practice schedule for himself, in which 2/3 of the time was used for practice, and the rest of the time was used for refining treasure pills. He could spend so much time on practice because he was recovering his cultivation. After years of tempering, his meridians were strong enough. Others could not bear it at all. If he practiced strictly according to the plan, Li Zhirui felt that he could recover to the realm of refining emptiness in about 60 or 70 years. There was no need to recover to the middle stage of refining emptiness. With the blessing of the cave heaven, his strength was comparable to the late stage of refining emptiness. With sufficient mana, he might be able to break out of the trapped formation. In order to return to Wangsan Mountain as soon as possible, Li Zhirui did not waste any more time. After calming down, he took a treasure pill and began to practice the exercises. A huge amount of spiritual energy rolled in, and the treasure pill in his mouth turned into a stream of pure spiritual liquid, flowing into the dantian along the meridians. In Wangsan Mountain, Zhang Fengwu and others worked day and night to break the formation. Outside Wangsan Mountain, Li Zhirui practiced hard to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. They worked so hard to be able to go further and more smoothly on the road. There is no Jiazi in the mountains, and the cold is over, but the years are unknown. Time flies, and it is more than 60 years later. On this day, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted in the calm space, and the laws of space began to converge, and a small cave swallowed up the blessed land. This process lasted for 3 months. The cave was finally formed in its entirety. And this new cave was very large, far beyond Li Zhirui's expectations. So it also brought him a huge surprise, that is, with the blessing of the larger cave, his strength has been further improved, comparable to the perfection of refining the void. It's time to go back. Li Zhirui looked at the spiritual root with lush branches and leaves not far away. The crown of the tree was like a canopy, the trunk was purple-red, and it emitted 5-color auspicious light, and once again lamented his luck. If it weren't for this immortal spiritual root, the area of the blessed land would not have grown so rapidly, the cave would not be as large as it is now, and there would be no blessing beyond expectations. It's just that Li Zhirui left the space with complacency, and the scene of breaking the formation and dissipating and leaving with his own strength did not appear. Because the formation that forced him to hide in the space and change his cultivation method had long disappeared. Yes, who would wait here for nearly 100 years for an uncertain guess? Li Zhirui shook his head, revealing a hint of disappointment in his words. He really wanted to practice with this formation and verify his own strength. Forget it, let's go back quickly. I have been training outside for so many years, and I don't know what happened to my family. Li Zhirui sighed and put it behind his mind. Just as Li Zhirui was on his way, he passed by dozens of formation masters such as Zhang Fengwu and Li Chengshu, who spent nearly 100 years and finally successfully cracked this 7th level formation. Chapter 952 Discussion. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Zhang Fengwu's voice was full of fatigue, but her eyes were full of excitement, because she would soon be able to access the mysterious formation. Moreover, in the past few decades of cracking the formation, her formation realm has greatly improved. She dare not say that she can crack the 7th level formation alone, but at least in Zhang Fengwu's eyes, the 6th level mountain protection formation on Wangsan Mountain now has no less than 10 flaws that can be improved. The most important thing is that she can unite everyone to replicate this formation and make it a new mountain protection formation for the Li family, enhancing the family's defense capabilities. Not hard, Li Chengxiu and others responded loudly. Although their cultivation has not made any progress, their realm has moved forward a lot. As long as they explore the ruins, they can practice in seclusion and improve their own strength. In general, these decades have not been wasted. Okay. Next, give everyone a year to recover and ensure that they are in the prime. Then we will go to the sea to crack the formation and explore the ruins. Although Zhang Fengwu couldn't wait to explore the ruins, she knew in her heart that with everyone's current state, once they encountered any danger in the ruins, they would not have much resistance. Whether it was for her own safety or for everyone in the family, now was not the best time. Another point is that Zhang Fengwu also needed time to gather Deking, Zhaoking and other members of the Liangsu clan. After all, everyone was busy practicing, and it was not possible to gather them in a short time. Go back and adjust your breath and recover. I will notify you when we set off. Everyone did not doubt him. After saluting, they flew away one after another. After Zhang Fengwu sent a communication talisman to a group of Liangsu, he closed the door of the quiet room without waiting for their reply. At the same time, Li Zhirui was also rushing back to Wangsan Mountain day and night. With the blessing of the cave, he didn't have to worry about consuming too much mana and being unable to resist when encountering danger, so Li Zhirui never stopped along the way. Tens of thousands of miles away, he crossed it in just over half a year. The speed was simply shocking. After entering Shanyuan's Hao, Li Zhirui's speed did not slow down, and it didn't take long for him to return to Wangsan Mountain, which he had been away from for a long time. Finally back, this was the first time he had been away from the family for such a long time since he ascended. He couldn't help but worry about the family's situation, so Li Zhirui ran all the way. When he saw Wangsan Mountain, which was very different from his impression, he couldn't help but frown. Did something unexpected really happen? Fortunately, the next moment Li Zhirui saw the spirit beast that the patrol monk rode and the familiar clothes on his body, and he was relieved immediately. Ruizu, you're back. The first time they saw Li Zhirui, the two Yuanying realm patrol tribesmen recognized him and shouted in surprise. Li Zhirui's heart flashed a trace of surprise. Not to mention that he had not been in the family for these years. Even when he was in Wangsan Mountain, he was in seclusion most of the time. How could a junior recognize him at the first time? What he didn't know was that in order to weaken the factions within the family, the current clan leader Li Hongxi made a big fuss about Li Zhirui, who almost single-handedly led the family to grow to such a powerful position, making him an idol worshipped and admired by the young clan members, instead of being suppressed by those old guys with their status and age. Well, Li Zhirui responded and asked, why has Wangsan Mountain changed so much? It's because 100 years ago, the Dongyuan sect attracted a piece of Taixu fantasy realm. In the process of merging with Dongyuan province, because of its huge area, it merged into the nearby provinces, and the family also benefited a lot from it. Not only did the mountain become taller, the spiritual veins were upgraded, and there were 9 more 6th level purification spiritual springs. The two clan members were very excited because of Li Zhirui's question, but they still answered his doubts in a clear and orderly manner. You have worked hard patrolling the mountain. I won't delay you too much. Practice well. As he said, Li Zhirui used his magic power to hold 2 bottles of 4th level treasure pills in front of them, and he himself flashed into the clan land. Thank you, Ruzu. The two did not expect that they could not only communicate with their idol, but also get his reward. Their faces flushed with excitement, and they were extremely excited. On the other side, Li Zhirui, who entered Wangsan Mountain, keenly discovered that the spiritual energy in the clan land became more intense. Most importantly, there was a faint lotus fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they breathed. I didn't expect that the fusion of Taixu illusion realm would bring such great benefits to the family. If you think more deeply, this may not have nothing to do with him. After all, Li Zhirui's luck was integrated with the Li family, and he made the greatest contribution in the process of fusion of Taixu illusion realm. It is impossible that Yuanling Xiantao did not have a little reward. If Li Zhirui guessed correctly, apart from Dongyuan sect, it is probably the Li family that got the most benefits. It would be great if the family could encounter Taixu illusion realm once, even if it is just a small world. Li Zhirui imagined how much change would happen after Wangxin Mountain merged with the Taixu illusion realm. Unfortunately, this can only be imagined. Apart from other things, the Li family is not even qualified to enter the void now, let alone discover a small world that is falling back to the abyss from the vast chaos, and have to pull it into the Yuanling realm. Only those great powers in the fairyland can do this. So instead of imagining illusions, it is better to expect the Dongyuan sect to pull the Taixu illusion realm again, so that the Li family can get some benefits and consolidate their own foundation. Another big change in the clan land is that the number of clan members has increased. The strength is also stronger. On the huge Wangxin Mountain, the various caves that were originally sparsely distributed are now somewhat compact, and the spiritual light flying in the mountain is also more colorful. You know, the Li family only allows clan members above the Jiandin realm to fly in the clan land. All clan members below the Jiandin realm can only cast the wind walking technique or the speed walking technique, which is a spell that speeds up their own running speed. Thinking about the increasingly powerful family strength, Li Zhirui couldn't help but smile on his face. Although the family did not help him much in his cultivation, it actually gave him a great boost. For example, many low-level spiritual objects needed for alchemy were provided by the family. And when he went out to practice, there were people guarding the spiritual realm, so he did not have to live in the market or fairy city of other forces like other casual cultivators, and many of them were not guaranteed. Although Li Zhirui did not deliberately publicize the news of his return to Wangxin Mountain, it spread throughout the family within an hour. Almost all the clan members who were not in the state of cultivation knew that the most senior ancestor of the family had finally returned after 100 years of practice outside. However, he did have a very important matter to hold a meeting, and he had to discuss it with the clan leader, a group of elders, and Jiang Fengwu, Daking and other members of the Liangsu clan. It just took some time to gather everyone, so Li Zhirui returned to the spiritual realm to rest. Brother Jiayu, you are finally back. Daking and others who received the message seemed particularly excited, and flew towards the purification spirit realm the moment they finished their practice. When they saw Li Zhirui for the first time, they couldn't help but be stunned and said in disbelief, Brother Jiayu, how come your cultivation has fallen again? This is a long story, let's explain it together at the meeting. Li Zhirui didn't want to waste his words. After all, the matter was really complicated, but seeing everyone's worried faces, he smiled and comforted, don't worry, I'm not only fine, but it's also a huge opportunity for the family. Why is it another huge opportunity? Jiayu's sister-in-law said the same thing some time ago. Zhao King curled her lips, very dissatisfied with his mysterious behavior. Oh, Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked curiously, Fengwu is back? What opportunity did she encounter? If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. Wait until Jiayu's sister-in-law comes out of retreat, then you can ask her yourself, Zhao King said angrily. And Daking and the others on the side also kept their mouths shut tacitly. Two huge opportunities in succession, it seems that the family is about to rise. Li Zhirui didn't care much, but smiled and joked. Then he asked about some important events that the family had encountered in the past 100 years, as well as the difficulties that Daking and others had encountered in their cultivation. When Li Zhirui heard about Li Hongshi's various measures to divide and suppress various factions, but also to show mercy, he nodded and commented, an extremely excellent patriarch. Speaking of which, the patriarchs of the Li family have been very good. Even Li Darren, the patriarch who had to take the position, had his own skills and insights in handling family affairs and family development during his tenure. This is also an important factor in the Li family's ability to maintain rapid development. Then he explained to Daking and others the problems they encountered in their cultivation, and then left again. After waiting for almost a month, Jiang Fengwu and Li Chengshuo came out of retreat almost at the same time. After the last two refining cultivators came out of retreat, the meeting that Li Zhirui had previously convened could finally begin. After everyone arrived, Li Zhirui activated the formation that came with the family hall, and at the same time laid down restrictions to prevent any detection methods and ensure that no one could eavesdrop on the content. Of course, It is definitely impossible to defend against those Mahayana and tribulation cultivators, but no high-level cultivators would pay attention to a refining void family. I have been out for 100 years this time and have gained a lot. Li Zhirui simply described what he did in the Great Illusionary Realm, focusing on describing his experience of changing his cultivation method later, but only modified his experience of being trapped in the formation and having to hide in the space to change his cultivation method. The Wanling Sutra inherited by the family now can only be cultivated to the Mahayana realm, and the subsequent realms need to be deduced and perfected by the family itself, and I got the Dialing Daolu in the Great Illusionary Realm. Although no one has cultivated to the fairyland and there may be some defects, it has a complete method. Then Li Zhirui explained the advantages and disadvantages of the latter. The advantage is obvious, that is, under the blessing of the Blessed Land or the Cave Heaven, the strength will exceed one's own cultivation, and there is a very complete inheritance, from the key training realm to the tribulation realm. The disadvantages are also obvious. If he didn't have such an opportunity, the Blessed Land and the Cave Heaven could only be fixed in one place. The cultivation speed would be relatively slow, and later, because the Cave Heaven would be sublimated into a small world, it would take a lot of time to fill in the laws, slowing down the time of becoming an immortal. Li Zhirui gave everyone some time to digest this information, and after a moment, he continued, "So, do you think that the Earth Spirit Dale record should be used to replace the Wanling Sutra as the family's future inheritance method, or if you have other ideas, you can also put forward them?" Everyone frowned and pondered. It seems that the Earth Spirit Dale record has a bright future. There is no need to worry about having no way to go ahead and opening up a path by yourself. However, the slow speed of cultivation makes many people worried. The biggest advantage of the Wanling Sutra is that after contracting a spirit beast, it can slightly improve the qualifications and speed up the cultivation speed. In addition, the improvement of the contracted spirit beast's cultivation will feed back a force of mana, saving a lot of cultivation time. Ruizu, how do you think about this? Li Hongxi stood up and said, "List both techniques as the family's fundamental inheritance, explain the advantages and disadvantages of both, and let the clan members choose for themselves. After all, many clan members have poor qualifications, and practicing the Wanling Sutra is more likely to break through to a higher level. Moreover, the family has gained a lot of experience in practicing the Wanling Sutra over the years, and has also achieved certain results in cultivating spirit beasts, and clan members who want to go further can practice the Diling Daolu. Besides, Ruizu, didn't you also say that it is perfectly possible to switch to practicing the Diling Daolu? If you find a way to solve the drawbacks in the future, you can directly switch to practicing." Li Zhirui nodded secretly when he heard this. Li Hongxi's method has taken all aspects into consideration and is very much in line with his mind. In fact, during his years of practice, he has already had some ideas about solving the drawbacks of fixed Blessed Land and Cave Heaven. According to Li Zhirui's idea, he only needs to find a spirit seed that has its own space in the body, or can open up space, and can be carried with him, and refine it with secret methods. Or look for some special spirit seeds, such as spirit seeds that can take root in the sea of consciousness, damshan, and flesh and blood. But these are just some ideas, and it is not easy to bring them out, so as not to fail in the end, disappointing everyone and causing some tribesmen to have difficulty in cultivation. Next, it depends on whether others can put forward opinions or have better ways. There are quite a few opinions, but Li Hongxi can come up with solutions for most of them. As for better solutions, there are none. After a few hours, no one spoke again. If you have no opinions, let's vote by raising your hands. After saying that, Li Zhirui raised his hand first. Daking, Zhaoqing and other high-level spirit beasts raised their hands one after another, because they can also practice Earth Spirit Dale record. Compared with the exercises inherited by their own bloodline, Earth Spirit Dale record is obviously of higher grade. And according to Li Zhirui, the part of the soul that they signed the contract to merge can be transferred to the spirit seed. In other words, if they or the cultivators accidentally died, the other party would not die because of it, and at most the spirit seed would be severely damaged. But you have to know that the vitality of plants is extremely strong. A dead tree can sprout new buds in spring. After being severely injured, as long as it is properly cared for, there is a high probability that it can recover. Chapter 953 Inheritance. In addition, Zhang Fengwu, Li Chengsheng and other members of the Liangsu and Huishan tribes all raised their hands in agreement. Just as Li Zhirui said, after practicing the Wanling Sutra to the Mahayana realm, there is no way forward. Either change the practice or open up a new path. But perfecting the original practice is not easy, and it is even more difficult than creating a practice to some extent. Not to mention that there will be no results in a short period of time, it may not be successful in the whole life. Since there is now a more perfect practice that can fully accommodate the Wanling Sutra, they certainly cannot refuse it. Do they have to stick to it and refuse to change, and eventually die at the end of their lifespan? As for the disadvantages, no practice is perfect. There are advantages and disadvantages. Some elders are worried that after switching to the Dialing Daolu, the binding force of the contract will not be as strong as before, and whether the spirit beasts will defect. It can only be said that they think too much. Not to mention the friendship they have built over the years, even if there really is such a white-eyed wolf spirit beast, after changing the practice, the spirit seeds will be planted on Wongsan Mountain. They practice here, where can they escape? The solution that Li Zhirui thought of to solve the problem of not being able to carry the blessed land and the cave heaven is still just an idea. Whether there is such a spirit seed and whether it can achieve the effect he expected are still unknown. There is no need to think so far now. In short, Li Hongshi's proposal was successfully passed in the end, and the Wanling Sutra and Dialing Daolu were listed as family inheritance practices at the same time, allowing the clansmen to choose their own path. After dealing with the family inheritance practice, Li Zhirui originally thought that he could practice steadily, continue to restore his cultivation, and attack the late stage of refining emptiness. After all, when he was in the earth spirit world, because of the favor of the heaven, he not only understood the combination and advance, and even the Mahayana realm, but also broke through to the late stage of refining emptiness. And Li Zhirui himself is also looking forward to whether his strength can compete with the combined cultivators with a blessing of the cave heaven after he recovers to the middle stage of refining emptiness. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fengwu brought him a huge surprise. Zhirui, weren't you curious before, why I was in a hurry to go out for training just after consolidating my realm, before the purification of the spiritual realm? Li Chengshen, Li Chengshuo, and their contracted spirit beasts all gathered here. Zhang Fengwu began to tell her experience of the past, focusing on the crazy jumping of her spirit sense when she discovered the formation, reminding her that it contained a huge opportunity. After the unremitting efforts of me, Shuor, and a group of formation masters in the family, we successfully cracked the formation a year ago, and plan to go to the East China Sea in the near future to explore the ruins. As she said, she turned her eyes to Li Zhirui and said, because I am worried that there may be dangers in the ruins, I want to invite everyone to go together. If there are a large number of spiritual objects in the ruins, you can choose, depending on the level of the spiritual objects. The number of spiritual objects to be selected will naturally be more or less, but they have to rank behind her and those formation masters. After all, they have made the greatest contribution. After speaking, Zhang Fengwu remained silent, waiting for Li Zhirui to speak. 7th level formation. Li Zhirui's tone revealed a hint of surprise. Whether there are ruins and many spiritual objects is not mentioned for the time being, but they can attack the high-level formation with a low-level realm and crack it. For them, it is already a rare opportunity. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. Li Zhirui didn't think for long, and said with a smile, the formation has existed on the seabed for so many years and has not been discovered. You just happened to pass by and felt it. It can be seen that this opportunity is specially prepared for you. The family will naturally support you with all its strength. After getting Li Zhirui's affirmative answer, Zhang Fengwu finally put his heart back. Although his current cultivation has not increased but declined, he personally admitted that his strength has increased greatly, comparable to the perfect refining of the void, and more powerful than the average perfect refining of the void. With Li Zhirui, Daquing and others, it seems that even if there is some danger in the ruins, it can be solved relatively easily. When do you plan to leave? Zhang Fengwu thought for a moment and said, there is still more than a month before the agreed time, but I think everyone has recovered almost enough, so why not leave in 5 days? Okay, if there is nothing else, everyone go back and prepare, and gather here in 5 days. Li Zhirui also knew Zhang Fengwu's urgent mood, and he had nothing else to do now, so it would be fine to go with him. Time passed quickly, and it was the day of departure in a blink of an eye. Since this trip almost called on all the high-level cultivators of the family, in order to prevent the news from leaking, everyone tried to reduce their movements as much as possible and left Wongsan Mountain quietly. Because only Jiang Fengwu knew the location of the ruins, she was not as relaxed as others and needed to control the spirit ship. There was no conversation along the way. Everyone stayed on the spirit ship for more than a month before arriving at the sea area where the ruins were located. Along the way, their luck was pretty good. They happened to encounter several sea tribes, but they were all mediocre in strength, so they were easily killed without making too much noise. In fact, Li Zhirui and his group did not know that the reason they did not encounter high-level sea creatures was not only because of their good luck, but also because the high-level sea creatures in the surrounding seas were all gathered together to discuss something important. Next, we will enter the seabed. Everyone remember to cast a spell to avoid water and restrain their breath, Jiang Fengwu reminded. Everyone nodded, cast a spell and followed her, escaping into the deep seabed. Not long after, Jiang Fengwu stopped and sent a voice message to everyone. Zhirui, please help protect the law and ensure that the news is not known to the sea creatures. In the process of cracking the formation, there will definitely be obvious spiritual fluctuations, which is likely to attract the attention of the sea creatures, so that they will come to investigate. Once the news leaks out and is known by the sea creatures, the difficulty of getting the opportunity in the formation will increase by many times, and there will even be a risk of falling. Don't worry, Li Zhirui solemnly agreed and asked Decking and others to disperse and completely protect the range of the formation. After all, they can't do much to crack the formation. Jiang Fengwu closed his eyes to calm his excitement, and then sent a voice message to the array masters. Do it. The people who had already stood in various positions, upon hearing the command, simultaneously took action to force the array to appear, and then began to crack the array. Even if they had already understood the array, it would not be possible to crack a 7th level array in a short period of time. In the process of cracking the array, the spiritual fluctuations emitted did attract many sea creatures. Because they were all 4th level or 5th level sea creatures, as long as they showed up, they were killed by Li Zhirui, Decking and others, ensuring that the news would not be leaked. Under the leadership of Jiang Fengwu and the assistance of Li Changshuo and others, dozens of array masters spent more than half a month and finally cracked the array. Because the array was not broken by force, the array base and array flag were still intact, and they could be used on Wangsun Mountain after a little repair, so Jiang Fengwu arranged for everyone to collect them. Even if they cannot be reused, the spiritual items used to refine the array base and array flags are of high quality. If they are taken back and refined, some precious spiritual items can be obtained. Anyway, it is impossible to leave them in the sea area. After the array dissipated, the situation inside was finally exposed to everyone. From the outside, it was a very simple Taoist temple. The layout inside also looked like an ordinary Taoist temple, and the area was not large. It did not look like a fairy force that could arrange a 7th level array. Because the Taoist temple was not large, there were only 2 entrances, and there were only 7 or 8 houses in the front yard, and it did not seem to be dangerous, so everyone quickly used puppets to investigate the situation. According to the current situation, these houses should be the residences of cultivators, and the layout was similar. There were no spiritual objects left, and there was no inheritance. This situation disappointed everyone, and they no longer had high expectations for the gains of this operation. Fortunately, with Jiang Fengwu's previous promise, even if they returned empty-handed, they could get a rich spiritual object. Isn't there another entrance? Maybe all the good stuff is in the back. Li Zhirui smiled and led everyone to the backyard. There were fewer houses in the backyard, only 5, but they were larger and looked unusual. In order not to waste time, and as before, he controlled 5 puppets to push open the doors at the same time and go in to explore. This is the ancestral hall, the Sutra library. One looks like a quiet room, and the other is empty. The ancestral hall is not small in size, but it is empty inside. There are only more than 20 tablets for worship, but those tablets seem to be protected by some kind of power, and it is impossible to see what is engraved on them through the puppets. The Sutra library has the largest area and many bookshelves are placed. Each bookshelf is placed with a large number of jade slips. It seems that this strange power will not be passed down for a short time. But Li Zhirui did not get the joy of a large number of inheritances. Instead, he frowned and looked at the room opposite. Brother Jiu, what's wrong? Daquing asked. Is there anything wrong with this room? Well, as soon as the puppet went in, it lost contact with me and I don't know what's going on inside. Just as Li Zhirui was thinking about how to find out the situation, he saw Jiang Fengwu in a trance and took 2 steps forward involuntarily. Feng Wu, Li Zhirui shouted immediately, stretched out his hand to hold her, frowned and said, "What's wrong with you? The great opportunity I sensed at the beginning isn't here." Feng Wu turned around and said with a firm face, "I want to go in." Li Zhirui couldn't help but frowned and said, "I'll go with you." Feng Wu didn't refuse this. After all, with Li Zhirui following, the safety would be greatly improved. But when the two were about to go in, they found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the invisible barrier at the door. Instead, Feng Wu walked in very easily. "It seems that you can't accompany me. In this case, let me go and find out by myself." After saying that, Feng Wu turned around resolutely and went deep into the house. Bang! The door that was originally open suddenly closed at this time. "Dad, will Mom be in danger?" Li Chengshu, Li Chengsheng and Feng Peng asked with a worried look. "I don't know either, just wait patiently." Li Zhirui had a vague guess in his heart. Would this mysterious room be a place for some kind of inheritance test? But if so, why couldn't he go in? Was it because only one person could go in at a time, or was it for some other reason? You can go to the Sutra Pavilion and have a look. You don't have to wait here in vain. Li Zhirui seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "According to what Feng Wu promised you before, select the jade slips of corresponding grade and quantity." After all, this strange relic has no spiritual objects, but he just controlled a puppet to look at a few jade slips, which did record some magical powers or other methods, so he simply used this to compensate everyone. This time, everyone was in a much happier mood. Because in this way, the methods recorded in the jade slips belong to themselves, and then they can hand them over to the family to obtain contribution points, or keep them in their hands. Feng Wu, who entered the mysterious room, came to a mysterious space in a trance. Suddenly, basic array patterns appeared in the space, and at the same time, a sound of Hongmeng Dao sounded, asking her to decipher it. These most basic array patterns were naturally no problem for Feng Wu, but as time went on, the array patterns became more and more complex and mysterious, and the speed of deciphering became slower and slower. In the end, even the 7th level array pattern appeared. Fortunately, with previous experience and accumulation, although it was extremely difficult and took a lot of time, Feng Wu was able to decipher it. Not bad. It's good to be able to decipher the 7th level array pattern with the realm of refining emptiness. Along with this voice of appreciation, the figure of an old man slowly emerged. "I am Li Zhirui. Are you willing to take me as your master? Receive my inheritance." Feng Wu knelt down without hesitation and bowed, saying, "Disciple Feng Wu pays respect to master. I left the Yuanling realm 10,000 years ago. Now I am pursuing the great Dao. The Yuanling realm can no longer accommodate me. I hope that one day you can take this step and meet me." Li Zhirui said calmly. Feng Wu's heart was in turmoil. The Yuanling realm is a vast world that can accommodate the fairyland, but our master said that it can't accommodate him? How high would his realm be? Ha, disciple, your realm is too low now. It's too early to understand these. The master will leave you a legacy, but the master hopes that you can walk your own way. After all, those who transform me will live, those who break me will advance, and those who resemble me will die. You must remember this sentence. Li Zhirui stretched out his hand and a ray of light instantly sank into Feng Wu's eyebrows. "Practice well, I hope to meet you one day." After saying that, Li Zhirui disappeared. The next moment, Feng Wu also left a mysterious space and appeared in an empty room. In the center of the room, there was a jade platform similar to the formation base, and there was a jade slip in front of it. She reached out and took it. After reading the contents recorded in it, she instantly understood a lot of things. The jade platform can be compared to the formation plate that controls the Taoist temple, and the Taoist temple itself is a super large complex formation with many functions. Chapter 954 Idol. Thinking that Li Zhirui and others in the outside world didn't know about her opportunity and would be worried because of her sudden disappearance, Feng Wu only used her spiritual sense to roughly refine the jade platform, and then turned and walked out. Feng Wu, you, Li Zhirui, who had been staring at the door, wanted to ask her what she had encountered the moment she appeared, but he didn't expect that as soon as he focused his eyes on Feng Wu, he found that her temperament had changed a lot. But you have to know that from the time Feng Wu went in to the time she came out, it was only half a quarter of an hour. How could a person's temperament change in such a short time? This made Li Zhirui wonder if she was possessed by someone or encountered a possession. "I got a great opportunity," A fairly complete array inheritance. She just thought about it, but still concealed the truth from everyone. As for the real situation, Zhang Fengwu told Li Zhirui through voice transmission. After all, there were many people here, and the inheritance she got was many times more precious than the Earth Spirit Dale record, and it could not be passed on to others. Although the tribesmen who came with them this time were all trustworthy, in the face of huge temptations, it was hard to guarantee that no one would have other ideas. And if formation inheritance was only the most insignificant part compared to Zhang Fengwu's real gains. In this respect, she was not lying, but she just didn't tell the whole story. After listening to Zhang Fengwu's experience, Li Zhirui was shocked. He thought that his fortune was already very prosperous, but after this comparison, he found that it was just so-so. This is the inheritance of a fairyland power that even the world cannot accommodate. Not to mention other tribesmen, even he couldn't help but feel jealous when he heard it. Fortunately, Li Zhirui's state of mind is not bad, and he has space and the Earth Spirit Dale record to bless him, so his future development may not be worse than Zhang Fengwu. Besides, as Taoist companions, if one of them has higher and better achievements, he can also support the other. I don't know how high the realm of the senior Liang Zhuoying is. After leaving the Yuanling realm for so many years, the handwriting he left behind can still take effect. Unfortunately, the realm of Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu is still too low. Even the gate of the fairyland has a long way to go, not to mention the more advanced realm in the future. And through Zhang Fengwu's narration just now, this great formation that took most of the high-level formation masters of the Li family 100 years, the person who set up the formation was not some 7th-level formation master, but this seemingly ordinary Taoist temple. According to the information she knew, this Taoist temple is an extremely special composite formation. Not only can it be randomly teleported, but it also has the ability to absorb surrounding spiritual objects and arrange the formation by itself. In addition to these two most important functions, it can also be transformed into an attack, defense formation, trap formation, etc. Its formation patterns are all-encompassing. As long as Zhang Fengwu's formation realm is sufficient, most of the formations of the 7th level and below can be arranged. Speaking of which, he is also lucky, because every 3,000 years, as long as it is not discovered by the cultivators, the Taoist temple will automatically activate the random teleportation, because the formation is seriously worn out and needs to be rearranged. Zhang Fengwu happened to discover the formation more than 2,800 years ago, and he cracked the formation in the last few decades before the Taoist temple was transmitted, and he got the inheritance. The inheritance of a fairyland formation master. It's a pity that this inheritance cannot be used as a family technique, and only Zhang Fengwu can practice it. Unlike the Diling Daolu, the old Taoist just hopes that the technique can be passed down, and it is best to carry it forward, but this inheritance is not possible, and the Liang Xianren has no idea in this regard. Otherwise, when he was in the Yuanling realm, whether he was creating a family or a sect, he could easily continue the inheritance, instead of laying down many tests like now. Of course, if it weren't for this, Zhang Fengwu would not have been able to get this inheritance. You just said that this Taoist temple is a special formation device, so can it be brought back to Wangxin Mountain? Li Zhirui suddenly thought of this and asked curiously. Zhang Fengwu nodded and said, of course, and I plan to imitate the Taoist temple and refine my life magic weapon again. The last sentence was also told to Li Zhirui through voice transmission. And his expression instantly became solemn. After all, refining the life magic weapon is equivalent to breaking the existing life magic weapon. The life magic weapon is closely related to oneself. If this is really done, it will definitely damage Zhang Fengwu's foundation, and it will definitely be more difficult to practice in the future. Is it necessary to be so decisive? And have you thought about how to make up for the problem of foundation? Li Zhirui asked in a serious voice transmission. Zhang Fengwu comforted, don't worry, there is a secret method to restore the foundation in the inheritance given to me by my master, otherwise I would not have such an idea. Although refining the life magic weapon in imitation of the Taoist temple will definitely be more in line with her future practice, the price is too high. She can't ruin her bright future for this little benefit. Obviously, the immortal has considered the problem of the successor and gave a solution. If that's the case, then I have no objection. If there's anything you need help with, just speak up. Li Zhirui saw that she was not acting impulsively, but had a more complete idea, and his expression softened immediately. Well, there's indeed a place where I need your help. Help me refine some healing pills. As husband and wife are one, Zhang Fengwu will naturally not be polite. This is just a small matter for him. Although he can't produce the 6th level healing pills, the 5th level pills can be supplied in sufficient quantities. Li Chengsheng and Li Changshu, who have been standing next to them, can sense that their parents are communicating through voice transmission. Obviously, they are hiding something from them. Dad, Mom, what are you discussing? Li Changshu asked bluntly. Unfortunately, the two did not intend to tell them, at least not for now. Li Changshu looked depressed, but he did not dare to eavesdrop on the discussion between the two, so he could only continue to stand aside and stare blankly. The matter here is over, and it's time to go back. After all, this is the territory of the Sea clan. Li Zhirui used his magic power to transmit the voice to every clan member. Speaking of which, they have not been in the Taoist temple for a long time, probably less than half an hour. However, the clan members are quite satisfied with the gains of this trip. Although they did not get any spiritual objects, they did get the same grade of magic methods, and some of them were relatively precious, more precious than the same grade of spiritual objects. The Sutra library contains inheritances from all aspects, most of which are not of high grade, but there are also some rare and even lost inheritances. Those jade slips were not left by the Liang immortal, but were randomly transmitted to various places during the tens of thousands of years that the Taoist temple was in the Yuanling realm. They were absorbed by a special formation and stored in this room. Over time, it became a sutra library. However, only Li Zhirui and Zhang Fengwu knew about this matter. Others thought that the Taoist temple belonged to a certain force, but suddenly encountered a disaster and hurriedly sealed it up in order to preserve the inheritance. Especially the sea area where they were located, tens of thousands of years ago, it was very likely to belong to the one-day Immortal Cultivation world. For the misunderstandings of the crowd, the two did not come forward to explain, but directly took people away, so as not to stay too long and be discovered by the Sea clan, which would be more troublesome at that time. Fortunately, just like when they came, they did not encounter any high-level sea creatures on the way back. After a month, they returned to Wangsan Mountain quite smoothly. After getting off the spirit ship, everyone left, wanting to seize the time to digest the gains of this action. Especially those array masters, their realm is already higher than the cultivation level. Now that the matter is settled, they finally have enough time to practice quietly. When they're separated, Li Zhirui took out more than a dozen bottles of 5th level top-grade healing pills, handed them to Zhang Fengwu, and asked, "Is it enough?" These pills were refined by him on the way back. It's not that Li Zhirui didn't want to refine more, but mainly because he had used up all the spiritual objects that could be used in the space. After all, before Li Zhirui came back, he took a lot of pills to speed up his cultivation. There were only a few high-level spiritual objects left in the space. In order to get these dozen bottles of pills, he spent a lot of effort. That's enough, Zhang Fengwu estimated in his mind and said, "I will not come out of seclusion for a long time to come. Please take care of Fengpeng and the others." To be honest, she was not sure whether Fengpeng, Long Li and Qing Niao would still be in contact with her after she changed her cultivation method. It might be that the two sides would no longer have such a close relationship by then, but the friendship of many years of getting along and going through life and death was an inseparable bond. "Don't worry," Li Zhirui understood what Zhang Fengwu was thinking and said, "Just go into seclusion with peace of mind." However, he himself did not have much time, because he not only had to seize the time to restore his cultivation to the middle stage of refining void, but also had to attack the late stage of refining void. But they were all 6th level spirit beasts, and their strength was there, so they did not really need Li Zhirui's care. For a period of time, Li Zhirui was paying attention to the number of people in the family who switched to practicing Dealing Daolu, and also looking through the contents of the jade slips in the Taoist temple to see if there were any methods he could use. It's true that Li Zhirui found 2 6th level pill recipes and 1 7th level pill recipe. Among them, the 6th level pill formulas are Mingayu pill and Sinelin pill. The former is a healing pill, and the latter is used to strengthen the body. It should be prepared for the rare physical cultivation. However, it is also effective for ordinary cultivators, but it will not be so obvious. The 7th level pill formula is a very special pill called Beaming pill. After taking it, you can avoid others from using divination to deduce, but the time is not long, only 1 month. But no matter what kind of pill it is not something Li Zhirui can refine now, because there is no spiritual object. In addition, It has gained a lot of knowledge and has a deeper understanding of the Yuanling realm. On this day, Li Hongxi suddenly came to visit Ruizu. Li Zhirui helped the patriarch up and asked curiously, "What do you want to see me for?" "I want to ask Ruizu to guide the cultivation of the younger generation of the family, or to preach to them when I have free time." Li Hongxi came to visit this time because he heard that Li Zhirui had not been in seclusion recently, but was very leisurely enjoying the scenery of Wangxin Mountain, so he had this idea. "Okay, the first sermon will be held in 5 days. Please inform them." Anyway, he had no plans to practice in the short term, so he took this opportunity to see the situation of the younger generations of the family with his own eyes. "No trouble. No trouble. I'll arrange it right away." After the salute, he left quickly with great interest. When the news that Li Zhirui would preach in 5 days spread, it instantly set off the family. All the clan members took action, and some of them even began to occupy positions. "You know, Li Zhirui hasn't preached publicly for many years. That is, when he is free, he will give individual guidance to some younger generations he likes. But even the latter, after coming to the Yuanling realm, the number of people is getting smaller and smaller." That's why the clan members reacted so enthusiastically, and some even began to fantasize about the beautiful vision of being valued by Li Zhirui and being able to get his individual guidance. It was only 5 days, but the clan members felt it was extremely tormenting and slow. When Li Zhirui appeared, the crowd suddenly burst into a huge movement, saying, "Greetings to Ruizu, no need to be polite, sit down and listen to the sermon." However, seeing that the crowd might not be able to calm down in a short time, Li Zhirui had to use magic to calm everyone down. This time, he did not talk about the treasure of Earth spirits and record of Earth spirits, but simply talked about cultivation. Perhaps because almost all the tribesmen were present, Li Zhirui talked a lot more, and the crowd was fascinated. When he stopped, many people felt that it was not enough. But Li Zhirui still went to the next content and gave instructions. Of course, the so-called randomness is actually not random at all. While he was preaching, he was observing the reactions of all the tribesmen. Therefore, those who were pointed out by Li Zhirui were all tribesmen who benefited a lot during the sermon and felt that they could go further. "Ruizu, I am now stuck at the nascent soul stage and have been unable to break through to the spiritualization stage. Please give me some advice." The first tribesman was very excited, and his voice was even trembling when he spoke. Li Zhirui looked at him seriously and said, "Your foundation is not solid enough. I see that you are still young. You might as well spend a few decades to polish your foundation. This will also be beneficial for your future cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, Ruizu." The tribesman sat back respectfully, but his eyes were struggling, and it was obvious that he had difficulty making up his mind. Then Li Zhirui pointed to 9 more tribesmen, answered their questions about cultivation one by one, and ended the sermon. It took about 2 or 3 months for Li Zhirui to finally restore his state of mind, which had been in a state of tension for a long time, to normal. Although the continuous cultivation day and night in the past 100 years did not leave any disadvantages in cultivation, it put a lot of pressure on both the state of mind and the physical body. If he continued, it would be counterproductive and delay his own cultivation. It would be better to take some time to solve the problem. So he ended the schedule of preaching every 5 days, said something to Li Hongxi, asked them to inform the tribesmen, and then walked into the purification spirit realm and began to practice in seclusion. Chapter 955 Action. Because this time he was not in a hurry to break through, Li Zhirui did not continue to use the treasure pills, but steadily improved his cultivation by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. In addition, he made a significant change in the time of cultivation, adjusting the cultivation time to normal state, and spending the extra time on comprehending the Diling Daolu and several high-level pill recipes. Although some treasure pills are not suitable for Li Zhirui to take, or the effect is relatively useless, after all, the grade is here, and he can also improve his alchemy realm through comprehension and learning. In the future, whether it is to refine the 6th level treasure pill or to deduce the pill recipe by himself, it can play a good role in promoting it. He is just temporarily giving up the use of treasure pills for cultivation. After all, taking treasure pills to speed up the speed of cultivation is a shortcut to the end of the south. As long as the amount is appropriate, it will not cause any problems. Moreover, the treasure pills refined by Li Zhirui are all top-grade treasure pills that have been purified and the impurities have been removed, and they will not cause trouble to himself. If he wants to relax, He will look through the jade slips in the Taoist temple. This is the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, the quantity is huge, and the content is complicated. Li Zhirui can't finish reading it in a short time, not to mention that he has been focusing most of his energy on preaching to his tribesmen some time ago. For example, he learned from the complicated jade slips that there are 4 realms in the fairyland, namely scattered immortals, human immortals, earth immortals and heavenly immortals. But Li Zhirui only knows these 4 major realms. He still has no idea how to subdivide them. It may be like the mortal realm, simply divided into 3 small realms of front, middle and back, or it may be other. As for whether there are higher realms above the heavenly immortals, he doesn't know. But I think there should be, otherwise Yang Fengwu's teacher Liang Zhuoying would not say that the Yuanling realm can no longer accommodate his existence. Moreover, Li Zhirui also saw from a broken jade slip that the Yuanling realm is mostly scattered immortals, suppressed by human immortals, and rarely appears as earth immortals and heavenly immortals. This further verified his guess, because if the heavenly immortals are the end of the road, there is no need for those great heavenly immortals to practice. Speaking of which, another reason why Li Zhirui no longer recovered his cultivation quickly was that he had been a bit too aggressive with the 5 elements immortal route during this century. Maybe it seems fine now, but the hidden danger has been buried. If things go on like this, one day it will erupt. By then, it will be too late to solve it. Although the Li family was depressed that Li Zhirui no longer preached, the guidance of the past few months has made many clansmen make considerable progress. So it's not just him, the whole family is immersed in cultivation. Wangsan Mountain suddenly became quiet, and the Li family also kept a low profile in the Thousand Mountains. However, this has made other forces pay more attention to the Li family. The main reason is that the Li family has developed too fast. It has only been a few hundred years since they came to the Thousand Mountains. They have grown from a family of Huishan who fled here in a panic to a large family of Liangsu with a deep foundation. The forces that had previously joined forces to force the Li family to hand over the pale formula have visited them, expressed their apologies, and given them a generous compensation. After all, the current strength of the Li family is not much worse than theirs, but the key point is that the development potential is too dazzling. If the Li family cannot be suppressed now, it is better to resolve the misunderstanding as soon as possible. In fact, there are indeed several forces that want to join forces to eliminate the Li family before it surpasses them, but people's hearts are not united, and each force wants to do less to avoid heavy losses. In this case, how can they reach an agreement? In the end, several families parted unhappily. But if they had reached an agreement at that time, the Li family would really be in crisis, because the most powerful Li's heir was not on the family. So the silence of the Li family this time made many forces suspicious and thought that the Li family might have a big change. As for whether the strength has become stronger or something unexpected has happened, they don't know. Because of the confidentiality work, the Li family has always done a good job. Whether the Li family is closed or careful, they have always maintained the tradition that has continued for many years in the Zuinitan world, that is, not to intermarry with other cultivation forces. Even if a certain clan member develops feelings for a cultivator from another force and intends to form a Taoist couple, the Li family will secretly investigate to ensure that the other party is not an undercover agent and will not leak important family information. Even if the other party has no purpose, the Li family will not let them know too much, and the inheritance of the skills is even more out of their reach, unless they can make a huge contribution to the development of the family like Zhang Fengwu, the Eye of the East China Sea. In the vast sea, all the sea clans of the 6th level and above gather here. At a glance, there is no edge at all. The terrifying demonic aura changes the color of the surrounding sea water. In the center, there are dozens of fairyland sea clans in the East China Sea. Mainly scattered immortals, there are only 8 human immortals, but each of them has a very solemn face. Because they have received clear news that the major forces of the immortal way are mobilizing their disciples and summoning scattered cultivators. The entire Dongzhou is preparing for a war. As for who the target is, there is no need to think about it. Who else can it be except the East China Sea clan? Since the fall of Yingzhou Wandao, Dongzhou Xiandao has never given up the idea of rebuilding, because this is a symbol of the Xiandao's powerful strength. Moreover, after the expansion of the territory, there will not only be more abundant and rich cultivation resources, but most importantly, the Xiandao's luck will be greatly improved. Luck. It is the main reason for the conflict between the two camps. For these, All the sea clans know it well. Before, Xiandao's reconstruction of Yingzhou Wandao was just an idea, but now it is different. Dongyan sect, one of the most powerful forces in Xiandao, has integrated a middle thousand world and its strength has been greatly improved. In just 100 years, Dongyan sect has 2 new scattered immortals on the surface. A new human immortal. Not to mention how many are hidden in secret. From this point, we can see why all major forces hope to integrate into Taixu fantasy realm, which is really a huge improvement for their own strength. But this is not good news for the Sea Clan. Previously, the strength of the two sides was almost the same, but now they have lost a balance. Dongzhou Xiandao has a great hope to occupy a sea area, and they will never miss this great opportunity. Dongzhou has already begun to mobilize troops and prepare for the next war. We must also take action, otherwise it will be too late, a certain immortal said in a deep voice. Another immortal said with fantasy, maybe the immortal's target is not us, who else but us? The Dongyan sect has greatly increased its strength this time, and it must be them who push the war. Maybe they paid a lot of money to invite the major immortal forces to help. Moreover, their mountain gate is on the coast of the East China Sea. The Dongyan sect does not want to expand to the East China Sea. Could it be that they will help other forces? It is impossible without thinking. Don't have such childish fantasies. Let's continue to discuss the war in the near future, a human immortal who looks old said. My dragon clan can dispatch 12 immortals, Ao Peng, the head of the dragon immortal present, who is in the late stage of human immortal, spoke first. The direction of this war will only be determined by the immortals. No matter how big the advantage they have, unless they kill only 20% or 30% of the opponent, it will be temporary and will not even affect the final victory or defeat. After the dragon clan spoke, other major clans also spoke one after another, but in terms of the number of fairy realms, they were far less than the dragon clan. But this was normal. After all, the dragon clan was the most powerful, and they were also the king of the sea clan. Since they usually enjoyed many benefits, they naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. In total, the East China Sea clan planned to dispatch 98 fairy realms to deal with the upcoming war. As for the lower-level sea clans such as Mahayana and Fusion, the number was even larger, nearly 1 million. In order to defend the sea area that they had finally snatched back from the hands of the immortals tens of thousands of years ago, the sea clan could be said to have tried their best. However, the answer to this matter was not discussed in a short time, because although they belonged to the same sea clan, everyone paid more attention to the interests of their own clan. In order to send fewer people of the same clan, reduce casualties, and avoid too much decline in their own strength after the war, they almost didn't fight. If the war is not going well, should we ask all the ancestors to come out of retreat? A very abrupt and dejected sentence came from the mouth of a casual cultivator. Ao Peng frowned slightly, feeling a little dissatisfied with him. He didn't even know the strength of the immortals, but he said such discouraging words, which hit his morale. If it weren't for the gathering of many sea creatures, he would have wanted to teach him a lesson. But now he could only say coldly, is there no one in the immortal world who is at the same level as the ancestor? If you really want to ask the ancestor to take action, do you intend to fight to the death with the immortals? In fact, the various camps in the Yuanling realm set off a war, and the realm of the participating creatures was tacitly limited to the late stage of human immortals, and would not let the earth immortals or even the ancestors of the heavenly immortals go. First, the power of their actions was too great, which caused serious damage to the world, and would infect themselves with a lot of cause and effect and karma, so they were unwilling to participate in the war. If a large number of earth immortals and heavenly immortals went down, although it would not destroy the Yuanling realm, it would cause the spiritual energy of a certain earth realm to decline. At that time, with a huge cause and effect and karma added to them, let alone continuing to practice, it would be good to be able to maintain the current cultivation. Second, every earthly immortal and heavenly immortal is extremely important to their own camp, and there are not so many of them. Once they fall, it means that their own strength will suffer a huge setback. The scattered immortal did not dare to refute at all, but a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. The territory of its tribe is in the offshore area. If the war is lost and the offshore area is occupied by monks, wouldn't they become homeless wanderers? If there is nothing else, let's discuss it here. Go back and make all preparations for the war. Ao Peng looked at the other immortals, and seeing that no one spoke, he said goodbye to everyone and left with the dragon clan. Other immortal realms also left with their own juniors, leaving only the scattered immortals who were scolded, and their tribes. Ancestor, my yellow-scaled sea snake clan is too disadvantaged. A sea snake who is crossing the tribulation expressed his inner dissatisfaction. The battlefield is on their territory. Whether they win or lose, it will cause huge damage. If they win, it's okay, but if they lose, they will have to abandon the clan land they have been operating for many years. The East China Sea is vast, but the number of sea tribes is as numerous as stars. It is conceivable how difficult it is to find such a large piece of land that is suitable for the tribe to survive and has enough space for development. Who made us so weak that we are not even looked at by the dragon tribe? The yellow-scaled immortal looked indifferent, but the resentment in his tone were obvious. Before it, the yellow-scaled sea snakes had not been born in the fairyland, but that was a long time ago. The yellow-scaled sea snake clan had long been reduced to a small clan. Do we have to accept our fate? We may not lose, but we should indeed find a way out for the clan. The yellow-scaled immortal added silently in his heart. In the Dongyun sect, a group of immortals were also discussing this major event that concerns whether the sect can go further. The Great Illusion realm has been completely integrated, and the sect's luck has soared. Under this blessing, 5 new loose immortals were born, and 2 broke through to the human immortal realm. Under them, a large number of disciples broke through the realm, but it has reached the limit. Even if there is luck blessing, everything has a limit, and it is impossible to keep such an exaggerated speed. So, it's time to take action against the Sea Clan, a human immortal said murderously. This matter has long been agreed upon within the Dongyun sect, but the specific time has not been determined. Now, after hearing what he said, everyone immediately got excited. Because as long as the sect's territory is successfully expanded, the sect's luck will usher in another increase, and they can continue to enjoy a faster cultivation speed. And this time, unlike the previous heavenly rewards, it is a non-renewable consumable, but an expansion of the sect's luck limit. From now on, as long as the territory is not lost and nothing else happens, such as the death of a large number of disciples, it will continue to be maintained. How are the other fairyland forces prepared? When will they send people over? Another human immortal was calmer and asked the several loose immortals who were responsible for contacting the major forces. Except for the several major forces in the west who need to resist the demons who take the opportunity to cause trouble, they only sent a small number of cultivators to help. Other forces intend to do their best to help. After a pause, the immortal continued. The several major immortal forces in the northern and southern regions heard the news and took the initiative to contact the sect, wanting to send people to help. This made several human immortals a little surprised. Although everyone belongs to the same immortal path, the Dongzhou immortal path claims to be the orthodox immortal path, and regards the immortal paths of the northern and southern regions as side paths, which they have always looked down upon. Therefore, the relationship between them is not good enough to take the initiative to help. On the surface, they want to help, but in fact they want to take the opportunity to expand to the South Sea and the North Sea. A certain human immortal thought about it for a while and saw through their calculations. The territory they are in is indeed very far away from the Dongyun sect, but if they are planning to attack the sea near the junction of the 2 continents, then it is right at their doorstep. Chapter 956 Breath. But it's good this way. It can help us share some of the pressure. After all, with their help, the sea tribes in the North Sea and the South Sea could not fully support and help. Since they want to come, let them come. As soon as the leading human immortal spoke, the others stopped worrying about it. When will the cultivators from other forces arrive? It will take about 10 years for all of them to arrive at the coast of the East China Sea. Too slow. Discuss with the other 4 major forces to see if they can raid the sea tribe within 5 years and push the battlefield to the East China Sea, so as not to explode on their own territory. Moreover, the movement within the immortal way is not small, and it is impossible to hide it from the sea tribe. They are likely to have discussed countermeasures and even started to summon various tribes. Yes, after discussing the division of labor, several people went to work. For this matter, a large number of disciples of the entire Dongyun sect began to take action, but in order to prevent the sea tribe from knowing the specific movements, it was impossible to see what they were doing from the surface. A few months later, the Shnunzang family suddenly sent people to Wangsan Mountain. The clan leader Li Hongxi and a group of elders received them and said respectfully, you have been traveling all the way and you are tired. Why don't you go into the mountains to rest for a while? Thank you for your kindness, clan leader Li, But we have important matters to notify other forces in the mountains, so we will not go in," the leading Zhang family cultivator said in a good manner. "The things to be informed are on this jade slip. You can check it yourself. We will take our leave first." As he said that, he used his magic power to send a mysterious jade slip over, and then flew away with a few people behind him. "Clan leader, why is the Zhang family so mysterious? Can't you just say it directly?" The elder on the side frowned, thinking that the Zhang family looked down on them, and there was a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone. Although the Zhang family is a combined family and is indeed stronger than the Li family, the visitor is just a virtual cultivator, and he should maintain basic respect for the clan leader representing the Li family. Li Hongxi shook his head, looked away from the jade slip, and said, "It may not be that simple. Let's go back to the family hall first." He is now in the middle stage of the spirit transformation, and can vaguely sense that this jade slip is unusual. It seems that a high-level restriction has been imposed inside. After returning to the family hall, Li Hongxi looked at the jade slip and hesitated to use his spiritual sense to check the contents inside. An impatient elder couldn't wait any longer and said, "Clan leader, if you are worried that there is some danger hidden in the jade slip, why don't you let me see it first?" "Not really." Li Hongxi shook his head and used his spiritual sense to probe into the jade slip. In an instant, the jade slip glowed brightly, and Li Hongxi, who was closest to it, vaguely saw a complex restriction flash by. The next moment, he felt that something had appeared in his sea of consciousness. "Clan leader, there is an extra restriction in my sea of consciousness." "Me too." Before Li Hongxi had time to check this change, several sensitive elders spoke up. "We have it too." The remaining elders shouted in panic. "It's okay. This is a restriction imposed by Dongyi who wants how to keep it secret." Li Hongxi now understood why the Zhang family left after giving a jade slip. There was probably a secret restriction that prevented them from leaking any information. And if he guessed correctly, all the members of the Li family had this restriction in their sea of consciousness at the same time. But this method is too powerful. Just using a jade slip can impose a restriction on the entire Li family and tens of thousands of cultivators. Li Hongxi doesn't even know how to imagine the mystery. Dongyin sect, is it the fairy lineage sect closest to the family? Why do they do this? Li Hongxi didn't hide anything and immediately said the contents of the jade slip. Dongyin sect has promoted the entire Dongzhao Xiandao and is preparing to launch a war against the East China Sea. This time they are here to summon the family cultivators to join the war. Wow, the faces of the elders in the hall suddenly changed. With just this sentence, they could imagine what kind of bloody storm the war would set off. A war between the two major camps of Dongzhao Xiandao and the East China Sea clan. If their small Liangsu family participates in the war, it will be no different from cannon fodder. After a war, the family will have no idea how many casualties will occur. "How many people do they plan to recruit?" the elder asked hurriedly. Li Hongxi showed a bitter look on his face and said with difficulty, 10 Liangsu, 50 Huishan, 200 Yuanying, and 500 Jindan. The foundation building and key training below them do not need to be sent by the Li family, or in other words, the cultivators of these two realms will not participate in the war at all, but will only do some miscellaneous work in the rear. What? All the elders did not care about the family's casualties after the war. The moment they heard these numbers, everyone could not believe what they heard. If something unexpected happens, the strength of my Li family will be greatly reduced, and the family will directly regress hundreds of years. You know, the Li family now has only a dozen Liangsu, nearly 100 Huishan, and 400 Yuanying. The number of Jindan people is not small, there are thousands of people, but in the Yuanling realm, Jindan cultivators are just small cultivators and can't hold up the facade at all. As soon as the Dongyin sect opened its mouth, it wanted to withdraw nearly half of the Li family's strength. Even if it was powerful, this was too much. Did the Dongyin sect say rewards and compensation? After a long while, the elders gradually calmed down, and one of them couldn't help asking. They all knew in their hearts that no matter how unwilling and angry they were, they could not refuse the Dongyin sect's call, because the other party could launch a bounty within the scope of the Immortal Way. Unless the Li family was willing to join the Magic Way, they would not be able to escape. The reward is that after the victory of the war, the Li family will be allowed to occupy at least 5 fifth-level spiritual islands in the East China Sea. If they make outstanding contributions, there will be other rewards. Li Hongxi said calmly, there is no compensation, getting something for nothing. They really have a wishful thinking. A certain elder sneered disdainfully, but his face was full of helplessness. It seems that the Li family can get 5 spiritual islands recognized by the Donghaegan sect, but they have not been to the offshore area. Where are there any good spiritual islands on the sea? The spiritual veins in the 10,000 islands of Yingzhou have long been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the Sea Clan. At that time, the Li family will have to take action by themselves to pull out the spirit veins and rebuild the island. In order to defend the island and the nearby waters, they have to guard against the invasion of the Sea Clan. Although there is an unspoken rule in all major camps, that is, the high-level ones do not attack the low-level ones. But even so, with the number and strength of the Sea Clan, there will definitely be frequent peace tides. The Li family does not have a stable development environment, but has to pay a considerable price to defend the Spirit Island. Moreover, there are so many forces recruited by the Donghaegan sect at that time, the Li family will have to compete with them for the spirit veins. If they can't grab it, they can't blame the Donghaegan sect, but can only blame their own poor strength. The most important point is that this reward will only be redeemed after winning. It means that the Donghaegan sect has nothing to pay, but has obtained a group of thugs who have been refined and transformed into gods. But the battlefield changes rapidly. Who can guarantee that the Dongzhou Immortal Dao can definitely defeat the Sea Clan? If they lose, those big forces will not be seriously injured even if they suffer some losses, but forces with similar strength to the Li family may not be able to maintain their current territory, and hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation will be burned. Stop complaining, explain this matter to the clansmen immediately. The jade slips indicate that we must take action within 5 years. Time is short, so we must hurry up and prepare more spiritual objects to increase the survival rate of the clansmen on the battlefield. This is the most important thing. Li Hongxi stopped everyone from venting their dissatisfaction and ordered with a serious face. Yes, whether it was because of Li Hongxi's prestige or because what he said made sense, the elders stood up and left quickly. The clansmen were panicking because of the sudden increase in restrictions in the Sea of Consciousness. The elders came forward to explain and persuaded them to go back and prepare quickly. Because this war will be very cruel, and the number of recruits of the Donghaegan sect must be met, if the number of volunteers is not enough, they can only draw lots randomly. Therefore, except for the key training and foundation building clansmen, everyone else has the possibility of going to the battlefield. The members of the Liangsa clan, such as Daking and Li Chengshen, who are in the process of cultivation or planning to switch to cultivation, came out of retreat one after another. Are you going to participate? Zhaoking looked at the people around him eagerly. Zhaoking, who had always been outspoken and wanton, liked this kind of thrilling battle the most. With a wanton smile on her face, she said, I don't know what it's like to be a high-level Sea Clan. I haven't tasted it for a long time, of course. Xiaokang responded first, with a gleam in his eyes, and said, my bloodline needs to evolve, and those dragon clans are the best resources. The others were all eager to fight and never thought of retreating. Although the battlefield was full of dangers and one could lose one's life if one was not careful, it also contained opportunities, such as the spiritual objects on the high-level Sea Clan, which could improve their bloodline, etc. Moreover, after fighting one after another, not only was the combat power trained, but it was also good for the polishing of magic power and the improvement of the state of mind. Of course, the premise of all this is to survive the war. In that case, let's draw lots to decide who will go to the war and who will stay in the family to guard. Daking was the oldest and most respected person present, so no one objected to his words. But there were 2 people who were not disturbed. One was Yang Fengwu, who used the Taoist temple as a cave, and in order to prevent others from disturbing her, after all, what she was going to do was very dangerous, so she fully activated the formation and completely isolated herself from the outside world. The other was Li Zhirui, who was practicing in space and could be regarded as being in another world, with 2 layers of boundary membranes blocking it. No matter how strong the Donghaegan sect's restrictions were, they could not penetrate the isolation outside the 2 people, and naturally the restrictions could not enter the 2 people's sea of consciousness. However, Zhang Fengwu was immersed in recasting the foundation of Taoism, but Li Zhirui was not. He would occasionally return to the spiritual realm to practice. So when he appeared in the spiritual realm, a restriction suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. What is this? Li Zhirui's face changed, and he immediately gathered his consciousness and carefully observed the restriction, but the grade of the restriction was too high, and he could not understand it in a short time. He could only see that there was no danger for the time being, and he was slightly relieved. Only then did he notice the several communication talismans outside the spiritual realm, among which there was one for Daking. What big thing happened in the half-month I was practicing? Li Zhirui frowned and activated the communication talisman. He soon knew what the restriction was and the problems that the family was about to face. Is this day finally here? Li Zhirui murmured to himself. When the Taixu illusionary realm and Dongyu Wanzhou merged, he expected that a war would break out sooner or later, but at that time, Li Zhirui only thought of the fight between the Dongyan sect and some tribes of the Sea clan, and never thought that it would escalate to this level. And it came too quickly. It seems that I can't practice with peace of mind next, Li Zhirui sighed, but a different look appeared in his eyes. He wanted to verify his own strength before, but failed. Now the opportunity has come. Moreover, after the war, he worked hard to restore his cultivation before, and all the hidden dangers left behind will be solved. Li Zhirui can improve his cultivation at the flying speed. Of course, the 5-color fairy root still needs time to accumulate, but his cultivation will not make the problem worse before breaking through the fusion. He told Li Hongxi, Daking and others that he already knew about this matter. He would refine the treasure pill in the spiritual realm next. Remember to tell him when you leave for the battlefield. Unfortunately, there is too little time. There is no time to comprehend the 6th-level treasure pill. Li Zhirui suddenly felt that there was not enough time. He had exchanged a lot of 6th-level pill recipes and spirit seeds from the old woman before, but Li Zhirui was more concerned about the treasure pills used for cultivation before, and he had not yet comprehended them thoroughly. He calmed down a little before starting to refine the treasure pill. Li Zhirui's alchemy skills have long been perfect and reached the pinnacle. His movements are smooth and beautiful. In less than half an hour, a furnace of 5th-level top-grade healing treasure pills was freshly baked. Just when the Li family was doing their best to prepare various spiritual objects for the war that could break out at any time within 5 years, the prices of all spiritual objects on the market were skyrocketing. Even some healing treasure pills doubled in price within a day. If you sell spiritual objects at this time, you will definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, the major forces not only did not increase the supply of spiritual objects, but also reduced it, which led to a further increase in the price of spiritual objects. Is a war going to break out? As long as you are not stupid, even if you have not received the news, you can smell the smoke of war in the air. Which family is fighting with which family? I don't know if we can take advantage of the opportunity to make some resources. A certain cultivator's face showed some excitement. And most of the cultivators had similar reactions. Because usually, although the cultivators are regarded as cannon fodder, the spiritual objects they pay to ask them to take action are not low. After all, they are fighting with their lives. If you give too little, why would the cultivators fight? I don't know, both sides have hidden the news too well, and this time the families and factions have not revealed any news. It seems that this war is not simple. I'd better prepare for refuge. This level of confidentiality made many old cultivators feel uneasy, and they immediately gave up the idea of participating in the war. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957 First Battle. Several years passed in a flash, and soon more than 3 years had passed. On this day, the jade slip sent by the Zhang family suddenly flew out, and a shadow emerged from it, emitting a faint pressure. For a moment, all the creatures on Wongsun Mountain fell into the dilemma of difficulty breathing. He only heard him say, "Rush to the Wangsha Sea within a month, and those who violate it will be rewarded by the Dongyan sect." After he disappeared for a long time, everyone came back to their senses. Li Hongxi and other family leaders looked very ugly, but they had to act immediately. Li Hongxi's ugly expression was also accompanied by a trace of worry. The Dongyan sect could use the jade slip to project the shadow of a scattered immortal, and that shadow was obviously conscious. Doesn't this mean that if the Dongyan sect wants to take action against the Li family, they don't even need to send cultivators to cross tens of thousands of miles and travel for months? They can directly use a jade slip to solve the Li family? Thinking of this, Li Hongxi wanted to throw the jade slip out of Wongsun Mountain immediately. But he didn't dare to do so, for fear that Wongsun Mountain had left some kind of backhand in it. Fortunately, it is not that there is no chance to send the jade slip away. The next war is the best opportunity. When the time comes, pretend to lose it accidentally on the battlefield, so that it will not bring any hidden dangers to the Li family. Ding ding ding, a low bell sounded throughout Wuxin Mountain. Li Hongxi used the magic weapon to amplify his voice and said, "The tribesmen who were drawn to be summoned before, get ready. Ruzu will lead the team to set off early tomorrow morning." The Li family completed the lottery 3 years ago, and the tribesmen who were drawn had sad faces, and their spirits were depressed. Because the tribesmen who were willing to participate had already signed up, those who were drawn wanted to avoid the war, and the tribesmen who were unwilling to participate would naturally not be happy. Li Hongxi also asked a group of elders to go to the several large warehouses of the family, take out the various spiritual objects prepared in the past few years, and put them in different categories so that the tribesmen who participated in the war could take them easily. Then he hurriedly activated a communication talisman to the spiritual realm and told Li Zhirui the news of the Dongyuan sect's conscription. Li Zhirui, who was refining the elixir, found Li Hongxi's communication talisman at the first time. Because he was refining the 5th level treasure elixir now, he didn't need to devote all his mind, so he could know the situation outside instantly. After more than an hour, Li Zhirui put away the refined treasure elixir and activated the communication talisman. Baygorge Sea Area. Li Zhirui's mind instantly appeared with a map of the surrounding sea area. He found that this sea area was not very far from Wuxin Mountain. It was the sea area to the east, a small area with many bays. The most important thing is that the sea tribe occupying the Baygorge Sea Area is the red-clothic shelled crab. According to the situation, the strength of this tribe is not too strong, and the highest cultivation is only the 7th level. After understanding it clearly, Li Zhirui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just a 7th level sea tribe, the casualties of the Li family should not be as serious as imagined. Moreover, the Dongyuan sect will definitely arrange people to serve as the main force to attack the Baygorge Sea area. In this way, the pressure that the Li family has to face will be much smaller. It's a pity that my cultivation has not recovered, otherwise I might be able to try to fight the 7th level sea tribe. Li Zhirui shook his head and sighed. There was no conversation at night. The next morning, several huge cloud ships were suspended above Wuxin Mountain. Li Zhirui stood at the front of the crowd and said, "Sure, Feng Peng, Xiangxin, Mingyao, I'll leave the family to you to take care of it." He asked Li Chengshuo to stay in the family for no other reason. Now the Li family only has her, a 6th level formation master, who can fully activate the improved mountain protection formation. Before Zhang Fengwu went into seclusion, she improved the original mountain protection formation, but she did not do it herself, but handed it over to Li Chengshuo and other formation masters. Because of the rush of time, the mountain protection formation is not a 7th level formation, but can only be regarded as a 6th level top grade formation, but the safety of the Li family has also been greatly improved. As for Feng Peng, she was pregnant. This is the first offspring she and Zhao King have conceived since they became Taoist partners for nearly 1,000 years. How could Zhao King allow her to participate in such a dangerous battle? Some of Li Xiangxin, Li Mingyao and others had just broken through and were not strong enough, while others simply did not win the lottery. The Li family could not take the initiative to increase the number of cultivators in the realm of refining. The higher the cultivation level, the more they need various opportunities and tests to stimulate themselves, so as to promote the improvement of the realm faster. Therefore, Daking and others knew that the war was very dangerous, but they were still very positive. Dad 9th brother Ruizu, don't worry, we will protect the family, Li Chengshuo and others promised. Although the Dongyuan sect specifically stated that during the war, if there are immortal forces taking advantage of others' dangers, they will be hunted down by the entire immortal sect in order to allow each vassal to go all out without worrying about their own safety. But the huge Dongzhao is not only about cultivators, but also many monsters. Especially the Qianchong Mountains where the Li family is located. Strictly speaking, this is the territory of the demon clan, but these cultivators are constantly encroaching. In addition to the demon clan, who knows if there are any demon cultivators in secret? The previous incident of polluting the spiritual veins that affected the entire Dongzhao and countless immortal forces showed how deeply the demons were hidden in Dongzhao. Before the war is over, the family will shrink its sphere of influence as much as possible, and be careful. Before leaving, Li Zhirui couldn't help but say a few more words. Let's go. With Li Zhirui's order, several huge cloud ships started instantly, rolling up a gust of wind, blowing away all the clouds in the sky. and disappeared from everyone's sight the next moment. Patriarch and elders, I'll leave the family affairs to you. Strengthen the patrol of the surrounding areas. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, notify us as soon as possible. This is not the first time that Li Chengshuo has taken on this important task, so he was not too panicked, but instead ordered various matters in an orderly manner. During this period, if there is anyone who harms the interests of the family and destroys the unity of the family, don't blame me for being ruthless and disregarding the friendship of the same clan. At the end, Li Chengshuo did not forget to warn everyone. The faint murderous intent in his words made many clan members tremble in their hearts and feel cold all over. Especially those who were suppressed and dissatisfied, maybe their brains suddenly had problems. At this moment, they still thought about fighting for power and profit, and even thought that so many high-level monks had left the family, which would be more convenient for them to take action. If this situation really happened, Li Chengshuo would really kill people. Unlike Li Zhirui and several clan leaders, in order to minimize the impact, they all chose to deal with it in a low-key manner. Don't worry, Shuozu, what you are worried about will definitely not happen, Li Hongxi said hurriedly. He didn't have much contact with his ancestor, but it was not difficult to see that this was a ruthless man who did what he said. On the other side, Li Zhirui led thousands of clansmen to the battlefield. The hundreds of extra monks would not go to the battlefield, but would stay in the rear to handle various logistical affairs, such as refining treasure pills, taking care of the wounded, etc. After all, no one knew whether the Donggyun sect would arrange such monks. Even if there were, they would not be as concerned as their own family. After galloping all the way, about half a month later, the Li family successfully arrived at the Baigorge Sea area, and followed the instructions to a hidden place covered by the formation. The Li family of Shantung Prefecture has responded to the call. The moment Li Zhirui arrived, he realized that he was being watched. He suppressed the desire to fight in his heart and spoke out immediately. By the way, he also took out the jade slip of the Donggyun sect to verify his identity. The divine consciousness staring at him dissipated, and after a moment, the formation slowly opened. Li Zhirui walked in with a group of clansmen without hesitation. Then a Liangsu cultivator wearing a Donggyun Taoist robe appeared and took them to the arranged station. He told them the rules that needed to be followed, such as not allowing fighting, not secluding oneself in seclusion, so as not to miss the war, etc. This is the station assigned to the Li family. Time is short and it is a temporary station, so it is a bit shabby. I hope you can forgive me. Li Zhirui smiled and replied, it's okay. It's hard for you to come all the way. The monk was still gentle and distant, saying, in 18 days, the entire eastern forces will attack the Sea clan. Don't get the time wrong, then I won't disturb you to rest. After saying that, he left. First, set up a cover and defense formation. As for the interior of the station, just build some simple caves, Li Zhirui instructed everyone. It is not realistic for all these thousands of monks to sit on the ground, because it is not suitable for cultivation at all. As long as one of them makes a big noise, it will affect the surrounding monks, and even everyone. Yes, everyone took action immediately. Even Li Zhirui helped to build the cave. With everyone working together, it took only half a day to complete the task. Prepare some more spiritual objects in the next 10 days. Starting from 3 days before the war, stop all activities that consume your energy and spirit, conserve your energy, and prepare for the war with all your strength. After saying that, Li Zhirui disappeared, allowing the clansmen to move freely. They were all old, and he had said everything he should say. Whether they could do it or not depended on their own decisions. He hurriedly refined some healing pills, mainly for treating serious injuries, and life-saving pills that could hold on to their last breath. Buzz, 10 days passed in a flash, and the Li family monks, who had been ready for a long time, launched an attack on the sea more than 10 miles away, accompanied by a horn sound. Li Zhirui, who was standing at the forefront of the family, found that he had a high will to fight in his heart. He immediately realized that something was wrong and thought of the strange horn sound. It seems that a strong will to fight is a good thing, but you have to know that the more dangerous the war is, the more you have to stay calm. Excessive will to fight will affect your own combat effectiveness. Li Zhirui was startled. The Donggyun sect was using them as cannon fodder. Encourage them to rush into the East China Sea first and fight the Sea tribe in the most brutal way. He originally thought that it was just the Baigorge Sea area, and the Donggyun sect would not treat them as cannon fodder. After all, The strength of the big Orange Sea area was not too strong, and it was possible to take it down. But now it seems that Li Zhirui still thought too kindly of the Dongyun sect. Everyone slow down a little and don't rush too far ahead. Li Zhirui immediately used voice transmission to remind the tribesmen. He looked at the monks flying out from his side with indifference. These were all idiots who were still trying to figure it out. The smart monks had already been like Li Zhirui and unknowingly came to the back of the vanguard. Kill. The war was about to break out. To be more precise, it was a one-sided fight launched by the monks against the Sea tribe, who had not yet reacted. Damn it. I didn't notice any movement before. Why did you suddenly start? Several 7th-level Red Claw crabs cursed some unreliable Sea tribe masters while hurriedly summoning the tribesmen to fight. But in a hurry, all the formations they had prepared before were useless. A large number of sea creatures were killed by the monks, and most of the corpses floating on the sea were from the sea creatures. Li Zhirui hid in the crowd and did not show his true strength. He fought back and forth with a 6th-level crab monster. He did not need to break through the realm through a war, or in other words, this level of war would have no effect on him unless he was besieged by several 6th-level crab monsters. Another point is that the Dongyun sect is too stingy. In addition to the 5 empty promises, the rewards will not be built from scratch by the Li family after the victory. In this case, why should Li Zhirui fight so hard? In fact, the Dongyun sect also knows that if they recruit vassals to participate in the war, but do not give them actual rewards, it will cause many monks to work without effort. But they have no choice. In order to promote the war between Dong Zhaozai and Dao and the sea creatures, the Dongyun sect paid a huge price. All kinds of treasures accumulated over the years will be emptied, and there are not many decent spiritual objects left. Of course, there are still a few cultivators like Li Zhirui. After all, he is free from desires. But other cultivators, whether for the promotion of their own realms in the war or the various spiritual materials on the Sea Clan, let them fight with the Sea Clan with all their strength. Speaking of which, the 6th-level crab monster who fought with Li Zhirui really had a lot of suffering in his heart. The opponent did not seem to be strong, and even several times he barely blocked his attacks. But he could clearly feel that the opponent did not use his full strength at all. Because whether it was his killing move or his desire to leave the battlefield, it was blocked by Li Zhirui. Sometimes he would even be distracted and pay attention to other battle situations. This made the crab monster hold back a fire of evil in his heart, but he could not release it, and he felt more and more frustrated. It was not just the big Orange Sea area. Because the cultivators launched the war too suddenly, and it was much earlier than the estimated time of the Sea Clan Fairyland, so many Sea Clans did not react, and rushed into the battlefield without any preparation. As a result, the Sea Clan fell into disadvantage at the beginning of the war. Many sea areas were pushed eastward by the cultivators, pushing the battlefield completely into the East China Sea. But fortunately, the Sea tribe didn't have much else, but they were numerous. When the Sea tribe reacted, endless sea tribes surged in from all directions, turning the situation around little by little. However, in terms of the overall situation, the Immortals still had more advantages, because they had occupied a lot of sea areas, and the battlefields in most places had already advanced from the Sea-Land Junction to the East China Sea. Chapter 958 Pretend. Kill, drive these shameless humans out of the East China Sea. The East China Sea belongs to us. Along with the angry roars of countless sea creatures, a strange rhythm permeated the battlefield, and all the sea creatures seemed to be blessed by something. The eyes of the low-level sea creatures were red, as if they were crazy, and they rushed into the battlefield recklessly, fighting with the monks. Even if they were seriously injured, they refused to retreat. Seeing this, the monks were not surprised but happy, because this meant that as long as they could withstand this wave of crazy attacks by the sea creatures, their strength would decline. At that time, they could start to arrange formations in the sea area, take root here, and build a favorable geographical advantage for themselves, making it more difficult for the sea creatures to drive them away. However, the increasingly fierce war in the Big Orange Sea had little to do with Li Zhirui. After he solved the 6th-level crab monster, he helped some of his tribesmen out of trouble, and took the initiative to find a 6th-level mid-stage crab monster that had just killed a refining cultivator. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. The crab monster smiled grimly, with the flesh and blood of the cultivator still on the corner of its mouth. It did not take Li Zhirui seriously at all. Because the cultivator it had just killed, like him, was also in the early stage of the refining void realm, so naturally, he would not take him seriously. Die, the crab monster roared and waved its huge claws. Its seemingly bulky body could cross several miles in an instant and appear directly in front of Li Zhirui. It smashed down hard, which seemed to cause slight turbulence in the space. Li Zhirui's mind moved and he casually stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and several water columns rushed into the sky, separating the two people, preventing the crab monster from moving forward. Bang! The water columns dispersed and turned into huge waves covering the sky, pouring down from the sky, carrying a huge force towards the crab monster. Crack! The crab monster's proud defense instantly cracked, its claws drooped weakly, blood spit out of its mouth, its eyes full of horror, looking at Li Zhirui in disbelief. How is this possible? Its defense is comparable to that of a late 6th order magic weapon. Not to mention a cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness, even if he is a head taller than it, it is impossible to break its defense with one blow. Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, but just you? Are you looking down on me too much? Li Zhirui looked at the crab monster with cold eyes. If it weren't for the crab monster's bad behavior and couldn't wait to dismember and eat the cultivator before on the battlefield, Li Zhirui wouldn't be so angry. You are definitely not on the early stage of refining emptiness. You are a combined cultivator. Deliberately hiding your cultivation, are you trying to break the rules? The crab monster shouted in a panic. The so-called rules it mentioned are that high-level cultivators cannot attack low-level cultivators. This is the unspoken rule tacitly recognized by all major camps. After all, if it is not controlled, today you send a scattered immortal to hunt down a combined genius, and tomorrow I send a human immortal to solve a cross disaster, then no one needs to develop and practice. As long as all the outstanding juniors of the opponent are eliminated. Of course, because it is an unspoken rule, there are still people who will not abide by the rules, but they will also cover it up and not leave any solid evidence. You haven't seen it, so you think it doesn't exist, Li Zhirui replied coldly, and when he attacked again, he harvested its life. And Li Zhirui's move this time shocked other creatures on the battlefield, even those combined cultivators and the 7th level sea creatures. The cultivators were curious about his identity and why he had such powerful magic power, while the sea creatures regarded him as the biggest threat and wished to get rid of him as soon as possible. The sea creatures immediately took action and dispatched 2 water monsters in the middle stage of the 6th level to surround and kill Li Zhirui. The Dongying school and the Zhang family turned a blind eye to this, at least they would not help until they saw that Li Zhirui was in danger. Because as the sea tribes reacted, more and more sea tribes joined the battlefield. Every cultivator of the void refining sect was under great pressure and was powerless to help Li Zhirui. After all, in order to keep it secret, the Dongying sect did not tell the cultivators the specific time of the assault in the East China Sea. Without a large number of cultivators participating in the battle, the cultivators were definitely at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Fortunately, the cultivators in the coastal states received the news the moment they took action. It seems that many cultivators are now rushing towards the East China Sea. Trouble, Li Zhirui frowned. He didn't expect that he was targeted by the sea tribe. If he could easily deal with these 2 6th-level water monsters like before, what was waiting for him next might be more sieges from the sea tribe. Although he was not afraid, he didn't want to get into trouble. Therefore, after some consideration, Li Zhirui decided to stay entangled with the 2 water monsters. The 2 water monsters were a little afraid of Li Zhirui at first. They thought that he could defeat his own tribe with one blow, so his strength must not be much worse. But after the 2 sides fought, they found that they had overestimated him. They thought that he must have used some secret method to increase his attack several times in an instant, so that he could defeat his fellows so easily. But now he couldn't use the secret method anymore. Although his strength was still stronger than that of ordinary cultivators in the early stage of refining emptiness, he could only barely fight. The 2 monsters were full of confidence and thought that as long as time went on, Li Zhirui would definitely surrender. So the 2 monsters did not hide their strength. As soon as they attacked, they used a killing move, thinking of a quick battle, killing him as soon as possible, and then helping other fellows. The 2 monsters burst out with fighting spirit, and 2 pairs of giant pliers suddenly blasted out, tacitly blocking Li Zhirui's retreat. Li Zhirui's expression did not change, and his hands quickly pinched the seal. The next moment, a sea of lotus appeared out of thin air around his body, blocking the way forward for the 2 monsters. When they entered the sea of lotus, they felt layers of resistance, as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Not only could they not exert their own powerful strength, but they got deeper and deeper. And they had to use all means to escape. In fact, if Li Zhirui hadn't deliberately let them go and didn't use his magical powers at full power, they wouldn't have been able to break free at all, and would soon be swallowed by the Sea of Lotus and lose their lives. You two seem to be just that strong, Li Zhirui said sarcastically. You are just a trick. Do you really think you are so powerful? One of the crab monsters was instantly enraged and once again mobilized its magic power to attack. But the reality is that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to Li Zhirui, let alone attack. Originally, they thought they could easily take down this cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness, but the result was unexpected. After 2 hours, their magic power was almost exhausted, and Li Zhirui still looked at ease, as if he didn't consume much magic power. Because his breath was extremely stable, without the slightest fluctuation. This situation shocked the two monsters. Who on earth was he? How could he contain such a huge amount of magic power with the cultivation of the early stage of refining emptiness? At this time, the two monsters also reacted. With Li Zhirui's magic power, he could quickly deal with them, but he didn't do so. His purpose was probably to hide his strength and avoid being targeted by the sea tribe. It seems that you two have reacted. Li Zhirui saw the two monsters' expressions change, chuckled, and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid I can't keep you. He waved his hand, and his magic power rolled out. In the blink of an eye, a group of ancient trees surrounded the three people. Countless thick roots were like pythons, wandering in the forest. Taking advantage of the moment when the two monsters were relaxed, they pounced on them, entangled their bodies, and kept squeezing them inward, making them unable to move. Then the wooden thorns that covered the sky and the sun came out in droves and stabbed at their dantian. Even the thick shells with strong defense were broken, and finally the dantian was pierced and lost their lives. However, in order to disguise himself, Li Zhirui seemed to have exhausted his magic power. His face was pale and his breath was weak. It was obvious that he had lost his fighting power. Fortunately, his performance was not outstanding, and it was not as amazing as defeating the 6th-level crab monster with one blow. Because the former had used his trump card and was no longer able to fight, while the latter, Li Zhirui's breath was still stable, and it seemed that there was no hidden danger. But everyone, including Daking and others, was deceived by Li Zhirui. His current state was a fake. However, this also happened to make Li Zhirui's hope come true. He would not be targeted by the Sea Clan, and he could also take advantage of the situation to leave the battlefield. So far, he has no intention of exposing his own strength. As for the safety of the tribesmen after he left the battlefield, Li Zhirui could no longer protect them like before, and they would not be threatened with their lives. Because he did not have such a strong strength, the tribesmen could only rely on their own abilities to survive. And this is what the tribesmen must face. Li Zhirui did not completely leave the battlefield, but came to the edge of the battlefield. Around him, there were many monks who had lost their combat power and even became corpses. It seems that his condition is the lightest. And there is no visible injury on his body, but his mana is exhausted. Li Zhirui hid, but other cultivators of the Li family were still fighting hard. Li Chengsheng held a big sun in his hand, and the scorching sun fire burned everything, even though most of the sea creatures were proficient in water magic and could restrain fire. But the spiritual water summoned by the water monsters was too low in grade and had poor power, and it was impossible to compete with the sun fire. Not to mention extinguishing the fire, it would be evaporated if it got a little closer. In other words, Li Chengsheng's cultivation was low and his mana was not much, so he couldn't use the sun fire frequently, otherwise, he would be faster and more brutal in dealing with the sea creatures. Daking, who was not far away, was also a tough opponent. His powerful defense made it impossible for the opponent to start, but he had to be on guard against his sneak attacks at all times, and he was very frustrated. Zhaoking was completely different. With his extremely fast flying speed, few creatures of the same level could catch up with him. He didn't even need to use defensive means to easily avoid the opponent's attacks. But it was difficult for the water monster to dodge Zhaoking's attack. It could only use defensive means to resist. The speed of mana consumption suddenly increased, and it could only become Zhaoking's defeated opponent and lose its life. Zhaoking was special. He specially selected water monsters with dragon blood, thinking of strengthening himself by refining their blood. Doing so would leave hidden dangers, causing Zhaoking's dragon blood to be mottled, and he might only become a mixed blood dragon instead of a real dragon. But fortunately, there was Li Zhirui. Xiaocan could let Li Zhirui purify the impurities, leaving only the purest dragon blood, and then integrate it into himself, so there would be no such problem. But the water monsters with dragon blood are generally strong, so Xiaocan's battlefield is far less easy than the other two. The situation of other tribesmen was good and bad. Some were able to kill the water monster, while others were not opponents and fell from then on. Just one day after the war started, dozens of Li family members had been killed and injured. A large number of corpses were suspended in the sea area of the bay, and the scarlet blood drove away the blue sea water, which looked extremely terrifying. The evil spirits such as the evil spirits and the dead spirits on the battlefield also increased rapidly. Fortunately, the lotus planting method taught by Li Zhirui has long been spread throughout Dongzhou. Since the secret method is easy to use, most monks have learned it. Some monks who did not participate in the battle performed the lotus planting method. Soon, the monks were purified and no longer had to worry about being affected by these evil spirits. Of course, it is impossible to perform it on a single monk, so some sea creatures were also included. Li Zhirui saw this scene and thought to himself, although I didn't do it with all my strength, it still had a great impact on the situation. You know, dead spirit can make people's bodies stiff, evil spirits and murderous spirits can affect the soul and mind, and other evil spirits invading the body will also cause some bad debuffs. Maybe in normal times, this debuff effect is nothing. As long as you are not affected too deeply, you can take some time and calm down to get rid of it. But on the battlefield, where's the time for you to dissolve the evil spirits? But if you don't solve it as soon as possible, it will lead to a decline in your own strength and defeat your opponent. So to some extent, Li Zhirui has made outstanding contributions to this war, and even all the wars in the future. After a few days, those scattered cultivators closest to the East China Sea joined the battlefield. Although the Dongyun sects still did nothing but offered no substantial rewards, only the promise after victory, allowing the scattered cultivators to occupy the spirit island and collect the spiritual objects on the seabed. But there are still a large number of scattered cultivators flocking in, joining the battlefield. However, these scattered cultivators are not the kind of lonely and helpless scattered cultivators in the true sense, but some families or sects that have not occupied the spiritual veins but have begun to inherit. Of course, most of these scattered cultivator families and sects come from powerful states such as Dongzhou. Because the most powerful forces in the area can control every spiritual vein, without their permission, they cannot set foot in it, let alone develop the spiritual veins. Unlike Shangyuanzhou, the thousands of mountains in the north are actually not under the jurisdiction of the Zhang family, but the territory of the monster clan, so the Li family can directly clear the monsters, occupy a spiritual vein, and establish a family. This time, the Dongyun sect promised them that as long as they could occupy the spirit island and defend it after the war, and not let the Sea clan take it away, they would be recognized by them, and they would guarantee that no immortal forces would attack within 500 years. How could they not be tempted? So one after another, these cultivators rushed to the battlefield for a spiritual vein that could be passed down and take root. It was also with the participation of these cultivators that the numerical disadvantage of the immortal side was gradually made up. Chapter 959 Retreat. On the surface, Li Zhirui was recovering his mana in the sea area occupied by monks behind the battlefield, but he was more observing the situation and peeping at the experience of the Dongyun sect in dealing with the war. As more and more monks joined the battlefield, and every time they arrived at a place, there would be monks who immediately stepped forward to arrange a large formation, occupy it, and turn it into a monk's residence. In this way, the front line continued to advance, and the seriously injured monks could be treated faster and better, with a greater hope of saving their lives. However, under the organization of the Dongyun sect, the monks did not advance too aggressively, and they were relaxed and tense. This alone was worth Li Zhirui's serious study. You know, this is to mobilize hundreds of thousands of monks, and to be able to do it as if they were using their arms and fingers, which naturally contains a lot of truth. Although the Li family can't use it now, it may come in handy in a few hundred years. Li Zhirui is only in the early stage of refining the void. With the blessing of the cave, his strength is stronger than the perfect refining void. If he continues to improve his cultivation and even breaks through the combination, the demons in the thousands of mountains will definitely not be his opponents. He dared to say such words, but he knew that there were no 8th level monsters in the depths of the mountains, That is, there were several 7th level monsters. As long as he was allowed to settle in the fusion realm for a period of time, he would not be afraid of those monsters at all. Of course, it would be very difficult for Li Zhirui alone or the Li family to drive the monsters out of the mountains, unless his strength could be improved to a higher level, and he could use his powerful strength to sweep away everything to shock the monsters, so that they would be afraid and retreat on their own. Therefore, at that time, it would be necessary to recruit various forces in the mountains to start a war with the monsters. So Li Zhirui wanted to take this opportunity to learn some means of mobilizing a large number of monks to prepare for future needs. One thing that made Li Zhirui feel regretful was that the fight between the fusions was above the clouds, and the distance was too far, so he could not see it very clearly. On the battlefield not far away, there were endless sounds of fighting, roaring, wailing, etc., but Li Zhirui was enjoying the peace in the temporary residence. In just a few miles, it was like two completely different worlds. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui's laziness did not last long. A cultivator found that his mana had been restored, and immediately urged him, "Senior, please join the battle as soon as possible." Li Zhirui glanced at him and found that he was holding a mirror. Although he had a respectful look on his face, he looked straight at him with his back straight. "Okay." Li Zhirui smiled slightly, turned into a spiritual light and flew to the battlefield. He was filled with emotion. A small giant and disciple of Donggyun sect had such a mentality. The Li family was not only inferior to him in strength, but also in spiritual will. But this kind of mysterious thing may not appear in the Li family in a short time, because the most important foundation is to have strong strength to be the confidence of the clan members. After Li Zhirui joined the battlefield, he did not immediately find a water monster to fight, but checked the situation of Daking, Li Shengsheng and other clan members. He found that they were all more or less injured, but not serious, but their mana was running out. Even with the Huling Baodan refined by Li Zhirui, the long-term battle made their meridians unable to bear it. "Thank you, Brother 9. The first to receive help from Li Zhirui was the weakest dragon carp, and because he was also a water spirit beast, many of his methods did not have a significant effect on the water monster. Under his raid, the 6th level water monster was beaten back step by step, and even wanted to find a chance to escape, but unfortunately Li Zhirui saw through it and stopped it, and finally died unwillingly. Next, he helped the blue bird, Aang and other spirit beasts one after another, allowing them to escape from the bitter battle. "You all go back and rest, and continue to fight after your injuries are healed," Li Zhirui urged. Of course, he did not take action against Li Chengsheng and Daking, who were still able to fight, but just carefully observed for a moment, and found that their situation was not bad, so he retracted his gaze and turned around to fight with a 6th level late water monster who came specifically for him. "I will make you pay for my son's life." The angry water monster used all his strength as soon as he attacked, and the terrifying giant claws seemed to pass through layers of space and appeared in front of Li Zhirui in an instant. Li Zhirui's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly sacrificed his life treasure Qianling. At the same time, he used his defensive magic at the fastest speed. Countless green leaves intertwined to form shields to block the front, while he himself was still retreating quickly. Bang! A terrifying power erupted, and the hastily created shields were instantly shattered. The storm raged around, rolling up waves. Qianling was also shaken and trembled. The spiritual light dimmed a lot, but fortunately there was no obvious damage and it withstood the blow. Li Zhirui was not affected because he reacted in time. He looked up at the water monster. For the first time since the outbreak of the war, there was a clear killing intent in his eyes. "You are looking for death?" Li Zhirui's hands flew, and a series of mysterious magic formulas were quickly cast. The nearby seas were all boiling. The endless seawater was summoned by him and continued to condense, and finally formed a dragon hundreds of feet long. Roar! The dragon howled loudly, and the huge sound waves made the creatures in the vicinity of dozens of miles feel dizzy. They looked back at the daunting dragon and flew away. They didn't dare to continue to play with it, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire after the dragon showed its power. The dragon's huge body moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the water monster, opened its mouth and spit out a deep blue cold current. "Drink!" The water monster shouted, frantically mobilized the magic power, gathered it in its claws, and then smashed it forward. Crack! The cold current of black ice made a crisp cracking sound. The attack seemed to be blocked by it, but in fact, its claws were attached to broken ice, and the terrifying cold air had already invaded its body. It still has some strength. With a thought, Li Zhirui separated some of his mind and put it into the dragon's body. At that moment, the dragon seemed to be alive. It was no longer the empty shell of the magical power, but had its own consciousness and pressure. The dragon flew into the sky, gathering the surrounding water vapor. Spiritual clouds formed in an instant. Within a radius of 10 miles, dark clouds were already pressing down. As the dragon swung, heavy rain poured down, like a waterfall falling from the sky, and it also contained a series of Kishu Yinli. The water monster was hit hard, and several large holes were instantly broken in its tough body. A shrill scream sounded, but after only a few breaths, the sound disappeared without a trace. The 6th level late water monster, which looked powerful, died in Li Zhirui's hands. Li Zhirui retracted his mind, changed the spell in his hand, and the next moment the dragon turned into a continuous drizzle, accurately falling on the cultivators within a radius of 50 miles, soothing their minds and healing some of their minor injuries. What a powerful soul, what a fine control! Some of the void-refining cultivators were shocked. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to do this. Which sect is this cultivator from? Then he became curious and planned to try to make friends with him afterwards, which would definitely be beneficial to him. Li Zhirui stood on the air, full of murderous aura and majestic. For a while, no water monster dared to step forward to fight him. But the next moment, he almost fell from the air, and took advantage of the fact that no water monster could react and return to the temporary base at the rear as quickly as possible. Damn it! I was fooled. He was just holding on. Those water monsters who were frightened and dared not rush up to fight Li Zhirui, saw this scene, their faces suddenly became gloomy. They were all fooled. You'd better not enter the battlefield again, otherwise you will never come back, a 6th level water monster shouted arrogantly, as if he could definitely take down Li Zhirui, but he didn't know that with its strength, if it really fought, it would only let him get another 6th level water monster's body. It's a pity that his cultivation is too low. If he had reached the late stage of the refining void realm, or even the middle stage, he could have become a great weapon on the battlefield. Unlike the anger of the sea clans, the cultivators felt sorry for Li Zhirui. If his cultivation was a little higher, apart from those seniors who had achieved the state of fusion, Li Zhirui would have made a greater contribution. Only those close to him, such as Da Qing and Xiao Qing, knew that what Li Zhirui showed was just a disguise. Even before he changed his skills to the Earth Spirit AO record, his strength was more than that. Li Zhirui personally admitted that after changing his skills, his strength was several times stronger than before. This performance was not like what he said at all. But even they couldn't understand what Li Zhirui was thinking, why he was hiding his strength and refusing to work hard. Huh? Why are you back so soon? A cultivator who was seriously injured and finally rescued asked in surprise when he saw Li Zhirui. I can't help it. As soon as I went out, I was targeted by a late-stage 6th order beast. I used all my means to kill it and finally escaped back, Li Zhirui replied helplessly. Dao Yao is amazing. He can actually kill a late-stage 6th order water monster. If I had your strength, I wouldn't be reduced to healing here and have no chance to fight on the battlefield. Li Zhirui smiled, but did not respond to this sentence. Instead, he walked to the side, set up the shielding and defense formations, and went in to restore his mana. There is no need to respond to a stranger who met by chance, not to mention that there is another meaning in those words. While Li Zhirui was lazy, the battlefield above the 9 heavens was about to decide the outcome. The so-called fusion state is to refine the heaven and earth Yuan-Ki, as well as the soul and body of the law, and the symbol of perfection is the 100-foot Dharma phase. Therefore, the battle between the fusions is powerful and the range is very wide, so they will open up another battlefield. In this battlefield, the combined cultivators of Dongguan sect and Zhang family are not only more powerful, but also specially found spiritual objects for giant clothic-shelled crabs. A very special spiritual flower, the fragrant city mitts can stimulate the lust of crab monsters. The higher the realm of the crab monster, the stronger its resistance is naturally, but it can't resist the spiritual fragrance specially developed by Dongguan sect, which has increased its efficacy by dozens of times. Not only in the Big Orange Sea, all the offshore areas explored by the Immortal Way, the sea tribes with flaws have been found and used by the 5 major fairyland forces. That's why the cultivators can push the battlefield forward so quickly and occupy a lot of sea areas. Even if it is a 7th level crab monster, if it stays in the rich spiritual fragrance for too long, it will gradually be aroused by lustful thoughts. As the saying goes, masters fight, and every move is fatal. The crab monster is not focused, and it takes a lot of mind to suppress lust. In this case, how can it be the opponent of the cultivator? You actually used such a sinister method. Soon after the incense was lit, the group of 7th level crab monsters keenly sensed something was wrong. They didn't want to fight with the monks, so they planned to hide in the sea and find an opportunity to make them restless in the future, trapping them in the sea area and unable to support other monks. Unfortunately, how could the monks who had started planning decades ago let them escape? As long as they were trapped for a period of time, they could be easily dealt with, and the Bay Gorge Sea area did not need to arrange a large number of monks to guard to prevent the Sea Clan from taking them back. And now is the time to harvest the lives of the crab monsters. I won't let you succeed. More than 27th level crab monsters burst out with the anger that had been accumulated in their hearts for a long time, raised their huge claws, launched attacks desperately, and smashed in all directions. Stay obediently. The monks made various preparations and immediately took action to offset their attacks and prevent them from escaping. But unexpectedly, at the moment they acted, all the crab monsters flew in one direction. No. We've fallen into a trap. Seeing this, the monks and the combined form hurriedly changed their spells. But the next move of the crab monsters shocked them. They saw that the giant claws on their hands actually separated from their bodies and attacked the monks at the speed of thunder. For their own safety, they could only stop the spells, fly backwards, leave a distance, and use defense to stop these flying claws. But in this way, they could not take care of the crab monsters. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the trap that blocked them was broken into pieces. The giant claw crab clan, have remembered this account, and I will repay you generously in the future. After leaving a harsh word, all the 7th level crab monsters fled into the sea and disappeared in an instant. Only a group of monks with ugly faces were left. They made all kinds of full preparations and were fully confident that they could kill the group of 7th level crab monsters and completely occupy the sea area, and then send a large number of monks to the surrounding areas for support. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The 7th level crab monsters were only seriously injured, and none of them died. All their plans were in vain. No one thought they would have such means. It was not described in all the previous records. It was not our fault. Now we should hurry up to end the war, set up the base, and completely occupy the sea area. After a while, the leading monk of the Donggyun sect spoke. In fact, they didn't even need to do anything. The sea creatures began to retreat. And the way the sea creatures retreated was very convenient. They just sank down and escaped into the sea water. The monks didn't dare to chase them. So when Li Zhirui came out of the formation, he was surprised to find that the war was over. Chapter 960 Attack. Li Zhirui asked Deking curiously, what happened? Why did the war end so suddenly? We don't know the specific situation very well. It should be that there was a major change on the side of the Sea Clan on the combined battlefield. Zhao King said that he saw dozens of spiritual lights falling from the sky and quickly escaping into the deep sea. Deking replied. But the Sea Clan is only retreating temporarily. I'm afraid it won't be long before they come back again. It's good that the war is temporarily stopped. The monks have more time to rest and heal their wounds. Moreover, this period of time is enough for the Donggyun sect to arrange the base as solid as a rock. By then, it will not be a simple matter for the Sea Clan to take back this sea area. Li Zhirui nodded with satisfaction, and he didn't need to continue to pretend. Zhao King suddenly asked in a low voice, Brother Jiu, why do you want to hide your strength? This question has been bothering him. Not only Zhao King, but others are also puzzled. They can't figure out why Li Zhirui did this. Ordinary battles don't mean much to me, and the Donggyun sect is so stingy. In this case, why should I go all out? Li Zhirui asked in return. If I really go all out, it will be easy for the Sea Clan to target me, and I will be in a lot of trouble. There is no need to work so hard. Of course, you are different. You need to hone yourself and improve your realm through fighting, so don't learn from me, but you must pay attention to safety. If you are not in good condition, retreat in time and don't stay on the battlefield. Finally, Li Zhirui couldn't help but give them some instructions and replenish their Lingbao pills. Elder Hongxiang, how are the casualties of the family? Li Hongxiang, who was named, said with a sad face, Ruizu, so far, there are a total of 300 casualties among the clan members, and 89 people have died, including 5 guns, 37 Yuanying, and 47 Jindan. It was just a battle that lasted for several days, and nearly 1/10 of the Li family died. It can be seen how cruel and tragic the battlefield is. There are quite a few seriously injured clansmen. They may only be able to survive with incomplete bodies in the future and will not be able to continue practicing. After hearing this, everyone presented a heavy face. Alice, Li Zhirui sighed heavily and said, "The family must make good compensation in this regard and implement it in place. If there are swallowing, less heir, etc., don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't worry, Ruzu, those seriously injured clansmen have been properly treated. Compensation, resettlement and other matters have been prepared before. Well, thank you for your hard work. Although they don't have to fight on the battlefield, it is not as easy as others think. Treating the wounded, refining various spiritual objects and other matters also make them extremely tired and busy." In fact, Li Zhirui's mood is not very sad. After all, he has lived for so many years and witnessed the death of countless clansmen. In addition to the influence of his own state of mind, his emotions have rarely fluctuated significantly. Moreover, death, or stopping here, is a situation that every cultivator may face. No matter how high the realm or how strong the cultivator is, there is no guarantee that he can reach the end of the road. Besides, does the Great Dao really have a so-called end? Dongyan sect has something to call us. Please send a few cultivators from the Li family to the Three Caves Palace as soon as possible to participate. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the formation arranged by the Li family. Got it. Li Zhirui frowned slightly, glanced at everyone, and finally took only an elder and 2 deacons with him, asking Dekking and others to hurry up and recover. But in a moment, the 4 of them came to a palace magic weapon with a huge area and were led in by the disciples of Dongyan sect. At this time, a large number of cultivators were already sitting in the palace. Everyone was chatting with each other, and from time to time there was a burst of laughter and joy echoing in the palace. Even when Li Zhirui sat down, a Liangsu cultivator came over and talked enthusiastically and politely, and said that if there was a chance, the 2 sides could join forces. In response, Li Zhirui just smiled. If you really turn your back to a stranger you met by chance, you won't know how you will die. Not long after, a cultivator from the Dongyan sect appeared and said, "The sect and the Zhang family have defeated the 7th level water monster in the sea area and seriously injured it, so there is no need to worry about another 7th level water monster attacking in the short term, but in order to completely occupy the sea area and prevent it from being taken back by the Sea Clan, I hope everyone can go all out to defend this sea area and do their best to kill more water monsters. After all, everyone will open up a spiritual island here in the future. If the surrounding environment is not peaceful enough, it will not be convenient for a future development." Li Zhirui's face did not change, but he couldn't help but curse the Dongyan sect for their vicious thoughts in his heart. These words were actually threatening everyone. Sure enough, those who can become the overlords of the Yuanling realm are not easy to deal with. In order to allow everyone to better protect the sea area, develop the spiritual island as soon as possible, and produce something as soon as possible, the sect has specially divided the scope of each family in advance. As he said that, the monk raised his hand and a spiritual light flew out. The scroll unfolded and it was a detailed map of the bay and the sea area, on which the areas allocated to each family were marked. The sea areas allocated to each family to protect are all at the outermost edge. That is, the front line that needs to face the impact of the Sea Clan. But the Dongyan sect and the Zhang family, who are obviously the strongest, are behind them. Isn't this just to use them as cannon fodder? And it's free cannon fodder. Other major forces recruit vassals, who will pay some money to buy their lives, and even compensate the vassal forces. But the Dongyan sect is ingenious. Different. If the Dongyan sect is not too strong, its approach will definitely be overthrown by the vassals. But its operation is also disgusted by vassals like the Li family who have suffered unfair treatment. But they didn't care. After all, the Dongyan sect would not normally recruit them. Once they were recruited, would they dare to resist? Even with Li Zhirui's state of mind, he couldn't help but hold his breath when he heard these words and the map. He also saw from the corner of his eye that many cultivators' faces suddenly darkened. Although they recovered immediately, they still didn't escape his eyes. The Dongyan sect was no longer a subtle threat, but directly put their plan on the table, asking them to deal with the angry sea tribe and fight with them, while they would sit back and reap the benefits. There was silence at the scene, and no cultivator responded at all, because no one could accept it. If you have any ideas, please speak up. If they are helpful in dealing with the Sea clan, the sect will consider adopting them. The Liangsu cultivator seemed not to notice anything wrong with the atmosphere, and said calmly, "If not, please keep an eye on the area you are guarding, go there as soon as possible, and set up a defensive formation so that you can deal with the Sea clan more easily." Yes, facing the huge Dongyan sect, no matter how many opinions and dissatisfactions people had in their hearts, they could only accept it honestly. Hearing the meaning of driving people away in these words, and memorizing the map and the area they were to guard, Li Zhirui and other cultivators stood up and flew to their temporary residence at the fastest speed. "Brother Jiu, what's wrong?" Dakwing and other close people saw that Li Zhirui was unhappy at a glance, and thought that something big had happened, so they asked hurriedly, "Pack your things. We are going to a region in the northeast. We will stay there in the future to defend the sea area within a radius of 100 miles and prevent it from being snatched back by the Sea tribe until the ownership of the offshore area is completely determined, or wait for a new summons from the Dongyan sect." Li Zhirui did not explain, but immediately issued instructions. Other things can be discussed on the way. Although everyone was puzzled, they all acted according to his instructions. In just 1 hour, all the tribesmen boarded the cloud ship and flew towards the place mentioned by Li Zhirui. Then, he explained to the high-level cultivators such as Daking and several accompanying elders why they left in such a hurry. How unreasonable. The Dongyan sect is simply bullying too much, Zhao King, who has the most irritable personality, shouted angrily. Li Zhirui had already resolved the anger and said calmly, "It is bound to be strong in manpower, so we should think about how to defend that sea area. It's a pity that Shu'er didn't come with us. Otherwise, with her, a 6th-level formation master, the pressure we face would be much less." Li Chengsheng sighed. "If you want to defend a place, the best way is to use the power of the formation. I remember that among the clansmen who came to the battlefield, there were several who followed Feng Wu to comprehend the formation." "What is their formation realm?" Dakwing looked at the elders who were in charge of various chores. "Combining all the formation masters, we can set up a 6th-level mountain protection formation, but the speed will be slower. After all, their own realm is insufficient. Although they have the ability, their efficiency will be slower." Li Zhirui thought for a while and said, "First, use the 6th-level formation flags and formation plates brought by the family to set up the formation, and then let all the formation masters deduce it with all their strength and complete it as soon as possible." While everyone was discussing, the cloud ship had arrived at the sea area allocated to the Li family by the Dongyan sect. Li Zhirui did not let the tribesmen get off the boat immediately. He then circled the entire sea area, observed the surrounding environment, and quickly deduced in his mind while issuing instructions, all the uninjured Liangsu and Huashan tribesmen now build 2 parallel island chains with slightly inward curved ends on all the islands in the sea area at the westernmost part of the sea area, with a spacing of no more than 10 miles. If there are not enough islands, move them from the west. The formation masters will stay on the cloud ship and deduce a 6th-level mountain protection formation based on the 2 island chains. The remaining tribesmen will continue to heal their wounds and be on guard against sneak attacks by the Sea tribe. All the tribesmen acted according to Li Zhirui's instructions. For a time, this sea area became very lively, not as quiet as the surrounding sea areas. What is this family doing? At the same time, it also aroused the curiosity of many cultivators. It looks like they are building a defense line. It feels much stronger than what we have now. The sharp-eyed cultivators have seen the actions of the Li family and the benefits of doing so. The long island chain can disperse the Sea clan and reduce the pressure of resistance in one place, while the twins that bend inward can expand the attack range. The second island chain adds an insurance and can also be used as a base for healing and making spiritual objects in the rear. This method is good. Hurry up. While the Sea clan is not attacking, imitate this family layout and rebuild the defense. Some forces immediately took action. Li Zhirui saw their imitation, but he did not stop them. Instead, he hoped that they would refer to it, because if the surrounding sea area was breached, the pressure faced by the Li family would suddenly increase. The Dongyan Skull and Zhang family in the rear also noticed this, but they didn't take it seriously at all. Anyway, these cultivators were used to consume the cannon fodder of the Sea clan. No matter how many died, they didn't feel bad. It would be great if they won. The Li family's cultivators were busy for more than half a year and finally built the island chain completely. Then they asked the formation master to arrange all the formations they brought, and the Li family fell into silence. Li Zhirui and others restored their mana and adjusted their status. The array master deduced the 6th order mountain protection array based on the island chain. The various craftsmen responsible for the later stage tried their best to refine spiritual objects. Everything was waiting for the arrival of the Sea Clan. The giant clawthick-shelled crab clan that failed to escape back to the deep sea, a group of 7th order water monsters, had to retreat to heal their wounds because of a broken hand, and cast the secret method to give birth as soon as possible. Otherwise, the effect of the secret method will be greatly reduced over time. Most of their strength is pinned on the giant claws. If one giant claw is missing, their strength will also drop sharply. However, before they retreated, they gave orders to the 6th order crab monsters. After a few days of rest, they must lead the tribe to attack the monks and destroy the settlements they built. In short, they must do their best to prevent the human race from staying on their territory. So on the 5th day after the crab monsters escaped, they gathered again on the 5th day and launched an attack on the original territory, determined to drive the monks away and protect their homes. The water monster is coming. The tribe member in charge of surveillance immediately rang the magic bell and told all the tribe members about this effect. Li Zhirui immediately flew out of the temporary cave and appeared in front of everyone. Get ready for a big fight. Not long after, a large group of crab monsters came on the waves, waving their giant claws, as if they were showing off their power and strengthening their own momentum. Boom boom, but 50 miles before they approached the island chain, a series of explosions sounded. The powerful explosion set off huge winds and waves, instantly breaking up the formation of the crab monsters, and they became very embarrassed one by one. I must kill all of you, and then pull out your tendons and skin you to vent my anger, a 6th level crab monster roared crazily. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Li Zhirui was full of disdain. Just it? A crab monster in the middle stage of the 6th level can't survive 10 moves in his hands. The crab monsters, which had suffered a lot of casualties, continued to move forward, but this time, they became much more careful, and even conducted a special investigation, just to worry about another explosion. By that time, he hadn't even fought with the monks, but he had already become a corpse. Chapter 961 Repel. Although the Li family had not dealt with a beast-hide for many years, they had rich experience. When the water monsters entered the attack range, they immediately activated the talisman. In an instant, the sky-blocking attack was like a colorful torrent hitting the water monsters. After the previous lesson, the water monsters responded much faster, but in a hurry. Many water monsters were seriously injured or even killed. After 2 rounds of attacks, the water monsters had not even approached, and 10% to 20% of them were lost. Morale also fell. But morale only affected low-level water monsters. The 6th level crab monsters in the lead would not be disturbed at all, but made them even more angry and urged their men to attack with all their strength. There were a large number of water monsters, mainly crab monsters, but also other races. They were so dense that the seawater turned black, which made people feel numb when they saw it. Various attacks were triggered by the water monsters, as if they did not consume any mana at all, pouring out crazily and hitting the formation arranged by the Li family, with a roar. Li Zhirui flew out with Bailang and other high-level monks, and fought with the 6th level water monsters in the sky. The reason why they were not on the formation was that the formation was just an ordinary 6th level formation, and the refining magic power would easily break the formation when it fell on it. At this time, Li Zhirui no longer deliberately concealed his strength. After all, according to the instructions of the Dongyan sect, this sea area was guarded by the Li family. If it was taken back by the Sea Clan, they would either find a way to snatch it back or accept the punishment. The former would inevitably suffer huge casualties, and would also cause resentment and anger from the surrounding forces towards the Li family, because the loss of the Li family would lead to a great increase in the pressure they faced. Although the Dongyan sect did not say the latter punishment, it would definitely not let the Li family go easily for the purpose of setting an example. In order to repel this group of water monsters, Li Zhirui could not hide his strength as before. However, he did not intend to show all his strength. After dealing with the Dongyan sect several times, Li Zhirui had clearly realized the nature of this big sect. Being noticed by the Dongyan sect is not a good thing. Instead, it may cause trouble, such as recruiting Li family monks again to rush to other seas to participate in the war. Li Zhirui continued to chant magic spells, and spiritual light emerged around him. Hundreds of ice needles and wooden thorns took shape, and attacked the crab monster in the late 6th stage in front of him with a sound of breaking through the air. The ice needles hit its body, making a muffled sound, but they could not penetrate the thick shell and did not cause any damage to it. Ha 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 ha, are you tickling me? The crab monster laughed wantonly, but did not notice that there was an extra layer of frost on his body. Li Zhirui accelerated the wooden thorns that he had deliberately controlled at the back, and appeared in front of the crab monster like an arrow from a string. Squeak. The crab monster thought that the wooden thorns could not hurt it at all, but soon realized that something was wrong, and quickly waved its giant claws to block the wooden thorns. But the layer of frost limited its speed. And when it raised its claws, the wooden thorns had already pierced into its flesh. A shrill scream sounded. The crab monster was now like a hedgehog, with a lot of wooden thorns stuck in its body, and a lot of toxins were injected into its body the moment it entered its body. As a master of alchemy, Li Zhirui rarely made poison pills, but that didn't mean he couldn't, and his level was very high. The crab monster struggled to die in endless pain. It tried to escape into the sea, but how could Li Zhirui give it a chance? The cage woven by the spiritual vines could not be destroyed no matter how it attacked. In the end, all the flesh and blood in its body were dissolved by the toxins, leaving only a thick shell and a pair of giant claws. Well, it's a pretty good spiritual material. If it is handed over to the family, it should be able to refine 2 6th-level magic weapons, Li Zhirui commented lightly. Li Zhirui solved a crab monster in the late 6th level in just a quarter of an hour. Of course, there was the reason that the crab monster was too arrogant and underestimated the enemy, but it was also undeniable that Li Zhirui was powerful. Looking around, he found that Decking and the others were doing well. Only a few 6th-level crab monsters that no one was dealing with were taking the opportunity to attack the formation frantically, trying to destroy the defense line and reclaim this sea area. Outside the formation, a large number of low-level water monster corpses had been piled up, but the number of sea creatures was too large. Even with so many dead, the number did not decrease. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and it was a strange-looking giant fish that rushed out from the bottom of the sea with a force of 10,000 kilograms, trying to smash the formation. Judging from its breath, it was a 6th-level water monster. Seeing this, Li Zhirui hurriedly performed a spell, and countless spiritual vines appeared out of thin air, turning into a rope as thick as 3 feet, flying out and tying up the giant fish before it hit the formation. Get up, Li Zhirui shouted, and the mana in his body poured out crazily. A huge force burst out, and he actually pulled the giant fish away. Bang! The huge body smashed into the East China Sea, instantly splashing huge waves. It was like a heavy rainstorm within a radius of more than 10 miles. The huge waves swept in all directions. For a time, it was unknown how many sea creatures suffered from the disaster and died in the sea water that gave birth to them. Roar! Li Zhirui's actions completely angered the giant fish. The roar mixed with anger and pain resounded throughout the sea, and rushed towards him with red eyes. It was like a mountain of 100 feet running wildly. The sea water shook violently, and when it moved, it actually brought the surrounding sea water. When it came to Li Zhirui, he didn't dare to touch the power of the huge body. He could only use the escape method to swim away, and then find a way to crack its strange method. Fortunately, the giant fish moved slowly, which did not bring too much pressure to Li Zhirui. While dodging, he quickly came up with an idea. He continued to perform the escape method while performing various spells. Not long after, the cold wind whistled, and the seawater carried by the giant fish was quickly frozen, and in the blink of an eye it became a huge block of ice. Li Zhirui stopped and frantically drew the seawater around him, condensed it into a giant hammer, and smashed it down on the ice. Crack! The ice cracked instantly, but unfortunately the giant fish frozen inside was not frozen into ice because it had been struggling, which did not meet Li Zhirui's expectations. Fortunately, it suffered a relatively serious injury, with many wounds on its body. An ice slag could be seen in its flesh and blood, indicating that the cold air had entered its body. But this not only did not make the giant fish feel fear, but it became more and more excited, as if it had not encountered such a powerful opponent for a long time, and now it finally met one, and it wished to fight for 300 rounds immediately. But Li Zhirui did not want to continue to entangle with it. His purpose was to defend the island chain and the sea area, and everything else was incidental. Especially now there are several 6th-level water monsters constantly attacking the formation. If they are dragged by the giant fish and fail to stop them, once the formation is broken, the difficulty of the Li family to defend the sea and complete the task of the Donghaean sect will suddenly increase several times. Alice, as a last resort, Li Zhirui can only show more strength and think about solving the giant fish as soon as possible. But among the monsters, there is a universal law, that is, the larger the size, the more mana, and with a giant fish's body size of more than 100 feet, its mana is unknown how much more than the creatures of the same realm. So from this aspect, Li Zhirui's desire for a quick battle is destined to be difficult to achieve. Fortunately, Zhao King and Xiao Kang realized the seriousness of the situation, and burst out with all their strength. They no longer thought about killing their opponents, but severely injured them, forced them to retreat, and then hurried back to support. In this way, the huge pressure faced by the island chain was relieved. Li Zhirui, who saw this scene, also changed his mind and began to entangle with the giant fish. Since the giant fish was injured at the beginning, as time went by, those minor injuries became more and more serious, greatly affecting its combat power. You are quite strong, but you are a bit insidious and cunning. Let's fight again next time. After saying that, the injured giant fish sank into the deep sea without looking back. When Li Zhirui heard its evaluation, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Was it a compliment to him? And it was very strange to hear such words from a foreigner. But the next moment, he put it aside, because the threat faced by the family had not been resolved. Endless beast tides still swarmed in, but the Li family had so many cultivators. Even if they occupied the geographical advantage of the formation and persisted for such a long time, the mana in their bodies had been almost squeezed out. The tribesmen with mana can use talismans, thunderballs and other spiritual objects as long as they can ensure that the formation is not broken. The rest of the tribesmen will hurry up to refine the treasure pills, restore their mana, and wait to take over. Several elders on the island led the deacons to quickly organize an act. At the same time, Li Zhirui's voice transmission rang in their ears, asking them to be ready to use the final killer weapon at any time. After finishing what he had to say, Li Zhirui started fighting with a 6th order water monster again. At the same time, in the rear sea area guarded by the Li family and other cultivators, the Donghaean sect arranged a large number of cultivators to watch. The role of these cultivators is that once the Sea clan takes back the sea area, they will immediately take action and not give the water monsters a chance to breathe. In addition, there are also cultivators who pay attention to various forces and record the powerful ones among them. This Liangsu cultivator named Li Zhirui is quite powerful. He can actually repel a 6th order late-stage scaled kun fish with his early-stage Liangsu cultivation, a Liangsu in charge of the Li family said. Well, it's pretty good, but his mana is insufficient and he can't fight for too long. If he really wants to be sent out to support other sea areas, he doesn't meet the conditions. Another Liangsu was not very optimistic about Li Zhirui. But apart from him, the other cultivators in this family are even less qualified. If we can't even send someone out, we will be ridiculed by our fellow disciples. It would be even more embarrassing to rashly send out a cultivator who is not strong enough. The relationship between the two was very bad when they were in the sect. If there were no sect rules that did not allow disciples to kill each other, one of them would have died long ago. So even if it was a small matter, the two sides would quarrel. Seeing that no one could convince the other, and delaying was no solution, they pulled in several other fellow disciples of Liangsu and let them choose, and decided by the majority. In the end, not reporting Li Zhirui's name was agreed by more people. If Li Zhirui, who was fighting the water monster, knew that there was a dispute about him in the back, I wonder what he would think. Fortunately, more people rejected reporting Li Zhirui's name in the end, saving him from a disaster. Today's Li Zhirui is not keen on the battle, because it does not play a big role in his cultivation and realm. If he is too weak, he will have no effect, and if he is too strong, he is not an opponent, and he is caught in an embarrassing dilemma. So what Li Zhirui needs most now is a peaceful and tranquil environment, as well as sufficient time for cultivation, so that he can improve his cultivation to the perfection of refining emptiness. Unfortunately, reality cannot meet his needs, and he is still fighting with water monsters. Rumble. After the tribesmen in the formation persisted for a while, it was really difficult to deal with a huge number of sea creatures that could be replenished immediately. Seeing that the formation was shaking obviously, they finally decided to use their trump card. That was the various formations that the Li family had arranged in front of the island chain before. There were nearly 100 of them. So when these formations hidden in the seabed were detonated, A terrifying tsunami erupted from below, but what was faster than that tsunami was the power generated by the explosion of the formation. Water monsters below the third level would be blown to pieces the moment they came into contact, leaving no trace. If the fourth and fifth level water monsters were unlucky, they might also become a corpse. The powerful and terrifying lethality instantly reduced the Sea Clan by 30% to 40%. There were even more water monsters that were seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. More corpses floated on the sea, and between the cracks were minced meat and blood. It was a real bloody mess, with corpses everywhere. Although it was very cruel, it was precisely because of this fierce method that the strength of the Sea Clan was greatly reduced, the pressure on the Li family was relieved, and the possibility of defending this sea area was increased. The originally crazy low-level water monsters were frightened by this terrifying means of lethality. The original high morale immediately fell, and even fled. But if you think about it carefully, their fleeing seems to be no problem. They saw a large number of their own people die in front of them, and more were blown to pieces. The threat of death is so close that it even passes by them. How can they hold on? And if the fleeing thing occurs and is not stopped in time, it means failure. But the sixth level water monsters were entangled by Li Zhirui and others, and there was no way to take action. The fifth level water monsters were not strong enough and did not have such a strong deterrent power, so they could not stop it at all. Therefore, a large-scale escape soon appeared. Not long after, there were not many water monsters left attacking the formation. The sixth-level water demon who was fighting with Li Zhirui looked down and saw this scene, and his face suddenly darkened. He knew that this defeat was irreversible. So he thought about saving his strength for the next battle. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me, but Li Zhirui didn't give it a chance at all. He immediately seized the opportunity and used his powerful magical power to attack the water demon. Chapter 962 Restricted Area. The towering tree rose from the ground and instantly knocked the sixth-level crab monster away. The terrifying force directly smashed its chest and dented it, and it was seriously injured and on the verge of death. And the crab monster was indeed quite capable, saving its life at the critical moment, otherwise it would not be as simple as being seriously injured. Retreat. After shouting this sentence loudly, it fled into the deep sea without looking back, thinking about healing and recovering as soon as possible. The sea monsters who were fighting with the Li family monks tried to find ways to leave the battlefield, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would be besieged by the monks and lose their lives. Seeing this scene, Li Zhirui breathed a sigh of relief. This round of sea attack is finally over. If the sea continued for another hour or two, the Li family would not be able to hold on. The number of Li family monks was too small. Even if they tried their best, most of the clan members had reached a point of exhaustion, and the mana in their bodies had been completely squeezed out. If the war continues, extreme measures can only be taken, such as forcibly reversing the mana without refining, which will cause damage to the meridians. With this method, even if the invasion of the Sea Clan is blocked in this round, what can be used to resist the next round? It's just a temporary solution. So the first sentence Li Zhirui said when he returned to the island was to urge those formation masters to deduce the island protection formation as soon as possible, strengthen the defense, and buy more time for the tribesmen to recover their mana. Brother Jiu, the war in the sea areas on both sides is not over yet. Should we help? Dockwing was worried that they could not resist and would implicate the Li family. Li Zhirui flew into the air and looked at the battle situation on both sides carefully. He said, "It seems that our help should not be needed, and they haven't spoken yet, so there is no need to take the initiative to get close. Besides, with the current situation of the Li family, what can they use to help others? It's better to seize the time to recover the mana and wait for the next round of Sea Clan invasion." In the sea area tens of thousands of miles away, the sea surface is a bloody and cruel battlefield. Countless cultivators from the nascent soul realm to the tribulation realm, all kinds of strange and bizarre sea creatures of all levels can be seen on this battlefield. The number is probably hundreds, or even tens of millions. Therefore, the battlefield area is very huge, stretching thousands of miles from north to south. Creatures die every moment, and the huge sea area is also dyed scarlet. But these are not the main points. The main point is this sea area, and from time to time there will be a burst of terrifying energy fluctuations in the sky. It is a forbidden area for creatures in the mortal realm, and it is the place where the fairy realms of the two camps fight. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to fight and kill. Therefore, the main purpose of the fairy realms of both sides is not to kill people, as long as they are seriously injured and unable to fight for a short time. Of course, this so-called short time is actually not short, at least decades. Unlike the battlefield in the mortal realm, where the cultivators have the upper hand, the sea creatures in the fairyland have the upper hand, and the immortals can only barely resist. It's not because the strength of the cultivators is too weak, but because there are too few of them. Because it was the Dongyun sect that suddenly launched the attack in conjunction with the other four major fairyland forces, many cultivators from other lands in Dongzhou have not arrived yet, so they are at a natural disadvantage in terms of number. If it weren't for the fact that the immortals have developed a myriad of things and various skills have flourished, providing them with a lot of support in solving a lot of troubles, how could they have persisted until now? Of course, the immortals are at a disadvantage on the decisive battlefield. It seems that there are big problems with the Dongyun sect's strategy, but this is only temporary, and it has brought more benefits to the immortals. First of all, the battlefield location has now been completely pushed into the East China Sea. Even if a fierce battle breaks out, it will not affect the coastal areas of Dongzhou, but it will cause considerable damage to the East China Sea. Secondly, the battle between the fairylands often takes a long time to decide the outcome. The fairylands of the five major forces are now in a more embarrassed state, but they are far from being seriously injured and defeated. As long as the other fairyland forces in Dongzhou arrive, the immortals can save the situation and then find a way to win. Finally, there are many immortal forces that have begun to build spiritual islands in the East China Sea. Even if they cannot expand the territory of the immortals to the entire coastal area of the East China Sea, as long as they can keep these sea areas, they can be regarded as expanding the territory of the immortals and improving the fortune of the immortals. The 20 or 30 scattered immortals of the immortals, led by several human immortals, struggled to resist the attacks of the Sea Clan Fairyland while waiting for the arrival of support. The battle between the Fairyland has a sense of great skill and clumsiness. It seems that there is no movement and calm, but in fact it is a collision and contest between laws. The intensity is not as good as the battle between the mortal realms below. It seems that every punch hits the flesh, blood splashes, and a large number of lives die every moment. But whether it is the cultivators or the Sea Clan, they seem to be not afraid of death. They rush into the battlefield one after another. Some are lucky enough to survive the first battle, but in the battlefield where fighting continues, there is no invincible existence. Unless you withdraw in time, you will eventually die. Baygorge Sea Area. A war that lasted for several days finally came to an end. All the immortal forces defended their own sea areas. This is not because the immortals are too strong or the Sea Clan is too weak, but because the Dongyun sect and the Zhang family took action, and a large number of cultivators targeted a small part of the Sea Clan. How could they lose in this situation? The reason why they took action was not because they saw that those forces were not strong enough to deal with the Sea Clan, but because they saw that the war was about to end. They wanted to snatch some credits and spiritual objects. But the robbed forces dared not say anything, because if they offended the Dongyun sect, they would probably not be able to survive in the entire Dongzhou Immortal Dao. It's not that the Dongyun sect has no hostile forces, but it is impossible for them to fight with the Dongyun sect for a small force like Liaxu and Hidi. Such a domineering behavior made all forces look at him sideways, and further lost the worship and admiration of the small forces in Shenyuanzhou and Wanzhou. But they don't care. After all, remote areas like Shenyuanzhou and Wanzhou are too far from the gate of Dongyun sect. If it weren't for such a large-scale battle, they would not send people to recruit local monks, and there would be few contacts. After this round of attacks, the Sea Clan suffered heavy losses, which will greatly relieve the pressure on the monks. Especially as the monks make more arrangements, it will become more and more difficult for the Sea Clan to retake this sea area. About 7 days later, Ruizu, the family array masters have deduced the island protection array. An elder ran to report excitedly. Hearing this good news, Li Zhirui couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face, and said, with the island protection array, it is more conducive for the family to deal with the invasion of the Sea Clan. Are there any materials missing, Ruizu? Don't worry. When I left the family, I considered arranging the array, so the spiritual objects I brought were very complete, the elder responded quickly. Moreover, after these rounds of battles, the Li family killed many 6th level water monsters, and the spiritual objects stripped from them can be used in the array. Okay. Then you should arrange for the family formation masters to set up the island protection formation as soon as possible. I estimate that the second wave of Sea Tribe invasion is coming soon. Li Zhirui's words were somewhat urgent. Yes. I will definitely make the island protection formation take shape within 5 days, the elder immediately issued a military order. Because he only used spiritual objects as the formation base and did not refine the formation flags and formation plates, the time he set seemed very short, but it was still possible to complete it. However, in this way, the strength of the formation must be lacking. After all, the spiritual objects have only been simply tempered and some formation patterns have been engraved. Unlike formation flags and formation plates, there is a closer connection between each other. While ensuring the speed, you must not make mistakes, otherwise it will bring great trouble to the family. Li Zhirui was worried that he was too eager for success, so he hurriedly reminded him, if the formation masters say that it cannot be completed, it doesn't matter if you extend it for a period of time. Yes, the elder responded and left. It is really too difficult to train a formation master, Li Zhirui sighed. The Li family now has many members of the Liangsa clan, and the number of members of the Huishan clan is nearly 3 digits. But among so many people, there are only Jiang Fengwu and Li Chengshu, who are 6th level formation masters, and there are only a handful of 5th level formation masters. This number is much less than that of alchemists and weapon refiners. The key is that the learning of formations is too difficult and boring. It is difficult to grow without high talent. In addition, the ability of low-level formation masters to earn spirit stones is far inferior to that of talisman makers, weapon refiners, and even less than that of alchemists. Because formations are not disposable spiritual objects, and are not even a must-have for cultivators like magic weapons, and the price is not low, many cultivators will not buy formations. It is very difficult for formation masters to make a living in the low-level period. Even if they can't improve their cultivation, how can they learn high-level formation knowledge? However, the importance of formation masters to force far exceeds that of other craftsmen, so almost all forces will spend a lot of effort to train high-level formation masters. In the inheritance that Feng Wu got, there is a set of training courses for array masters. After the war, you can try it and see if it works. While Li Zhirui was thinking, the array masters of the Li family had already started to act. Since the location of the array base had been determined in advance, the speed was still very fast. It took only 3 days to complete it. And it was checked several times to ensure that there would be no problems. Buzz, several divine transformation cultivators jointly activated the array, and the array pattern emerged, connecting all the array bases, and then the array began to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy. Not long after, yellow light rose from the island chain, and blue light emerged in the seawater, interweaving with each other, and finally formed a protective shield to completely cover the island chain. Because of the noise, it attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Is the Li family setting up a large array to protect the island? They are so willing to do so, a cultivator said with a surprised look on his face. Formations like this to protect mountains and islands are not only more difficult than ordinary formations, but also consume more spiritual objects. For the Li family to set up a large island protection formation covering such a large area, the spiritual objects consumed must be a considerable number. From the previous battlefields of the Li family, it can be seen that this family's style of doing things is very cautious. Now it seems to be true, there are also cultivators who secretly mock. The Li family knows nothing about the evaluation of these cultivators, and even if they know, they will not take it to heart. Because for the Li family, the lives of the clan members are the most important. If the spiritual objects are gone, they can find a way, but if a clan member loses his life, even if the fairyland takes action, it cannot be saved. The Li family still knows which is more important. Besides, these spiritual objects used to set up the island protection formation are not unusable. When they leave, they can take out the formation base and take it away. In the deep sea not far to the east of the Bay Gorge Sea, a group of crab monsters gathered together to discuss how to deal with the cultivators and take back their own territory. The monks have too many tricks, and all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues emerge one after another. Moreover, some monks have not taken action, otherwise our casualties will be even greater, a crab monster said solemnly. What should we do now? So many juniors have fallen this time, and our strength is no longer as good as that of the immortals. If there is another big defeat this time, we can only give up this sea area. If we give up the bay, where should our clan go? Although the East China Sea is large, it is not easy to find a suitable place to build the clan land, so in order to keep the sea area, We must not lose the next round of invasion. Gather all living beings and prepare for a do-or-die battle. Has the injury of the ancestors not healed yet? Someone asked abruptly. How can it be so fast? This is a broken hand clamp. Even if there is a secret method to accelerate the birth, it will take some time to recover. Let's not worry about the ancestors for now, and gather all the clansmen above the 4th level in the clan. Prepare for the final battle. As soon as this was said, a large number of 6th level crab monsters were puzzled and opposed. What? I don't agree. If we lose, our giant clothic shell crab clan will become a small clan. Countless years of accumulation will be lost in one day. The 6th level crab monster who proposed to summon the 4th level crab monsters said in the face of opposition from all the clansmen. I know what you are worried about, but if we lose again this time, we will completely lose the Bailang Sea area. Every defeat will result in a considerable loss, causing their strength to become worse and worse. After a long time, they don't have to do anything, they can just admit defeat and surrender. So it wants to take advantage of the relatively strong strength of the Sea Clan to drive the monks out and take back their own territory. Unfortunately, there are too many risks. If he does this, he will definitely win. If he fails, the giant clothic shell crab clan will be finished. Therefore, many high-level crab monsters dare not gamble. They would rather suffer a large number of casualties among the low-level clansmen, and wait for the ancestors to come out of seclusion, or for new support to arrive, rather than dare to fight for themselves. Alice, the crab monster, sighed. It felt that there was no chance to take back the Bailang Sea area. In the previous attack, the monks were not adequately prepared and they were defeated. Now 10 days have passed. Is it really possible for them to defeat the monks? Chapter 963 Mineral Veins. Boom. There was an explosion that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Dozens of 6th-level water monsters led the way, and tens of thousands of sea creatures joined forces to raise huge waves that were hundreds of feet high and nearly 1,000 miles long. The dark black sea water seemed to be able to swallow everything, and it hit the island chains fiercely. Even though there was a formation between them, Li Zhirui and other monks could feel the pressure coming at them. Some timid monks looked terrified, and even took a few steps back in fear. Everyone, go all out to weaken the attack of the huge waves, Li Zhirui shouted with a serious face. If the waves hit the island protection formation, even if they barely didn't break, it would greatly weaken the power of the formation, making it easier for the subsequent sea creatures to break the formation. Li Zhirui's hands flew, and he quickly mobilized the mana in his body. One by one, huge trees took shape in an instant, forming a copper wall and iron wall to block in front. Other tribesmen cast spells in anger to weaken the huge waves. For a moment, colorful magic lights emerged, constantly attacking the huge waves that were unstoppable. However, a large number of attacks were immersed in it, only causing a slight ripple, and did not cause much damage at all. On the contrary, the magical power displayed by Li Zhirui, after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy and seawater, the tree trunk became thicker and thicker, and it looked like it was extremely hard. And this effect can be achieved mainly because of a large amount of mana support. For this reason, Li Zhirui used the mana blessed by the cave for the first time since the outbreak of the war. Rumble. Not long after, the huge waves swallowed up all kinds of obstacles, hit the giant wooden wall heavily, and instantly erupted with a dull loud noise. Blocked, a tribe member shouted in surprise. But the next moment, the huge wave broke through the tree wall and continued to rush towards the island chain. Although Li Zhirui had tried his best, he still couldn't stop it. After all, this was an attack by countless water monsters. Even if they were scattered, he couldn't fight it alone. While the huge waves had not yet touched the island chain, all the tribesmen desperately used various means to try their best to weaken the power of the huge waves. Crack! In less than half a quarter of an hour, the huge waves hit the formation, and the seawater formed a water curtain above the island chain, passing over the island and falling into the sea behind. The island protection formation passed this test, but there were still some damages. Thank you for repairing or replacing the damaged formation base, and make sure the formation is intact, Li Zhirui ordered in a hurry. Yes, a group of formation masters left in a hurry. Everyone, hurry up and recover your mana. After this battle, the days to come should be much easier. Li Zhirui was worried that the tribesmen would feel disgusted, so he comforted them. This war has lasted for more than a month. Judging from the situation of the giant clothic-shelled crab clan, they can't afford to suffer repeated losses. In the last attack, Li Zhirui found that their strength had deteriorated a lot, and after a lot of casualties, their strength must have weakened again. If they lose again this time, the huge casualties will actually make them lose the chance to retake the Bailang Sea area. Unless the cultivators make mistakes, or the Sea clan comes to support. Of course, these are Li Zhirui's personal guesses, and he has no way to know the real situation. Just say that this time the joint attack of the Sea clan has indeed caused huge troubles to many forces. Many forces did not set up a large formation to protect the island like the Li family, but only used ordinary 6th level formations. Under the impact of huge waves, ordinary formations could not withstand the terrifying attack power. The better ones were just damaged, and the more serious formations were directly destroyed. Without the formation as a support, they had to divide some of their energy for defense and the next response to the attack of the Sea clan, and they could not attack with all their strength like before. The Banyan cultivator in the back also discovered this situation. Do you want to help? Get rid of those water monsters as soon as possible, so that we can support other sea areas and reduce the pressure on the sect, a combined cultivator suggested. The most important thing is those 7th level crab monsters. They haven't shown up yet. No matter how many low-level water monsters we kill, how can we go to support them without solving them? Another fusion retorted. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out, the leading fusion said, just send the disciples and the Zhang family to help. Let's guard against those 7th level crab monsters. Facing this fusion who looked too young, everyone agreed. As for why they respected this person so much? Not only because he was the strongest, but also because he had a teacher from the Sanctum realm. So even though everyone's cultivation was the same, this person's generation was several generations higher than theirs, and his future was bright and far-reaching, which they could not compare with. The monks who received the order immediately took action, and those forces whose formations were broken and had difficulty dealing with the water monsters soon received strong support. The originally precarious defense line was immediately pulled back, and even the water monsters were driven off the island. On the contrary, forces like the Li family, because their formations were intact and the battle situation looked good, could not get their support and could only deal with it alone. However, seeing this, Li Zhirui once again concealed his strength and was not in a hurry to kill his opponent. Anyway, they had already taken action. After solving the water monsters in other areas, wouldn't they come to help? So now he only needs to maintain the status quo and ensure that the Li family's defense line is not breached. Moreover, the Li family, which has an almost intact island protection formation, faces less pressure from the clansmen, and does not have to worry about the defense line. After the two major forces personally took action, the situation soon reversed. The Sea clan, which originally had the upper hand, suffered more and more casualties. Some of the occupied islands were also taken back by the monks, and even collapsed again, although only a small part. In this case, anyone with normal IQ can see the outcome. Moreover, after this battle, it would be difficult for the Crab Monster clan to launch such a large-scale attack again, because there are not so many mid-level crab monsters. In rounds of wars, the most serious losses were not low-level water monsters, let alone high-level water monsters, but the two realms of transformation and refining. The former is huge in number, and it doesn't matter how many people die, the latter is powerful, with many ways to save and escape, and it is not easy to kill. Only the mid-level water monsters are not dependent on either side, and do not have the advantages of either side, but they have combined the disadvantages of both sides. They are not numerous, and their strength is not that strong. Alice, the crab monster who had expressed a different opinion before, sighed and murmured in his heart, I can only comfort myself that my ancestors are still alive, and those combined monks dare not leave at will, which can be regarded as a contribution to the East China Sea. Thinking of this, the bitterness on its face became even more intense. If the war between the two camps wins the final victory, they still have a chance to recapture the Bailang Sea area, but if the Immortal Way wins, then let alone the giant crab clan, hundreds of races in the entire East China Sea coastal area will lose their territory. And by that time, in order to compete for a suitable clan land, a war will definitely break out among the Sea clan. Its tragic degree may be no less than the war with the monks. Perhaps, it is a good idea to preserve the strength of the race now. An idea suddenly popped up in the crab monster's mind, and then it was out of control. It couldn't wait to end this war, which could see the outcome, but unfortunately, it was insignificant and its words were not taken seriously by other members of the same clan. After thinking for a while, It left alone and returned to the deep sea as quickly as possible, hoping to ask one of the ancestors to come forward, or at least get their approval, and then order its fellows to leave the battlefield and preserve their strength. I beg the ancestors to see me. I have something very important that concerns the inheritance of the race. I hope to get the approval of the ancestors. It didn't dare to force its way in, so it could only shout outside and activate the small bell hanging on the gate. What's going on outside? The bell keeps ringing. Crab Queen, go out and take a look, the crab monster with the highest cultivation level immediately ordered. Yes, a crab monster whose broken claws were about to grow out walked out of the formation, looked at the junior, frowned and said, "What's the important thing you have? Tell me quickly." The crab monster knew that whether it could get the approval of the ancestors depended on its next performance, so it immediately spoke out all its thoughts and guesses. This is about the survival of the tribe. Please think twice, ancestor. Crab Green frowned. It sounds good, but it can't decide on such a big thing alone. It can only go back and discuss with others. Wait a minute. After saying that, Crab Green turned and entered the palace. Is the situation outside so bad? They have already started to think about the survival of the tribe after the defeat. After listening to it, the leading crab monster was filled with emotion. If everyone has no objection, do it according to the idea of that junior. Looking around at everyone, seeing that no one spoke, the crab monster leader took out a commonly used magic weapon to facilitate the 6th level crab monster to order other tribesmen, and said, "Just let it go and do it." In the eyes of many tribes, the victory or defeat of the sea tribe and the immortal way is far less serious than the survival of their own tribe. The yellow-scaled sea snake tribe that tried to save the race before was like this, and now the giant clawthick-shelled crab tribe is also like this, and this situation is definitely not just these two cases. After getting the support of the ancestors, the crab monster became particularly excited. It immediately rushed to the battlefield and ordered all the tribesmen to get out of the battlefield. "What qualifications do you have to command everyone?" Clang. It activated a magic weapon and shouted, "Am I qualified?" Many 6th level crab monsters recognized this magic weapon at first sight, and looked at it in disbelief. It actually got the support of the ancestors. Some crab monsters who were not convinced at first immediately lowered their heads and said, "Yes, order." Conflicts broke out within the crab monster clan. Some sharp-eyed cultivators saw this scene, but the next moment, the actions of the Sea Clan surprised a large number of cultivators. The Sea Clan retreated. Although the Sea Clan is now at a disadvantage, it is far from being unable to fight against the cultivators. Why did they take the initiative to retreat? Many cultivators couldn't figure out what was going on, but the end of the war brought happiness to everyone. Large-scale battles like this may not happen again in the future, Li Zhirui said softly. The Sea Clan's active retreat means that they don't want to fight anymore, and don't want to suffer too many casualties. Naturally, they will not send a large number of water monsters to attack in the future. Next, we'll have to see what happens in other seas, especially the central battlefield. Anyway, it doesn't have much to do with them. Of course, other cultivators saw through what Li Zhirui could think of. So within the Dongyan sect, there was another argument over support, with different opinions. The sea tribe's active retreat means they have given up on taking back their land, and those high-level sea tribes will no longer participate in the war. We can also go to help other seas. These are all your ideas. What if a 7th-level water monster appears and suddenly attacks us while we're away? Both sides insisted on their own opinions. However, these things have nothing to do with Li Zhirui and the Li family. Now they just need to wait for the war to end. Ruizu, can we start operating the 5 spiritual islands promised by the Dongyan sect now? One day, an elder suddenly found Li Zhirui and asked. Yes, but do you plan to build a spiritual island in the sea area? Li Zhirui felt that this location was not very good. First, it was a bit far from Wangsan Mountain, and secondly, it was close to the distant sea, and the attacks from the sea tribe would be very frequent in the future. The elder looked around, as if he was worried about being eavesdropped, and whispered, "Please trouble Ruzu to cast a ban." A hint of curiosity flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. Could it be that some spiritual objects were found on some kind of island? At the same time, he set up an isolation ban. "Don't worry, no one will hear it," the elder still said in a low voice. Ruzu, a tribe member, accidentally discovered a large spiritual stone vein while exploring the island. Large spiritual stone vein. Even Li Zhirui's mood fluctuated greatly when he heard the news. You know, A large spiritual stone vein can at least mine 10 billion spiritual stones. And it is easier to breed high-quality, even top-quality spiritual stones. How many people know this news? And the next moment, his first reaction was to keep it a secret. The large spiritual stone vein may not be valued by the Dongyan sect, but the Zhang family will definitely not let it go. The current strength of the Li family has no power to resist. But this large spiritual stone vein is of extraordinary significance to the Li family. With it, the Li family can soar straight up, and the speed of development will reach another level. So we must ensure that there is no risk of any error and that the mineral vein cannot fall into the hands of other forces. Apart from that tribe member, only a few of our elders and you, Ruzu, know about the mineral vein. Very good. Li Zhirui was very pleased with this, because after that tribe member discovered the mineral vein, he did not choose to conceal it, and the elders handled it properly. Don't make it public, let alone mine it. Everything will be decided after the war is over. Li Zhirui thought for a while and said, for now, we will manage the main island and slowly expand towards that island to avoid attracting the attention and suspicion of outsiders. In the future, we will use the island to connect the main island and the mining island. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964. Since they decided to pretend to operate and develop here, they would have to disguise themselves in many aspects. Taking advantage of the fact that the war had just ended, Li Zhirui took Daking and several others to dive into the seabed to find the nearby spiritual veins and prepare to move them to the main island. It was impossible to hide such a big movement from other forces, so after they moved into the first spiritual vein, many forces knew about it in less than half an hour. The Li family actually plans to build a spiritual island in this area. The first reaction of forces to this news was disbelief and suspicion. After getting the exact news, they were left with suspicion, because this place was not the best from any angle. In terms of safety, it should be on the edge of the continent, close to the immortal territory. In terms of spiritual energy, the bay and gorge sea areas are generally average. In terms of resources, it can be seen from the giant crab clan occupying this place that the output is not abundant. In such an ordinary and mediocre place, the Li family actually plans to open a branch here? It is hard not to arouse the suspicion of other forces. Could it be that the Li family has discovered some kind of valuable resources? Although this was just everyone's guess, they really guessed it right. It's just that there are too few people who know that there is a large spiritual stone vein in the Li family's island chain, and they are not allowed to go out, so the possibility of leaking secrets is minimized. So even if the various forces try every means, they can't get any useful information. The most they get is that the Li family is not strong enough. If they compete with other forces, they have no chance of winning. It's better to find another way and occupy more spiritual veins here. This explanation seems to make sense, but few people believe it, because from the strength shown by the Li family, it is definitely not as bad as they say. In the refining virtual forces, it is not said to be on the first ladder, but at least it is not a low-level existence. But whether they believe it or not, the Li family only gave this explanation, and they really didn't find any other evidence, so they could only let it go and arrange a few monks to watch secretly. Brother Jiu, there are many monks hiding on both sides of the island chain. Do you want to drive them away? Zhao King said impatiently. He often goes to the deep sea to explore the movements of the Sea Clan, and even flies a little further to collect intelligence in the surrounding waters. He goes in and out very frequently. Zhao King's keen perception would always reveal the cultivators hiding in the dark, and every time she couldn't help but want to drive them away. Let them go. You drive them away now, but they will come back soon, Li Zhirui said disapprovingly. They will not leave unless they think that the Li family has not found any treasures. Zhao King's face was full of irritation, but thinking of the rumors spread by the outside world, she couldn't help but curiously ask, Brother Jiu, did you really find some treasures? So the family decided not to leave. Well, but I can't tell you the details yet. Remember to keep it secret. Li Zhirui didn't explain too much. I don't know when this war will end. Daking suddenly sighed. He was a quiet person and didn't like to move. Although the war helped his cultivation and realm, he still felt bored. It's still early. Xiao Qing, who knew the surrounding situation best, said casually, In the several seas I have been to, there is no place like us where we can declare the war over, and it is still in a state where conflicts may break out at any time. In fact, there are still some cultivators in the sea who have not gained an advantage in the battle with the Sea Clan and are in a very bad defensive state. And the decision of when this huge war will end is decided by the immortals of the two camps. They haven't decided the winner, so how can the war end easily? Darkwing understands these principles, but he hopes to end the war as soon as possible so that he can return to peaceful life. It's okay, the battles in the Big Orange Sea will be greatly reduced next, and they won't be in a long-term fight, Li Zhirui said. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. Li Zhirui was thinking about how to mine spirit stones. If he summoned his clansmen to mine, regardless of whether they were willing or not, there would be at least thousands of people who knew about it, and it would be impossible to keep the secret. By then, the entire Shin'en state, and even the various forces in Wanzhou state to the west, would be excited and try their best to find out the location of the mineral vein. If all means are useless, then they might just attack the Li family. Anyway, with so many forces, are they afraid of the Li family, a family of refining emptiness? If mortals are allowed to mine, there is no need to worry about the news leaking out, because the island can be blocked, and with a vast ocean outside, they can't escape at all. But the mining efficiency of mortals is too low. To improve efficiency, we can only use a large number of laborers. But the mortals on the territory controlled by the Li family now are only a few million. If tens of thousands of young and strong laborers are drawn, the reproduction rate of mortals may fall to negative numbers, and then affect the growth of family monks. Moreover, the casualty rate of mining is extremely high, and the Li family does not have so many mortals to squander. After thinking about it, puppets may be the best choice. First of all, there is no such thing as casualties in puppets. Even if they are damaged, they can be replaced with spiritual objects, or directly replaced with a new puppet. Secondly, the risk of information leaking when using puppets will be greatly reduced. For example, a cultivator of the spirit transformation can control hundreds of low-level puppets, because this repeated control will greatly reduce the pressure on the spirit consciousness. However, there are also many problems. For example, to build a puppet, you need spiritual objects and puppeteers. Especially the mining puppet that Li Zhirui wanted, it might require the puppeteers of the Li family to deduce it. After all, the puppets he knew were all used for fighting, and he had never seen such functional puppets. But with the current foundation and strength of the Li family, these are minor problems. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui called the elders, and when they arrived, he asked, "Are there any puppeteers among the tribesmen who came to the East China Sea to participate in the war this time?" Yes, there are several puppeteers who took the initiative to sign up to participate in the war in order to obtain the bodies of the Sea tribe. One of the elders thought for a while and said immediately, "How is their cultivation? How is their attainment in puppetry? There are 2 gods, and the remaining 5 are all nascent souls." "That's enough, call them all. I have an idea, let's see if it can be realized," Li Zhirui ordered. Yes, several elders contacted the 7 puppeteers separately, and in just a moment, 5 of them hurriedly arrived. The remaining 2 should be in seclusion and did not receive the communication talisman. Before the 5 people saw Li Zhirui in person, they couldn't believe that the most powerful and senior ancestor of the family would suddenly summon them. Li Zhirui, Li Hongshan, the 5 people saluted excitedly and said, "Greetings to the ancestor Rui." Li Zhirui glanced at them and saw that the 2 highest level gods were there, and said, "No need to be polite. I called you here this time because I want to ask you something." Junior is terrified. Li Zhirui stopped them from bowing and said, "But this matter is of great importance, so you have to swear a Taoist oath. If you don't want to, just leave." The 5 people are not stupid. How could they easily give up such a good opportunity to contact Li Zhirui? If they get his attention and favor in this process, their future path will be much smoother. Therefore, the 5 people did not hesitate at all and swore a Taoist oath immediately. Li Zhirui then told them the news of the discovery of a mineral vein, and said that he planned to use puppets to mine. "Can you create such a puppet, Rui Zhu?" "Don't worry, this simple puppet is very easy, just slightly modify the existing puppet," Li Zhirui said confidently without hesitation. Li Hongshan on the side also added, "Uncle Zhirui is right, this kind of puppet is not difficult." Li Zhirui saw their idea at a glance. It was nothing more than slightly modifying the function of the 4th and 5th order puppets. Such a puppet can indeed mine, and it is even a bit of a waste of talent. After all, No matter how hard the spiritual stone ore is, it can't compare to the Yuanying and Huishan monks, but it doesn't meet his expectations. Because the number of mining puppets will not be too small, if the 4th and 5th order puppets are used, the cost will be too high, and the Li family may not be able to afford it. I want low-level puppets, and the cost must be low enough to be refined in large quantities. It would be best if we can improve the efficiency of mining on this basis. However, there is no time requirement. There is enough time for you to deduce. After this series of requirements, several puppeteers fell into deep thought. Li Zhirui did not urge them, and quietly waited for their answers. Okay. We will do our best to meet these requirements you have raised. Li Zhirui and Li Hongshan looked at each other, and finally nodded to take on this task. They knew that if they failed, let alone getting the favor of Li Zhirui, they would probably have a hard time in the family in the future. After all, there were several elders watching them. But if they succeeded, with Li Zhirui's style of rewarding without hesitation, they would definitely get a generous reward. Okay. If you need any spiritual objects in the process of deducing the mining puppet, just find a few elders, they will do their best to meet your needs. Li Zhirui also generously promised, as long as you can complete this task, the reward will definitely not be less. Thank you, Ruzu. Li Zhirui, Li Hongshan and the other 4 people's eyes lit up. And then they bowed slightly to the elders and said, next, I will trouble you elders, you go and do your work first. After giving the order, Li Zhirui did not keep the puppeteers here any longer, and the elders who stayed for a while only had a few more bottles of top-grade precious pills in their hands to treat the seriously injured tribesmen, and then left immediately. Li Zhirui turned and entered the cave and began his daily practice. Even if he was on the battlefield, unless he really couldn't practice, he would never fall behind in the intake and discharge of the essence of the sun and the moon. Although Li Zhirui now has several recipes for accelerating the practice of the cultivators of the refining realm, no matter how high the quality of the precious pills is, the essence of the sun and the moon contained in them is far less pure than the essence emitted by the sun and the moon. If it weren't for the fact that Taiyin and Taiyang were too powerful and could only absorb essence within a certain period of time, there would be no need to use those precious pills to replenish them. The puppet masters who received the important task immediately gathered together to discuss how to make puppets to meet Li Zhirui's various requirements. After all, they are now in a situation of prosperity and loss, so they naturally have to work together. The first thing to do is to select hard and common spiritual objects from the vast number of first and second level spiritual objects. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. After several months of fighting with the Sea Clan, the first batch of cultivators from the Dongzhao Immortal Path who came to support finally joined the battlefield. The addition of this new force completely tilted the balance of victory on the battlefield of the mortal realm towards the cultivators, and the Sea Clan was beaten back step by step and suffered heavy losses. But in the Fairyland battlefield above the sky, it only slightly relieved the pressure of the immortals of the Immortal Path and pushed back the time they could hold on. When will the support from other immortal gates arrive? A Donggyun sect immortal asked in a deep voice. According to their previous calculations, the major immortal sects would speed up their support as soon as they received the news, but they waited for nearly half a year before the first round of support came. This made him wonder if someone was deliberately making trouble, wanting to make Donggyun sect suffer more losses and weaken the strength of Donggyun sect. Don't look at the entire Dongzhao Xiandao in the promotion and exchange of interests of Donggyun sect, as well as the righteousness of helping Xiandao expand its territory and improve the luck of Xiandao, and will help. But the process was not smooth, and some immortal sects were not very happy to start this war. After all, expanding the territory of Xiandao to the East China Sea, they have no other benefits except sharing the luck improvement with the entire Xiandao. On the contrary, the 5 coastal immortal sects such as Donggyun sect are the biggest and most direct beneficiaries. Whether it is out of jealousy, envy, or conflicts with the 5 major immortal sects, or other reasons, they don't want to see the strength of the 5 coastal immortal sects soar. So they waited for support, and it's no wonder that the human immortal thought of it. Fellow Taoist Xingxi, you suddenly launched a war. Many immortal sects were not fully prepared, so the speed will naturally be slower. Don't be impatient. Isn't the current situation good? A fat human immortal with a smile on his face said softly. Although they were at a disadvantage, no immortal realm was destroyed. As for the disciples in the mortal realm, as long as they were not their own disciples and descendants, they would not feel sorry for the death of many, even if they were only one step away from the immortal realm. Even if all the cultivators in the mortal realm died, as long as they were still there, They could not only ensure the continuity of their own inheritance, but also grow up at a rapid speed. So, fellow Taoist Jiuxiao knows when the other Daoists will arrive. Zixi looked at the fat human immortal. The Jiudao sect is the immortal sect closest to the East China Sea besides the various forces. How can it contact other forces? Jiuxiao's expression did not change at all because of his questioning. Chapter 965 Support. After the two immortals had a verbal battle, they finally calmed down and joined forces to deal with the attack of the Sea Tribe Fairyland. The Jiuxiao immortal who looked very approachable was actually a rare martial artist. His body was like a diamond, with amazing defense. Ordinary immortal weapons could not leave scars on him. He held a beheading sword in each hand, and his momentum was like a tiger descending from the mountain. His temperament suddenly changed, his eyes were full of cold light, and his body was full of murderous aura. The Sea Tribe immortal who fought with him was suppressed and embarrassed. Not only did he have no power to resist, but he even showed signs of defeat. You know, as long as the battle between the fairylands is not a big realm apart, it is difficult to determine the winner in a short time, because both sides have magnificent mana as support, are proficient in various magical powers, and have almost the same understanding of the Great Way and laws. Of course, there are also accidents. For example, Jiuxiao. The law he comprehended is the law of force, which has the most powerful combat power. Perhaps the second and third laws are still controversial, but the law of force is definitely the well-deserved first, and no one will object. The reason is simple. The law of force greatly enhances combat power. It looks simple and crude, and emphasizes breaking all laws with one force. In fact, it is very complicated. If you are not a person with 1 in 10,000 talents, you will rashly choose to comprehend the law of force, which is equivalent to walking towards a dead end. However, Jiuxiao was able to cultivate to the human fairyland, which shows how high his qualifications are. If he had chosen other laws at the beginning, he might not be just a human fairyland now. It's a pity that there is only one Jiuxiao among the fairylands of the immortal way. No matter how outstanding his record is, he can't change the overall situation. So after he defeated a sea immortal, he retreated to the formation of the immortal way and waited for follow-up support like other fairylands. I don't know if it was because Jiuxiao brought great pressure to the Sea Clan that the Sea Clan, which was not very radical, actually started to fight with all their strength. For a time, all kinds of laws related to the avenue of water appeared, merging with each other to form a vast ocean of laws, which seemed to replicate the avenue of water. This brought great pressure to the cultivators. If they didn't find a way to resolve it, I'm afraid that the immortal formation they rely on now can't resist this round of attack from the Sea Clan. Fellow Taoist Jiuxiao, please go all out and weaken this combined attack as much as possible, a certain immortal said solemnly. Other Taoists should also be prepared, otherwise once the immortal formation is broken, our situation will become even more difficult. We may not even be able to hold on until the follow-up support arrives. The immortal formation is not something that can be easily arranged. In a sense, it is the embodiment of the law. Its difficulty is unknown how many times higher than the formation in the mortal realm. Okay, everyone knew the importance of the matter, so naturally there would be no contradictions and conflicts over this matter. Jiuxiao looked serious, closed his eyes and gathered his energy. His body was calm. And it was completely impossible to tell that he was going to burst out with all his strength, but the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying force suddenly appeared, pressing everyone to gasp for breath. Even the mortal battlefield thousands of feet below was affected. They fell from the sky for no reason, as if someone had pressed them into the sea with a big hand. Whether it was the cultivators or the Sea Clan immortals, they couldn't believe what they saw. Break it from me. A Dharma image holding a giant axe appeared behind Jiuxiao. It was solemn and majestic. With a roar, the giant axe smashed heavily towards the ocean of laws. Boom boom, the deafening explosion spread in all directions, and a strong white light made everyone unable to open their eyes. This was the laws colliding and annihilating each other. After an unknown amount of time, the white light finally dissipated. The giant axe was broken into countless pieces, turned back into the law and merged between heaven and earth. The Dharma image also disappeared without a trace. Jiuxiao was exhausted because of excessive consumption. The combined attack of nearly 100 Sea Tribe immortals was shattered by his attack, and the originally fused laws were separated again. Although the number was still large, the quality was greatly weakened, which made all the cultivators feel relieved. Because of this, They had the possibility of resisting and saving the formation. And the most impressive thing for both sides in this battle was Jiu, or more accurately, the horror of the law of power. Before this, they only knew that the law of power could suppress all the heroes and was the well-deserved first, but they had no specific knowledge. And Jiu made them see it. It is no exaggeration to say that it was Jiu who resolved the crisis so easily with his own strength. Perhaps we can encourage the younger generation to try to master the law of power. This is what every fairyland thought after this war. If there really is a peerless genius like Jiu in their family, their strength will be greatly improved. As for letting those younger generations go to a dead end and stop there because they can't comprehend the law of power, they don't care. Anyway, they have a long lifespan and don't know how many geniuses they can meet, so why would they care about them? The war in the fairyland did not affect the remote Bay and Gorge Sea area. A whole month has passed, and the giant Clothic shell crab clan has not launched any more attacks by the monks, and there is not even any harassment. This made all the forces breathe a sigh of relief and feel happy in their hearts. They don't have to fight with the Sea Clan anymore, and there will be no more casualties and losses. How can they not be happy? But there is also a force that is in a dilemma, that is the Duangyuan sect. Judging from the current situation, the Crab Monster Clan is not planning to attack again, but what if this is a deliberate attempt by them to wait for a large number of monks to leave to support other sea areas, and then raise a large army to start a war, and the Bay Gorge Sea area may change hands again. But if they continue to waste time like this, the Duangyuan sect will not be used to seeing these forces being so relaxed, and the immortal forces in some sea areas are not dominant at all and urgently need their help. For this reason, several rounds of quarrels broke out within the Duangyuan sect. One faction felt that the Crab Monster Clan was hurt and dared not attack again, so they could rest assured to support other sea areas. The other faction was more conservative, and they felt that the Crab Monster Clan's current behavior was a trick, waiting for the monks to leave so that they could take advantage of the opportunity. How about this? How about a compromise between the two methods? A gray-haired and old-looking fusion cultivator really didn't want to listen to their quarrel, and said, send 40% of the cultivators to support other sea areas, and the remaining cultivators will state a guard against the Crab Monster Clan, in case the Crab Monster suddenly erupts. Everyone wants to gain more benefits for the sect. There is no need to be like an enemy. What do you think of my method? Then follow the method of Nephew Yan, the most senior fusion cultivator also echoed. The Li family didn't care about the various situations in the outside world, but they would never miss any news. So soon, they knew that the Duangyuan sect planned to withdraw 40% of the cultivators to support other sea areas. 40%, Li Zhirui frowned, not knowing whether the Duangyuan sect planned to randomly select or directly withdraw 40% of the cultivators from each force, but no matter which one, the Li family might not be able to escape. Notify the clansmen to be prepared, Li Zhirui sighed. It had only been a little over a month since they were calm, and they had to go to the battlefield again. After hearing the news, most of the tribesmen sighed and were unwilling to participate in the war. After all, the casualty rate of a war of this scale is too high. Even for cultivators of the refining void like Daquing and Li Changshen, there are also examples of their fall, let alone them. Unfortunately, they have no right to object. The next day, the Duangyuan sect summoned the cultivators of various families and announced that it would extract 40% of the cultivators from each force to go to the Jinsha Sea in the south. It is a shallow sea, with the deepest point no more than 3 feet, and the sea water is clear to the bottom. As long as you look down, you can see the golden sand below, hence the name. But Li Zhirui frowned when he thought of the information brought back by Xiao Qing. The situation in the Jinsha Sea is very unfavorable for the cultivators. Because the sea tribe in the Jinsha Sea is powerful, the Jinxa Longwei Shrimp Clan not only has several 8th level water monsters, but also a large number, plus they have the blood of real dragons, and their combat power is even stronger. After you go back, report your names on the list and set off in 5 days. At the end, the cultivator warned, don't be lucky, and bring enough cultivators with you. Everyone dispersed in response, and everyone's face was very calm, but the low pressure around them exposed their mood. This is normal. After all, no one wants to risk their lives to fight to the death, especially without rewards, which makes everyone lose motivation. Set off in 5 days. Will anyone take the initiative to sign up? After returning to the island, Li Zhirui asked in front of all the tribesmen. This time, fewer tribesmen responded, because after seeing the cruelty of large-scale wars, Most people have given up the idea of taking this opportunity to train. In this regard, Li Zhirui was prepared in his heart and said, "In this case, it all depends on God's will. Except for the seriously injured tribesmen who don't have to participate, the rest of the tribesmen will be decided by drawing lots." That being said, he actually made some moves in it, and those puppeteers with important responsibilities would never be drawn to participate in the war. As for the others, including Daking, Zhaoking and others, they were all randomly selected. The tribesmen who have won the lottery should be prepared. They will set off in 5 days. Don't get the time wrong, most of the tribesmen who won the lottery looked ashen, as if they had seen what would happen to them. The other tribesmen were also overjoyed. Li Zhirui saw this and said seriously, "Don't be too happy too early. The crab monster has not left. It may take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. You must take good protection and don't lose the base at that time, Brother Jiu, don't worry. I will take good care of the family," Daking promised. He also got what he wanted. He did not go to the battlefield to fight, but stayed to practice quietly. In addition, there were several spirit beasts such as Longli and Kineo. But unexpectedly, just when everyone was ready and waiting for the 5th day, Donggyun sects suddenly announced the suspension of this support. What happened? All the cultivators were curious about why it was suspended for no reason. Support from other immortal sects has arrived and is reversing the situation. We just need to defend the Bailang Sea area now. This is the reason given by the Donggyun sect regardless of whether it is true or false. All the cultivators breathed a sigh of relief, at least they don't have to fight with the water monsters. But one person was very disappointed, and that was Xiao Kang. He had previously thought about purifying and absorbing dragon blood from the golden beard dragon tail shrimp to improve his own bloodline, but the plan was cancelled. The giant claw crab monster clan seemed to have really given up the Bailang Sea area. More than a month had passed, and no crab monster was seen, allowing the cultivators to live a peaceful life again. On this day, Xiao Qing suddenly brought back some news. Brother Jiu, the Sea clan in the Jinsha Sea area was beaten back step by step, and they are not the opponents of the cultivators at all. Xiao Qing's face was full of shock. You know, the golden beard dragon tail shrimp clan has several 8th level water monsters, and they have always suppressed the cultivators before, but now it is different. In such a short time, the situation has reversed. Are the cultivators who came to support so strong? Li Zhirui was also very surprised by this. Well, it looks like they are not cultivators from the Donggyun sect, but a sword cultivator force, Zhaoking said with some fear. I was peeking from high in the sky at that time. The aura emitted by one of the combined sword cultivators, even though I was so far away, I could still clearly feel the piercing sword intent. Each of them carries a sword on their backs, and their combat power is superb, and they can even surpass a small realm. It is with the addition of these sword cultivators that the situation in the Jinsha Sea has changed rapidly. It sounds like a disciple of Jianshan, Li Zhirui guessed after listening to Zhao Qing's description. This is one of the most powerful forces among the major immortal sects in Dongzhou Xiandao. It is also the first sword cultivator force in Xiandao. If it is really them, it is no wonder that they can recover the Jinsha Sea so quickly. 9 brothers, do you think the giant claw crab monster clan is really planning not to take action? Li Zhirui shook his head and said, I don't know, but at present, it should be really planning to preserve its strength until the end of the war. At this point, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind, and his blocked thoughts were unblocked. The giant crab monsters have been reluctant to take action, wanting to preserve their strength. They are not afraid of us, but have other plans. Li Zhirui's eyes flashed, and he said, they have already considered waiting until the war is over. If the Sea clan loses, the offshore area will definitely be lost. They need to find a new clan to develop. If they don't have a certain strength, they can't achieve this goal. At that time, in order to snatch good spiritual land, a civil war is very likely to break out within the Sea clan. Although the East China Sea is vast, many Sea clans are huge in size and like to show their true bodies. Their territories are naturally not small. In addition, the territories occupied by large clans such as the Dragon Clan and the Whale Clan are even more astonishingly large, and they occupy the best spiritual land. Especially as they become more and more powerful, the territories they need are getting more and more. So where do these territories come from? Of course, the big fish eat the small fish, and the small fish eat the shrimp, layer by layer of exploitation. Therefore, the number of races that the East China Sea can accommodate is limited. Many sea clans without territories either drift with the waves or muster up their strength to challenge a certain race. The seemingly dull crab monster actually has such a meticulous mind. You can't judge a person by his appearance, Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 966 Sloppy. Any tribe or force that wants to survive must use all means, Li Zhirui said with some emotion. Not to mention the things that happened long ago, even in this war, if the Li family dared to refuse the call of the Dongyan sect, I'm afraid that the next day there will be a combined cultivator who will come to the door and forcefully control the Li family members, and then become cannon fodder used for consumption in the war. Although the Li family is still cannon fodder now, at least there is a certain degree of autonomy. The two are very different in any way. But it's good this way. The Crab Demon clan will not take action, and no war will break out. Other sea areas have support and don't need our help. As long as there are no accidents, we can just wait quietly for the end of the war. Li Zhirui didn't want to be trapped in war and fighting all day long. This had a great impact on his state of mind and delayed his cultivation. It would be very good to keep the current situation. But some people don't think so. For example, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing has always liked to move and not to be quiet. Although there has been obvious improvement after the realm has been improved, it is his nature. How can it be completely eliminated? If this reverses his nature, then is he still Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing was thinking about the dragon blood in the body of the golden-bearded dragon-tailed shrimp, thinking that he could take advantage of this war to improve his dragon bloodline as much as possible. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to collect a large amount of dragon blood. After all, they all live in the deep sea. Unless Xiaoqing kills into their clan territory, it is too dangerous. Not to mention a life or death situation, it is a tenfold death. Brother Jiu, I want to go to other seas to participate in the war, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing said at the same time. Li Zhirui looked at the two of them calmly. He knew what they were thinking and what they were planning. After a moment of silence, he said, since you want to go, I will go with you. Although the two of them would not have any barriers or discrimination because of their identities within the Li family, in the eyes of outsiders, they were still demons, not humans, even though it was easy to tell that they were spirit beasts cultivated by a certain force. This situation is nothing more than the Li family's lack of strength and fame. If the Li family has a fairyland cultivator, then other forces will never dare to despise the Li family's spirit beasts. Therefore, at this stage, Xiaoqing and the others cannot go too far alone, or go to the Li family to practice. Sorry to bother you, Brother Jiu, the two said a little embarrassedly. It's okay, we can practice anywhere. Li Zhirui shook his head indifferently, and turned to Daking and others and said, are any of you willing to join the battle? No one answered. Some were too weak, some were injured, and some were simply unwilling. After all, the Jinsha Sea in the south is more dangerous. Even with the cultivation of Liangsu, there is a high probability of death. Then you have to guard the island well, especially keep the secret well, and don't let the cultivators of other forces know, Li Zhirui urged. Brother Jiu, don't worry, I will keep an eye on it, Daking assured. Then let's go. Li Zhirui took Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing to the Dongyan sect station and reported that the three of them wanted to go to the Jinsha Sea for training. There are cultivators willing to take the initiative to go. The combined cultivator who received the news showed a trace of surprise on his face, but when he heard that there were only 3 people, including 2 spirit beasts, he immediately understood their plan. Either they were looking for opportunities to reach a higher realm, or they were looking for the bloodline grades of the 2 spirit beasts, so they gave up the idea of meeting them and let them go on their own. Li Zhirui took Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing to report, not to obtain permission from the Dongyan sect, but as an identity certificate, so as not to be suspected by the monks in the Jinsha Sea area and waste time. After getting the jade token proving their identity, the 3 of them turned into spiritual light and disappeared. After flying for about half an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the core area of the Jinsha Sea area and presented their identity jade tokens to the local Dongyan sect monks. Dao, you are thoughtful. The Liangsu cultivator who received us had a good attitude. Unlike other Dongyan sect disciples, he gave people a feeling of superiority. He said with a smile, although we have the support of Dao from Jianshan, the strength of the Sea clan is still strong. It is time to need the help of people with noble character like Dao. Dao, you are too kind. I came here with selfish motives and I can't bear your praise. Li Zhirui didn't want to get too entangled, so he immediately changed the subject and asked, Where should we support? The cultivators stationed on Sanjin Island are weak and close to the front line. What do you think? If you think it's not suitable, you can go to other places. The man thought for a while and said. Don't bother Dao. Let's go here. Li Zhirui felt that other places were not much different, so he didn't want to waste time. Then I wish Dao all the best. Thank you for your good words. He casually called a giant and cultivator to lead the way, and personally left with Li Zhirui and the other two. Not long after, they landed on Sanjin Island. For some unknown reason, an island with a radius of only a few hundred miles has mountains upon mountains. Because this island is rich in 3 kinds of metal ores, it is called Sanjin Island. What are you doing? The cultivators on the island were sensitive and immediately sent out a Liangsu cultivator, asking in confusion. These 3 seniors came from other seas to support our Jinsha Sea, the Dongyuan sect disciple explained. I see. I would like to thank the 3 Taoist friends for their noble deeds. Li Zhirui did not expect these people to be so polite. You are too polite. We just heard that the golden-bearded dragon-tail shrimp has dragon blood and want to get some. Senior, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first, the giant and cultivator said. Okay, Li Zhirui responded and followed Zhu Mingpeng into Sanjin Island. In fact, Sanjin Island is no longer threatened by the Sea tribe, so if you want to get dragon blood, you have to go to the battlefield yourself. Seeing a hint of doubt on Li Zhirui's face, Zhu Mingpeng explained, you should have heard of Jianshan, the first immortal sect of swordsmanship, right? Those Jianshan monks are like Shuris, with terrifying killing power. The Sea tribe is no match at all. The battle line keeps moving forward. In just a few days, the casualties of the Sea tribe may be more than the previous month, so some timid Sea tribes no longer dare to participate in the war. The blue crystal fish tribe that besieged Sanjin Island before was like this. Thank you for telling me. Li Zhirui thanked him with a smile, but he was wondering why they were arranged to this safe place. Before he could figure out anything, he saw the monks who greeted them not far away, and then, under Zhu Mingpeng's introduction, he met the 2 remaining refining masters on the island. As for the remaining monks, there was no need to introduce them. The main purpose was to let them recognize Li Zhirui and the other 2, especially Zhao King and Xia Keng, so as not to mistakenly think that the demon tribe had invaded Sanjin Island. This is the jade token for entering and exiting the formation. If you want to go to the front line to fight, just go there on your own. We are all cowards who dare not fight, and no one will go, Zhu Mingpeng said self-deprecatingly. A trace of surprise flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. It was the first time he saw a cultivator of the refining void say this about him. He didn't know whether to say that he was facing his nature directly or that he was cowardly and timid. After all, these 2 evaluations were completely different. However, it was the first time for the 2 of them to meet, so there was no need to talk too deeply, so he pretended not to hear it, thanked him, and left. They found an unmanned cave at random. After the 3 of them entered, the first thing they did was to set up the formation. Brother Jiu, why do you think that person arranged us to Sanjin Island? Xiao Kang asked. Logically speaking, he couldn't be unaware of the situation on Sanjin Island. Although it was close to the front battlefield, the distance would become farther and farther as time went by. Did you find that Sanjin Island is very remote? There is no second island in the surrounding sea area of 100 miles, Xiao Qing added. Don't you want too many cultivators to know about our existence? Li Zhirui's casual remark turned out to be the right one. The Dongyuan sect dispatched many disciples to various sea areas in the northwest of the East China Sea. In addition to commanding or leading other cultivators, defeating the Sea clan, occupying the sea area, and recording their merits, they also had competition and ranking among themselves. The higher the internal ranking, the more merits, and the more attention they would receive after returning to the sect. So when the Dongyuan sect disciples in the Big Gorge Sea heard that there were cultivators willing to take the initiative to support the Jinsha Sea, they wanted to meet them. It was because in a sense, this would add a lot of points to their performance. Although the Dongyuan sect disciples in the Jinsha Sea warmly received Li Zhirui and the other 2, they actually used the cold treatment because they didn't want too many cultivators to know about their existence. But they couldn't put them under house arrest to ensure that the news would not be leaked. After all, there were already records in the Big Gorge Sea. They could only use this method of covering their ears and stealing the bell to let them go to the remote island of Sanjin Island to reduce contact with other cultivators. If they went to the front line to fight, no one would have the leisure to ask about their identities. Speaking of which, the 3 of them were puzzled, So they decisively put it aside and were too lazy to think about it. As long as it did not delay the purpose of their trip, it would be fine. You rest for a night, and tomorrow morning you will go to the front line to fight with your identity jade card, Li Zhirui said. I will stay on Banyan Island to practice. Because of the war, he had no time to practice, so his cultivation level was improved very slowly. Now he finally had a chance. There was no conversation that night. In the early morning of the next day, Li Zhirui sent Zhao Qing and Zhao Kang away, and reminded them, be careful and come back safely. Although they had problems after revising the Dealing Daolu, it did not affect them, but after so many years of feelings, they did not want them to have any accidents. Li Zhirui turned back to the cave until he could no longer see the two people. It took some time to calm down before Li Zhirui started practicing the skills and started today's practice. When the purple key of the early sun permeated the world, he also captured some of it, and after merging it with the brilliance of the moon last night, it helped the soul to take a step forward towards the Yang God. This is a slow process, but after so many years, Li Zhirui is less than 40% away from the complete promotion of his soul to the Yang God. However, because of the change of cultivation, his cultivation is far behind the realm, and he still needs a lot of time to increase his magic power. However, when the Li family was stationed on the island, most of the clansmen were in seclusion to heal their wounds or practice. But in a courtyard isolated by the formation, it seemed particularly lively and noisy. The obsidian is sharp enough, but it is too brittle and easy to break. Golden bamboo. As soon as this spiritual object was mentioned, someone immediately objected and said, no. It is easy to wear and tear, and the price is not low, which is not convenient for large-scale production. They are the 5 puppeteers entrusted with important tasks by Li Zhirui. Although Li Zhirui did not give an exact deadline, he only said that it would take at least a few years and asked them not to worry, but in order to complete the task earlier and get his attention, the 5 of them really tried their best. 2 people tested the spiritual objects for making mining puppets to see if they could find sharp, strong and durable spiritual objects, and most importantly, spiritual objects that were cheap enough. The 2 people deduced a low-level mining puppet that was easy to make. The reason why they added the word easy to make was that the number of mining puppets would definitely not be small. If the production was too difficult, only a few puppeteers in the family would be able to make it, and then they would be the ones who would have to work hard. The remaining person was responsible for practice, making puppets according to the deduction method, and verifying the puppet's ability. In this process, the 5 people did not know how many difficulties they encountered. For example, there were so many types of low-level spiritual materials, and it was difficult to remember all their names, not to mention remembering their properties, prices, and other attributes, which was really torture. But the 5 people did not give up, but gritted their teeth and persevered. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After failing countless times, they finally saw the hope of success. They used a spiritual material called Kingang stone to make an extremely simple puppet, less than 3 feet tall, holding a drill in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. During the experiment, they were pleasantly surprised to find that the puppet could easily split the hard raw spiritual stone, and it took more than 10,000 times before the puppet fell apart because it could not bear the pressure. The drill bit broke after only more than 1,000 times, but this kind of thing is very convenient to replace. Success! The 5 people cheered happily. A mining puppet that is simple to make, cheap in materials, sturdy and durable, perfectly meets all of Li Zhirui's requirements. But when the 5 people excitedly took their results to ask for a meeting with Li Zhirui, they found out that he had left the island. Fortunately, the elders are still on the island, but they don't know what reward Li Zhirui will give them. After going around in circles, they finally found Da Qing. Before Li Zhirui went to the Jinsha Sea, he did not forget this matter and explained it to Da Qing. Seeing that the 5 people were sloppy, Da Qing knew that they must not have had a proper rest, otherwise they would not be like this, and said, "You have worked hard during this period." Chapter 967 Family. Before leaving, Brother 9 specifically told me that if you make the mining puppet, in addition to returning to the family to show your merits in the future, he will also prepare 100 bottles of top-grade precious pills for you. Da Qing added, "In addition, there are some experiences and insights on cultivation that you can give to you. If you don't understand anything, you can also ask me." When the 5 people heard the first words, they couldn't help but flash a hint of disappointment in their eyes. After all, 100 bottles of precious pills seemed a lot, but in fact, each of the 5 people only had 20 bottles. The most important thing was that they didn't get what they wanted most. But what Daquing said later instantly made them feel so happy. The cultivation experience and insights of the ancestor with the highest realm in the family, even if they were only at the Shinho and Yuanying realms, pointed out the way forward for them, allowing them to have a chance to reach a higher realm. What's more, when they encounter problems in cultivation, they can come and ask and get guidance. These kinds of treatments made the three people ecstatic, and they felt that their hard work during this period was worth it. Of course, there are not many puppeteers on the island now, and their cultivation is relatively low. I would like to trouble you to teach them how to make mining puppets, but remember not to leak it. Daquing waited for them to calm down before continuing. As for making puppets on a large scale, now there is nothing they can do. First, although the war in the Big Ord has subsided, the monks are still stationed on the defense line, and many forces are watching the Li family's every move, so it is not easy to make too much noise. Second, there are not so many spiritual materials on the island, not even the materials, how to make puppets on a large scale? Please rest assured, Lingzhu, we will keep our mouths shut, the five people promised. Not to mention that they would do such a stupid thing, even the Taoist oath on their bodies still restrained them, making it impossible for them to leak it. Then Daquing gave the five people all kinds of rewards that Li Zhirui gave him, saying that if they encountered problems such as insufficient spiritual materials and teaching the tribesmen, they could find a few elders to solve them. He also gave some instructions to the elders, asking them not to collect too many spiritual materials, and to mix them with other spiritual objects so as not to arouse suspicion from other forces, and then he sent them away. In fact, the best way is to send people directly back to Wangsan Mountain to transport various spiritual objects from the family. This will not only keep the secret better, but also have a legitimate reason. The Li family is ready to establish a foothold in the sea area and establish a branch. It is normal to transport some spiritual objects from the main family. Of course, the Li family did so, but the two places are far apart, and it takes time to go back and forth. They haven't returned yet. Li Zhirui, who was practicing peacefully on Banyan Island, didn't know that the mining puppet he wanted had been made, and was completely immersed in practice. Fellow Taoist Zhu, this fellow Taoist practices all day long and never leaves the cave. Why does he come from other sea areas? Isn't this just practicing in a different place? A Liangsu cultivator said in confusion. Didn't you notice that the two 6th level spirit beasts are missing? Zhu Mingpeng said calmly. He made this trip entirely for the 2 spirit beasts. He has no intention of participating in the war, but this fellow Taoist is really diligent, another Liangsu cultivator said with emotion. I saw that he absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon every day. He can actually persist in such a slow cultivation method. It's a pity that even if he is so diligent and hard-working, his cultivation is only in the early stage of Liangsu, not as good as you and me. The Liangsu cultivator who spoke earlier seemed to dislike Li Zhirui a little, with a little sarcasm in his tone. Dao Iao is right. Zhu Mingpeng on the side did not participate in the conversation between the two people who ridiculed and belittled Li Zhirui. Instead, he was full of respect for him in his heart. And he also knew why the two were like this. It was nothing more than jealousy of Li Zhirui. Jealous of Li Zhirui's youth, jealous of Li Zhirui's future, jealous of everything about Li Zhirui. Unlike them, whose Dao hearts have been broken and their Dao paths have been cut off, now they are just corpses with empty flesh and still alive. As for why they ended up like this, it was also because of this war. Because they were almost dead on the battlefield, their state of mind did not sublimate or break through, but was left with a shadow. If they could work hard, it would not be impossible to clear the shadow, and they might even be able to turn a disaster into a blessing and go further. Unfortunately, they did not have this ability. Instead, they were frightened and had nightmares all night, and finally their state of mind was completely broken. In other words, Zhu Mingpeng's situation was better. Although he had not been able to clear the shadow in his heart, at least he did not end up like them. So Zhu Mingpeng could understand the jealousy in the hearts of the two, and he might not even have similar thoughts in his heart. Li Zhirui did not know what they were thinking, but even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. After all, even if all the monks on Banyan Island joined forces to deal with him, they were not his opponent. Zhaoqing and Xiaokeng, who came to the front line, were still not welcomed by everyone, although they had the identity jade cards of Dongyuan sect. However, the two had been mentally prepared for this, so they would not appear in front of the monks for no reason, and even when the war broke out, they were on the outer edge. I didn't expect these shrimp monsters to be so strong." After a battle, Zhao King and Xiao Kang exchanged privately. Xiao Kang nodded in agreement and said, "No wonder the monks were at a disadvantage before. After they fought with the golden-whiskered dragon-tailed shrimps, they all recognized their combat effectiveness. The golden-whiskered shrimp clan not only has powerful and amazingly lethal double claws, but also has a good defense. Most importantly, because of the blessing of the dragon bloodline, they are also proficient in various water-based magical powers. Their methods are very varied. When fighting with you in close combat, they will suddenly use magical powers to sneak attack, and when fighting with magical powers, they will attack at close range with lightning speed, which makes people have to be careful and dare not be negligent. So although Zhao King and Xiao Kang have participated in several battles, they really don't have too much advantage over the golden-whiskered shrimp monsters of the same level, let alone killing shrimp monsters. This result made Xiao Kang very depressed. After all, the purpose of his coming to the Jinsha Sea was to get the dragon blood in their bodies. As a result, he couldn't even kill the shrimp monster. Where did the dragon blood come from? But those Jianshan monks are really powerful. With a 3-foot green sword, they killed the golden shrimp and made it embarrassed and retreated again and again. Xiao Qing suddenly said, "I don't know who is stronger between them and Brother Jiu. That must be Brother Jiu." Xiao Kang said without thinking, "Brother Jiu has the blessing of Dongshan, and his magic power is comparable to the perfection of Liang Su. With such a huge magic support, how could he not beat those sword cultivators? But speaking of it, we don't seem to have seen the power of Brother Jiu when his strength is fully erupted. After all, it hasn't been too long since Li Zhirui changed his practice, and he hasn't encountered any difficult opponents. It's not easy to wait until the two camps broke out in a war, but because the Dongyuan school is so stingy, Li Zhirui wants to hide his shortcomings. How could he expose all his strength? So that even Xiao Qing, Xiao Kang and other close people don't have a specific understanding of Li Zhirui's current strength? Just listen to him, his strength is several times stronger than before he changed his cultivation technique, but at this time, Wangsan Mountain, located in the Thousand Mountains, is facing a crisis after withdrawing a large number of high-end combat forces. This is actually not the first time. The news of the war between the Dongzhao Xiandao and the Sea clan spread throughout the Yuanling realm within a month after the outbreak. The Demon Clan, as one of the most powerful forces in this world, received the news even though the Thousand Mountains Demon Clan was just a branch. After all, the war between the two camps will definitely not end in a short time, and this just gives the Demon Clan scattered all over Dongzhao an opportunity to expand its territory. Of course, it is not just the Demon Clan that thinks so. The Magic Path in the western region also has this idea. It's just different from the Magic Path, because the Demon Clan is too scattered in Dongzhao and can't form a joint force. They can only fight with nearby cultivators. The Magic Path directly dispatched a large number of demon cultivators to form a large army, just to take this opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from the Immortals. However, before fighting with the Sea Clan, the Immortals had already made plans to deal with it. On the battlefield in the western region, the demon cultivators did not achieve any record worthy of boasting, because the Immortals had already arranged various means, just waiting for the demons to take the initiative to hit them. However, the losses caused by the demons in the territory of Dongzhao were still quite large. Because some forces were already limited in strength, and some of the cultivators were withdrawn, their strength declined, and they were naturally easy to be targeted by the nearby demons. In addition, the demons were scattered, and there was no way to organize a large army to concentrate on exterminating them, which caused considerable losses. Speaking of which, the demons in the thousands of mountains would certainly not miss the opportunity to drive out those immortal forces, so they tested the strength of each force, and after knowing what was going on, a huge beast tide broke out. The Li family's Wangsan Mountain was on the outskirts of the mountains, and there were many forces blocking it in front, so they didn't have to face the beast tide directly, but they had to send cultivators to support on the battlefield. Facing the beast tide, as a force in the mountains, the Li family could not stand idly by. Although the relationship between them had not reached the level of lips and teeth dying, if too many forces were broken by the monsters, could the Li family escape? By then, the Li family was isolated and helpless, with no other forces to help them. In the end, apart from the destruction of their families, they also abandoned their clans and fled. However, the Li family was unwilling to accept either of these two methods. so they could only send clansmen to help relieve the pressure when the beast tide was pressing. Although the battlefield of the Thousand Mountains was not as high-end as that on the East China Sea, the degree of cruelty was hard to distinguish. Countless monsters and monks were thrown into this huge meat grinder. The better ones could leave intact corpses, but if they were not lucky enough, they would directly become a pool of meat paste. Because each family had withdrawn a lot of monks, and they were their own elite batch, most forces did not have much power at all when facing this beast tide. The Li family also suffered heavy losses, and many clansmen died every day. In the hall where the family placed the life cards, the number of clansmen who died in the sea battlefield and the mountain battlefield every day was originally similar, but later, only the life cards of the clansmen in the mountain battlefield were still broken. As the head of the clan, Li Hongxi is now facing tremendous pressure. The two-front war is too costly for the Li family. Even though they had prepared for it several years ago, they are still short of spiritual objects. Especially when the front line sent a clan member back urgently, saying that the situation on the battlefield was very unfavorable, and begged the family to send more monks for support. After listening to the clan member's words, Li Hongxi had to hold back his anger and not vent it. Send more monks? Do you really think the family is a 1,000-year-old force? Even if the past of Zuinitan realm is included, the Li family is only a family of 1 or 2,000 years, and it has only been a few hundred years since it came to Yuanling realm. There are indeed many monks on Wongsun Mountain, but they are either too low in cultivation or too old. The most suitable monks are only 1 or 2,000 people, but these clan members must stay in Wongsun Mountain to protect the clan land and must not be moved. In this case, is it possible that Li Hongxi will send the elderly and children to the battlefield? The Zhang family didn't say anything. Do they really intend to abandon the Thousand Mountains and hand them over to the demon clan? Li Hongxi asked in disbelief after listening to the information collected by the intelligence elder. Although the Zhang family didn't care about the Thousand Mountains, in the division of states in the immortal way, it belonged to Shanilin state, and the ruler of Shanilin state was the Zhang family. It was too weird that the Zhang family didn't make any movement when their own territory was attacked by the demon clan. Regarding the request for support from the front line, before the elder finished speaking, he was interrupted by Li Hongxi and said, "There is no support. At most, we can send more spiritual objects over to let them pay attention to their lives on the battlefield. You can't send children and the elderly to fight, right? If you really do this, it is equivalent to publicly telling everyone that the Li family has fallen into the weakness of training. So even if it is unfair to those clansmen who participated in the war, and even puts them in danger, Li Hongxi still did it." Alice, Li Hongxi sighed heavily and said, "Prepare more spiritual objects and send them over." Fortunately, the Li family, which had been shrouded in dark clouds, finally received good news from the East China Sea more than half a month later. The sea area where they were located had ceased fighting, and the number of casualties among the clan members was not too large. Of course, the most important thing was to collect spiritual objects from the family and take them away. Especially the Qinggang stone needed to make mining puppets. A large amount of Qinggang stone. Li Hongxi frowned and asked in confusion, "May I ask Longli Lingzhu, what are you going to do with such low-level spiritual objects? And the number is so large." Fortunately, such low-level spiritual objects are very common. There is a mineral vein in the territory controlled by the Li family, so there is no need to go to other forces and spend spiritual stones to buy them. I don't know either, but this is what King Sun said in person, saying that it was the order of the 9th brother, and the number of Qinggang stones can only be more, not less. Longli shook his head, and he didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. Upon hearing this, Li Hongxi stopped his crazy brain. Since it was Ruzu who ordered it personally, it must be of great use. Moreover, even Longli, the spiritual ancestor of the Void Refinement Realm, does not know its importance. Chapter 968 Opportunity. I know the importance of this matter, but there are not many Qinggang stones in the family warehouse, and it will take some time to collect them. Lingzhu will rest in the family for a few more days, Li Hongxi said solemnly. It doesn't matter. There is a high probability that there will be no more wars in the Big Orange Sea. I am not in a hurry to travel this time, Long Li said softly. In addition to transporting various spiritual objects, he also has a mission, which is to bring back the injured members of the family for healing and to bury the members who lost their lives. Then I will prepare now. After saying that, he bowed to Long Li and left in a hurry. Because Long Li came back this time, he wanted a lot of spiritual objects. After all, The Li family was preparing to develop the current island, and currently it could only be transported from the family. It was just that the number of this low-level spiritual object of King Yang stone was too large, which aroused his curiosity, so he asked more. And Long Li did not stay for long. After completing the task, she immediately went to the cave where Zhang Fengwu was in seclusion. Unfortunately, the door of the cave was closed and surrounded by various formations, so it was destined that she would not see Zhang Fengwu. A few days later, when Li Chengxiu heard that Long Li had returned to Wangxin Mountain, he came to ask about the situation of Li Zhirui, Li Chengxing and others. "Aunt Long, are father and big brother okay? Are you, Xiao Yu and others injured?" Long Li said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, everyone is fine. They just suffered a little injury, but they have been cured long ago." Li Chengxiu knew that Long Li would not lie to her, and her heart was completely relieved. Then she asked Long Li why he came back and the details of the battlefield. Long Li explained one by one slowly. "It's a pity that I couldn't catch up with this war," Li Chengxiu said with some regret. "Such a high-intensity battlefield, as long as she can survive, will be of great benefit to her future cultivation, but because Li Chengxiu is the only 6th-level formation master in the family, except Zhang Fengwu, she is the only one who can activate the full power of the mountain protection formation. For the safety of the family, she can't leave. I heard that the monsters in the mountains are very powerful. Now, the power of each family can no longer resist the monsters." After Long Li returned to Wangxin Mountain, he naturally heard about the difficulties the family was facing. Speaking of this, Li Chengxiu's anger rose all of a sudden. It was not because the monsters were too powerful that the Li family suffered heavy losses, but because the Zhang family, as the lord of Shanyuan's Hao, had not made any movement so far. All the forces in the Immortal Way are now working hard to expand their territory, but the Zhang family does not care about the loss of the mountains. As a formation master and a descendant of Zhang Fengwu, Li Chengxiu has almost read through the jade slips in the Taoist temple in the past few years, and has a certain understanding of luck. Especially after hearing from Long Li that the Zhang family did not suffer too much loss in the East China Sea, and the war was over, they could completely transfer some monks back to Shenyuan's Hao to quell the beast tide. Maybe the support of the Zhang family is on the way. Long Li could only say so. "I hope so." But Li Chengxiu had long lost hope in the Zhang family and said with a dull look. But soon, she pestered Long Li to tell her more details of the war. Although she couldn't participate in it, she could imagine it through the stories of others. Long Li shook her head helplessly and told Li Chengxiu about the war in detail. She didn't hide anything about the thrills and excitement. Li Chengxiu didn't let her go until she finished telling the whole process of the war in her eyes. Li Hongxi's speed of collecting spiritual objects was very fast. In less than 10 days, Long Li had collected all the spiritual objects that he wanted to bring back to the island. Will this have any impact on the family? After learning about the current situation of the family, Long Li was a little worried that taking too many spiritual objects at once would be detrimental to the family's war with the demon clan. "Don't worry, Lingzhu, the family has always had a reserve of spare spiritual stones and various spiritual objects, and it will not be affected." This measure was implemented by the Li family for many years in the Zuinun realm. At first, it was just for the purpose of upgrading the spiritual veins, but gradually the reserve range was expanded to various spiritual objects. The Li family has been developing for hundreds of years, and various opportunities are not bad, so naturally there is some foundation. Of course, in terms of the number and strength of cultivators, the Li family still lags far behind the old-fashioned refining forces, but they have accumulated thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, so they can easily catch up. And the offensive of the demon clan has also weakened a lot, and the pressure on the family has been greatly reduced. I think the beast tide is about to end. This is the main reason why Li Hongxi took out a large number of spiritual objects. What happened? Did the Zhang family send people to support? Long Li asked curiously. Li Hongxi shook his head, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. "I don't know what happened, but it's definitely not the Zhang family coming to support. If the Li family is not weak now and there is no combined cultivator sitting in, Li Hongxi would have wanted to split the 1,000 mountains from Shanyuan's Hao and let the Li family control it. Anyway, the 1,000 mountains are not small in area, and if the battle with the Sea clan is won this time, the Li family can also develop eastward and expand their territory in the East China Sea. Because the 1,000 mountains can barely be considered a coastal area, the distance is not far. The Li family can develop all the way to the east, or use magical powers to move the 10,000 Immortals mountain to the east, so that it stands between the mountains and the East China Sea, making it easier for the Li family to control the two places. After all, the Dongyun sect promised the Li family 5 5th-level spiritual islands, but this only obtained the protection and recognition of the Dongyun sect for a period of time, and did not say that the Li family could not occupy more spiritual islands. Unfortunately, the premise for doing all this is that the Li family has enough strength. At least one combined cultivator is required. But now it is still a bit far from this goal. So Li Hongxi could only suppress this idea in his heart. If the family's strength did not reach that point during his term of office, he would engrave it into a jade slit and hand it directly to Li Zhirui. After long Li collected various spiritual objects, he got up and rushed to the Big Orange Sea. Because she was the only one back, without those wounded, she was very fast and returned to the island in less than 10 days. Long Li, how is the family situation? This was the first question Daquing asked after seeing her, and it was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. Wangsan Mountain is the foundation of the family, and everyone's family is there. If something unexpected happens, the impact will definitely not be small. A beast tide broke out in the mountains, and the family suffered heavy casualties, but when I left, the beast tide was almost over. Long Li told her in detail what she knew. Alice, Daquing sighed. The family suffered at least 1,000 casualties in the two battlefields of the sea and the mountains, which was a big blow to the strength of the Li family. Especially in the sea, the losses were all some clansmen with higher cultivation. You know, every high-level cultivator needs time to grow up, and in this process, the various spiritual objects consumed are not a small number. The only good news is that the two battlefields are about to end, and the Li family has time to recuperate and take a breath. The Zhang family is inhuman, there is no support at all. Others were excited and believed that the Zhang family was the culprit for the heavy losses of all forces in the mountains. Okay, don't say these words. If the Zhang family hears them, it will have a very bad impact on the family. Daquing immediately spoke up to stop everyone. For the current Li family, the Zhang family is still a behemoth, far from being comparable to the Li family. Even if there is any resentment, just vent it in your heart, and you shouldn't be so high profile. Yes, everyone still respects Daquing very much, so when he speaks, everyone stops cursing the Zhang family, but their faces are not good. Various spiritual objects have arrived, and the island should also speed up the development speed, especially some low-level spiritual objects that can mature quickly, which should be planted on the island immediately. Daquing immediately changed the subject. Although the Li family wants to stay here to mine the large spiritual stone vein, some superficial work still needs to be done in place so as not to arouse suspicion from other families. The spiritual objects that Daquing mentioned don't seem to be very important, but they are essential basic spiritual objects, and they can also reduce the pressure on Wangsan Mountain. That's right. Now that the war has subsided, the tribesmen have nothing to do. It's a good opportunity to give them something to do. Speaking of business, everyone forgot about the Zhang family. Not long after, the Li family started a large number of construction projects on the island, including spiritual fields, various halls, caves, etc., which made all the cultivators believe that the Li family really intended to stay here. Although some people still speculated that the Li family had discovered some treasures, otherwise why would they choose this location with no advantages? But after so long, no clues have been found, and there are very few cultivators who still have speculations. Jinsha Seafront. Because it was difficult for Zhaoqing and Xiaoken to deal with a 6th-level shrimp monster alone. The two began to join forces to deal with the shrimp monster, and then each took what they needed. Zhaoqing was not a scale-armored clan, and did not need the blood of the dragon clan, so naturally all of it was given to Xiaoken, and he got most of the flesh and spiritual objects. Although the flesh of a 6th-level shrimp monster has lost its blood essence, the spiritual energy contained in it is still a feast for Zhaoqing. The two cooperated very well, and the shrimp monsters who fought with them could not get any good at all. Those with weaker strength all died in their hands. However, the performance of the two was not eye-catching on the battlefield. Because there were many monks stronger than them. Especially the monks of Jianshan, they were really very powerful and terrible opponents. Almost few of the sea creatures who fought with them could escape safely. But it was also because of this that the Jinxa Longwei Shrimp clan was frightened and dared not fight with the monks of Jianshan again. If they continued to fight, what else would their clan have? They fled into the deep sea without looking back. In other words, Zhao King and Xiaocan came to support for more than a month, and the war was over. This is an absolute good thing for the monks and the Jinshi, but it is not a good thing for the two of them. Because they came to practice and collect the spiritual objects they need. But now they have neither received much experience nor collected many spiritual objects. Go back to find Brother 9, Xiaocan was very unwilling to ask this question. He didn't collect much dragon blood, and he was afraid that it would not allow his bloodline to advance further. What else can we do? Xiaoqing naturally didn't want to retreat like this, but the shrimp monster had already escaped into the deep sea. Xiaoqing was fine. He was a dragon, and fighting in the sea did not affect his combat power, but it was even better. But Xiaoqing was different. Although his cultivation was here, he couldn't exert his full strength. And if they chased after them, they would encounter a large army of shrimp monsters, and they were not seeking death. Alice, Xiaoqing had no choice but to say, then let's go. Li Zhirui, who was absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon on Banyan Island, saw Xiaoqing and Xiaocan come back so quickly. He didn't get up immediately, but after running the skills completely, he asked, why are you back so soon? The shrimp monster has also retreated. Without the war, there is naturally no need for us to stay on the front line, Xiaoqing said listlessly. Li Zhirui was interested and asked curiously, before, the shrimp demon clan was driven to the edge of the Jinshi Sea and suffered heavy losses. They had been entangled with the monks to the end. Why did they suddenly retreat now, Brother Jiu? You haven't seen the strength of those Jianshan monks with your own eyes. Although Zhaoqing was arrogant, he admired those who were powerful. So when he said this, his tone was full of admiration. The shrimp demons of the same level are not their opponents at all, and most of them died. It was very difficult for Xiaoqing and I to kill a shrimp demon of the same level. In the end, we joined forces and gained something from the battlefield. Xiaoqing on the side also joined in the description. Li Zhirui listened to the two people and had a deeper understanding of the strength of the Jianshan monks. Unfortunately, now that the war is over, they should leave the Jinshi. Just as Li Zhirui and the other two were leaving, a series of things happened in the main battlefield where the Donggyun sect and the Sea clan were fighting in the south. First of all, as time went by, more and more monks came from all over to support, which greatly relieved the pressure on the monks, while the Sea clan had a more difficult time dealing with it. Especially in the battlefield of the mortal realm, even if the Sea clan had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were not the opponents of the monks, but were beaten very badly by the monks. Secondly, the situation in the fairyland battlefield, where the monks had always been at a disadvantage, has changed little by little, but now it is still in a situation where no one can do anything to anyone. If nothing unexpected happens, this war may have to stalemate for several years before it ends. But it just so happened that a big thing happened to the Sea clan at this time. A Sea clan member in the Earth Fairyland actually took the last step at this moment and stepped into the gate of the Heaven Fairyland. The movement of the Heavenly Fairy Thunder Tribulation was very loud, and the fluctuations could be sensed within 1,000 miles, not to mention that the location of the Earth Fairy Sea clan in seclusion was not far from the battlefield. This time, the Sea clan instantly fell into passive position. Because they couldn't help but send people to protect the law, and they had to be on guard against the monks to prevent them from causing damage. You know, the Heaven Fairyland is the key force for the major camps to ensure their lofty status. But how could the monks miss this great opportunity? Chapter 969, Unwilling. Although there were some scattered immortals and human immortals on the side of the Sea clan who complained about the seniors' breakthrough and tribulation at such a critical moment, most of the water monsters could understand. After all, sometimes the perception gushed out and broke through the threshold very suddenly. Could he suppress it by force? But if many opportunities were missed, they might never appear again in the future. How could the water monster in the earthly immortal realm give up? Not to mention that he had been in seclusion for many years and had no idea that the Sea clan in the outside world was fighting with the cultivators. Even if he knew, he would not give up the opportunity to break through the heavenly immortal for the sake of the Sea clan. You know, in a sense, the heavenly immortal is the end of the road. The lifespan is at least tens of thousands of years. It is a top figure who can truly sit and watch the sea turn into mulberry fields and look down on the changing world. But now is not the time to talk about these. The scattered immortals and human immortals of the Sea clan immediately took out half of their men to protect the law, and the rest tried their best to obstruct the cultivators and prevent them from breaking through the defense line and approaching the tribulation range. And how could the cultivators miss this key that could determine the outcome of the great battle? Seeing the actions of the Sea Clan, a group of immortal cultivators immediately discussed a solution. That is to pretend to want to destroy the Thunder Tribulation, but in fact, they are taking advantage of the fact that the number of Sea Clan immortals has greatly decreased, and before the Thunder Tribulation ends, they try to injure as many immortals as possible. Weaken the combat power of the Sea Clan. In this way, even if the Thunder Tribulation ends, the group of Sea Clan guardians rush back, and they can no longer change the outcome of the war. If possible, they certainly hope to kill some Sea Clans, but they know in their hearts that this is too difficult. If they pursue this goal blindly, it is likely that the Sea Clan will survive this crisis and fall into a stalemate between the two sides again. Of course, if there is a chance, they will not miss it. The cultivators who rush to the front were Juxeo, Giant Tongzi and other human immortals with amazing combat power. They made a posture that the cultivators were going to rush out of the defense line to destroy the birth of a new celestial immortal in the Sea Clan. Seeing this, the Sea Clans changed their expressions and hurriedly used means to stop them. For a time, all kinds of laws and magical powers flashed in the sky, and ice, huge waves, and strong winds roared. Juxeo and his group of immortals were not afraid at all. They laughed loudly and used their own methods. A tall Dharma image appeared behind them and quickly crushed these attacks. These powerful monks brought great pressure to the Sea Clan. The monks in the back seized the opportunity and surrounded and divided the Sea Clans one by one in 2 or 3 teams, not giving them a chance to unite. Oh no! We fell into a trap, damn it! The faces of the Sea Clan immortals were terrible. Which of them was not an old monster who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years? Looking at this posture, how could they not understand the monks' strategy? Pretending to destroy the tribulation was fake. And they wanted to seize the opportunity of their strength being greatly reduced to decide the outcome of the battlefield. But they were worried and confused, worried that the monks would destroy the tribulation, and they withdrew half of their manpower at once, and the monks seized the opportunity. And when the monks took action, they summoned a thick fog that obscured their vision, covering this battlefield, so that the Sea Clans who were guarding the law thousands of miles away could not see the real situation here, and had no idea of the situation here. Hold on. As long as we wait for the ancestor to finish his tribulation, and Ao Ming and the others come back, the cultivators will be unable to do anything to us, a certain sea immortal shouted. But it didn't know that the thick fog also had the effect of eliminating sound, and its inspiring words were not spread at all. Most of the sea people besieged by 2 or 3 cultivators were in a very bad situation. Although the war had just broken out for a moment, the cultivators took out a desperate posture and made up their minds to injure a large number of sea people and weaken their strength before the Thunder Tribulation ended. So one by one, there was no reservation and they attacked the sea people with full firepower. Faced with such a fierce attack by the cultivators, the sea people were beaten very aggrieved, especially the sea people besieged by Juxeo, Giant Tongzi and others. They already had wounds on their bodies. And because the cultivators had already discussed it, once the sea people were seriously injured and could not recover in a short time, and their strength was weakened, they would immediately support other cultivators, leaving only one person to contain the sea people. Under the desperate siege and mutual cooperation of the immortals, more than 30 sea tribe immortals were seriously injured in just 1 hour, and it would take several years for them to recover completely. Because there was a human immortal who was proficient in the law of poison among the cultivators, he distributed some poisons that could enter the body through the wounds and cause great damage to the meridians in a short time. When the sea tribes who went to protect the law hurried back to the battlefield, almost all the sea tribes who were left to defend were injured. Many of them had very serious injuries and their strength dropped sharply. You know, the sea tribes protected the law on the edge of the Thunder Tribulation for more than an hour, and when they saw that no cultivator broke out of the siege, they had doubts in their hearts. Damn it, asshole. How dare you plot against us like this? The sea tribe immortals who came back were extremely angry, their eyes were red, and they wished they could eat the cultivators in front of them alive. Ha 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 ha, seeing them so angry, the immortals were very happy, and some cultivators even laughed. The outcome is set, everyone. Are you still unwilling to retreat? At the beginning of the war, because the sudden action of the 5 major immortal gates of the Donggyun sect exceeded the expectations of the Sea Clan, the immortals who rushed over in a hurry only had a few more than the cultivators, so they could not do anything to the cultivators. But now it is different. There are dozens of immortals in the Sea clan who are seriously injured. With such a huge gap in numbers, and they will not be able to participate in the war for several years. Even if the remaining Sea clans can hold on, how long can they hold on? Especially when the cultivators see the hope of ending the war and winning, they will definitely burst out with fighting power. At that time, how many Sea clans who are holding on will end up seriously injured? Okay. You immortals won this round, but if you want to occupy the near sea, you have to ask my millions of Sea clans if they agree. The Dragon Clan immortal Aopeng, who is the leader, thought about it and knew in an instant that they had no chance of winning on the battlefield of the immortals, but this did not mean that the war was over. Although the final victory of the war was decided by the fairyland of the two camps, now that the Sea clan has lost, it is absolutely impossible to ask them to voluntarily hand over the offshore area. Therefore, in just a moment, Aopeng thought of the battlefield in the mortal realm. Even in the battlefield of the mortal realm, the Sea clan is also at a disadvantage. A large number of Sea clans fall every moment, but it doesn't matter. As long as the war continues, it means that the war is not over, and it has bought them enough time to heal their wounds. At most, a few years later, the Fairyland War will be set off again. We'll see. Aopeng snorted coldly and left with a group of Sea clans very simply. Brother Liu Dao, what do you think that means? They want to drag it on, and wait until their injuries are healed, and then fight us again. We have won, but our goal has not been achieved. The offshore area does not belong to the immortal way. The thoughts of the Sea clan were quickly seen through. And if you want to solve the problem once and for all, you must drive the Sea clan out of the offshore before their injuries are healed, so that the cultivators can truly occupy this place. But this is not easy. There are too many sea tribes. It seems that the cultivators have the upper hand. It was just that the sea tribes were not prepared at first, and the cultivators seized the opportunity and arranged many means. Moreover, after Aopeng and other water monsters return, they will definitely frantically summon low-level sea tribes to drag the war as long as possible. So what should we do now? According to the unspoken rules, they cannot attack the mortal realm. If this rule is broken, there will definitely be endless troubles. Call all cultivators in Dongzhou, especially the scattered cultivators. The cultivators of various forces in Dongzhou have all come in the first round of the war. If they are recruited again, the strength of each force will be empty and the monsters will take advantage of it. But the scattered cultivators are different. Their strength may not be high, but there are many of them. If they can come to the East China Sea, then the immortals may be able to drive the sea tribe out of the near sea within a year and formally incorporate them into the territory of the immortals. Yes, the power of the scattered cultivators cannot be ignored. Especially those scattered cultivators who don't have spiritual veins. If they are willing to join the war, they can at least get a first-level spiritual vein. If they make any contribution, they can increase the number of spiritual veins or the grade. Don't think that the offshore area is small. It is a huge area with a width of 3,000 miles from east to west and hundreds of thousands of miles from north to south. The Sea clan has been operating here for tens of thousands of years. There is no telling how many low-level spiritual veins there are, which can fully satisfy those scattered cultivators. However, in order to attract more scattered cultivators to come, they set a number, hoping to use this method to quickly gather a large number of cultivators. And there is another advantage to this, that is, if too many cultivators come, the spiritual veins in the offshore area will be divided up, and some cultivators may not get spiritual veins and make trouble. Then they can take out this regulation. The immortal realms quickly discussed a response plan and then acted quickly. After all, the sooner the war in the mortal realm ends, the sooner they can incorporate the offshore into the territory of the immortal way. In fact, there have been regulations for distributing spiritual veins to those scattered cultivators, but they know that the number of cultivators is limited, and there are only places like the East. But this time was different. With the efforts of the immortals, in just half a month, all the cultivators in the entire East continent knew about their achievements and the call for cultivators to develop the offshore and strengthen the strength of the offshore cultivation world. Let's go. Let's go. Go to the East China Sea. The spiritual vein that the family has been seeking for decades has been found. What? Big brother. Are you serious? Of course, I'll explain to you on the way. Now hurry up and call all the clansmen together. If you go too late, there may be nothing left. This kind of cultivator who rushed to the East China Sea was not just this one. There were many others. Anyway, all kinds of spiritual lights never stopped in the sky above the entire East continent. and this just happened to be what the Immortals wanted. The more they came, the better. Li's Island resident. Brother Jiu, the war is over. The most important thing is that we won. Dakwing rushed to Li Zhirui's cave as soon as he received the news. After seeing him, he said this in a trembling voice. Since the Golden Shrimp clan also retreated, Li Zhirui brought Xiaoqing and Xiaokang back, and then he has been practicing in the cave. What did you say? Li Zhirui was stunned when he heard the words, and he was a little slow to recover. This news was too sudden. What's going on? Tell me about what happened during this period of time, Li Zhirui asked with a serious look. Those immortals erased the not-so-glorious calculations and actions in the battle, and only gave a general idea. And Duckwing didn't know much, all of which were already public information. Are you saying that there are still many wars in the sea area? Not only have they not ended, but they have become more and more intense. After listening to Duckwing's words, Li Zhirui did not pay attention to the victory or defeat of the camp, but became interested in this sentence. The Sea Clan must not be willing to lose the near sea. Maybe they want to delay time and fight with the cultivators again. Xiaokang said his thoughts. That's right. So those immortals called on the cultivators of the entire East continent to come to the East China Sea, and planned to distribute spiritual veins to them. Everyone kept discussing this matter, but as they talked, they discussed when they could go back. Knock knock. Li Zhirui knocked on the table lightly, interrupting everyone's conversation, and said, "We must be prepared for the war to start again. After all, the Sea Clan is putting pressure on us, and the Giant Crab Clan has no right to refuse. Although the giant crabs want to preserve their strength and wait for the future to return to the East China Sea to fight for territory, they dare not resist the orders of the Sea Clan. So if nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be a war. Let the clansmen prepare for the war, and tell them that after this war is over, it will not be long before they return home," Li Zhirui ordered. And Li Zhirui guessed correctly. The Giant Crab Clan, who hid in the deep sea and wanted to preserve their strength, received an imperial edict from the major clans of the Sea Clan a few days ago. The content of the edict made them look very ugly. There was not much content, but it was very cruel. That is, at all costs, even if there was only one member left in the Giant Crab Clan, they had to maintain a state of war with the monks. Do they want the lives of my entire Giant Crab Clan? A 7th-level crab monster roared angrily. This is the biggest shortcoming of the sea race and the demon race. They are made up of countless races, and their strength is very strong and their number is very large, but there is a huge problem. That is, each race is more concerned about itself and the race, but rarely considers the entire sea race. So facing this naked edict that sent the giant crab demon race to death, they were very angry. But when the anger cooled down, they had to face this problem again. Let them disobey? They don't have the strength or the courage. So there is only one way to go, that is to agree to the edict. We can fight with the monks, but there is no need to fight desperately. As long as we are in a state of entanglement in war, this sentence made the eyes of the crab demons light up. In this way, they not only completed the tasks of those fairylands, but also preserved the strength of the race. Chapter 970 Luck. Woo! A heavy horn sounded in the Bay Sea area, and the water monsters appeared again in the sea area that had been calm for a long time. The monks were well prepared and had been waiting for their appearance. But as the Sea Clan approached, the monks could not help but be stunned when they saw them clearly. There were so many of them, and they were black, dyeing the sea area black for dozens of miles, but their strength was very poor. Not to mention the 7th-level crab monster, there was not even a 6th-level water monster. The Sea Clan lost? Seeing this scene, Li Zhirui said softly. Even if the Sea Clan forced various races to entangle with the monks, what was the point of maintaining the war? For their own interests, they were unwilling to waste their own strength, but they could not afford to offend the powerful Sea Clan, so they played this trick. Li Zhirui believed that there were definitely not a few Sea Clans, like the giant crab monster clan, who were hypocritical. Yes, the Sea Clan is numerous and powerful, but it's a pity that they are too scattered and cannot exert all their strength. Otherwise, the result of this war may not necessarily be the victory of the monks. Darkwing on the side also sighed. The Sea Clan is full of internal conflicts. The Dragon Clan is the most powerful and has the title of the Master of the Sea Clan, but even they cannot completely suppress the power of other races. Moreover, once the Dragon Clan shows signs of suppressing other races, they will unite and fight against the Dragon Clan, because other races are worried that they will be the next target of suppression. Just like this war, The Sea clan argued endlessly about how many clan members each family should send, and they argued with each other for a long time. It is true that the sudden attack of the Dongyan faction caught the Sea clan off guard, but the East China Sea is the territory of the Sea clan, and the Sea clan failed to press in with a large army in the first time, and there is a reason for this. But it's good this way, and everyone can return to Wangsan Mountain as soon as possible, Daking said with a smile. The giant crab monster clan had a good idea and planned to use this method to deal with it, but the cultivators were unwilling to cooperate. So at the moment when the two sides came into contact, the cultivators had no intention of showing mercy at all, and they were very ruthless, directly letting the cultivators such as the god of transformation and the nascent soul burst out with all their strength. In just a moment, the Sea tribe suffered heavy losses. Not to mention dragging it out for a few years, it is likely that in less than half a month, these Sea tribes will be wiped out. The monks are so cruel. Do we have to go into battle ourselves? The giant crab monsters hiding in the sea have been watching the battlefield. Seeing the huge casualties of the low-level water monsters, they did not feel sorry at all, but just felt anxious. Because the crab monsters have a very strong reproductive capacity, it doesn't matter how many low-level crab monsters die, not to mention that there are other Sea tribes, so they will not feel sorry. But in this way, in order to complete the tasks assigned by the Sea tribe Fairyland, they have to lead their tribesmen to fight. No, immediately, a crab monster objected, saying, that group of Fairyland hid in the back under the name of recuperation and did not participate in the war. But let us die on the front line. What's the reason? That's right. I'm afraid they want to use this war to launch a big purge and let us make room for them. The monsters said more and more outrageous, but they also became more and more angry. They were not willing to die. But how should we deal with this situation now? The Sea tribe wanted them to continue the war at all costs, while the monks seized this great opportunity and attacked the Sea tribe frantically, trying to completely occupy the offshore area. No one cared whether these small forces caught in the middle lived or died. Why don't we escape to the North Sea? If we want to survive, we can't stay in the East Sea, a 7th level crab monster suddenly said. I heard that the North Sea is also fighting with the monks, but it's not as fierce as ours, and it's also at a disadvantage. Our joining can at least strengthen the power of the North Sea tribe, and they shouldn't refuse. But what if the North Sea hands us over after the war? A crab monster worriedly said. Among the 4 major seas in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, the East Sea tribe is the strongest, followed by the West Sea, and then the South Sea, and the weakest is the North Sea. Because the North Sea is the smallest, the spiritual energy is the thinnest, and because it is close to the North Territory, the base camp of the ancient remnants, the strength of the Sea tribe is not strong. If the East Sea clan speaks, the North Sea may not be able to withstand the pressure, and may just hand them over. We can unite with other races and join the North Sea together. In this way, we don't have to worry about being betrayed by the North Sea, and we may even have better development in the North Sea. Besides that, there is another way. The law does not punish the masses. If we can connect other races and make most of the Sea clans not participate in the war, I think they will not be punished. 2 ways. In comparison, more crab monsters choose the second proposal. After all, the North Sea is unfamiliar with the people, and the external environment is even worse. If they can stay in the East Sea, they still don't want to leave their homeland. Are there other races willing? Of course they are willing. Especially the coastal races like the golden beard shrimp and the yellow scale sea snake, which have suffered heavy casualties. They don't want to fight anymore. The losses of these races are the most serious. Not only have many tribesmen lost their lives, their strength has been greatly reduced, and they have lost their own territory. They may become rootless duckweed. As long as we connect enough races, even if we are punished afterwards, it won't be too serious. After all, even if these races are far less powerful than the dragon race and other big races, they are numerous. If they really take action, the strength of the East China Sea will inevitably decline. As soon as these words were spoken, many crab monsters were moved. They sent low-level sea races to fight at the beginning. Weren't they afraid of disobeying orders and being liquidated in the future? In this case, let's ask these races and see if they are willing. The strongest 7th level crab monster has never spoken, but now he finally spoke. But there is one thing to note, it must not be us who connect the various races to withdraw from the war. After all, even if the law does not blame the masses, they, as the culprits, destroyed the plans of those big races. Maybe it's okay at the beginning, But if any accident happens in the future, they will become a corpse. And by then, even if all races know who started it, no one will stand up and say anything, and they will only treat this as an accident. Yes, because they have come up with a way to deal with it. The crab monster clan has become more perfunctory about the war, and they don't care that the sea clan on the battlefield has completely collapsed. Some died, some escaped. Hundreds of thousands of low-level sea creatures were dealt with by the cultivators in just a few days. And this was because the cultivators followed the unspoken rules and did not let the cultivators of Liangsu and Haiti take action. Otherwise, the sea creatures would have lost on the first day. Are the giant crabs not afraid of the punishment of the sea creatures? They are not even willing to do the superficial work. Although Li Zhirui did not take action, he did not leave and just watch the battle. He mainly wanted to see how the crab monsters would respond, but they just quit? Maybe they think that the law cannot punish the masses. Quinn guessed. There must be a lot of sea creatures like the giant crabs who are unwilling to continue fighting with the cultivators, especially those races that are not strong enough. Li Zhirui shook his head. This seems to be a good way to avoid war, but if those big clans are a little more ruthless, they may not be able to escape this disaster. But this is a good thing for the Li family, because they can end the battle faster and then mine that large spiritual stone vein. In fact, the Li family has been mining quietly. Previously, Longli returned to Wangsan Mountain and brought back a large amount of Qingang stone. There were dozens of puppet masters among the tribesmen in the island chain. In addition, mining puppets were very easy to make, so a group of Yuanying tribesmen were directly arranged to learn. However, it was the most basic puppet. With a powerful consciousness of Yuanying cultivators, it was easy to learn. With the efforts of everyone, the number of mining puppets has reached thousands. Then some tribesmen who were loyal to the family were selected to control the puppets to mine spiritual stones. Of course, because they did not dare to make too much noise, the spiritual stones produced every day were not many, only tens of thousands of spiritual stones. But there was a huge unexpected surprise. That is, the quality of the spiritual stones is very good, and the deeper you dig, the better the quality. Maybe the Li family can dig out a batch of top-quality spiritual stones. Many sea tribes in the sea area have collapsed. The cultivators will naturally not miss this great opportunity. They began to advance in an all-round way, occupying islands in the offshore area, pulling spiritual veins, and then began to build a large formation to protect the island and develop the island. Doing so, firstly, creates an established fact, indicating that the cultivators have won the war. Secondly, even if the sea clan is unwilling, it will be more troublesome for them to retake the offshore area with the territory of these cultivators. Of course, the 5 major immortal sects, such as the Dongyan sect, occupy the largest area and the best conditions in the sea area. The islands they built can no longer be called islands, but small pieces of land, each of which is surprisingly large. The other fairyland forces in Dongzhou have basically established branches and courtyards in the offshore area, which is convenient for disciples to come to the East China Sea for training in the future, and also for some special spiritual objects in the East China Sea. And they are also the main force to guard the offshore cultivation world in the future and prevent it from being retaken by the Sea Clan, because each family in each sect has at least one fairyland sitting in the town. Those forces that looked down on the Li family and thought that the Li family was extremely stupid for choosing to build a spiritual island in the Big Orange Sea area, now look back and find that the places they can occupy are not even as good as the Li family. Because these refining forces are the weakest among the many participating forces in the immortal way, if they want to build a spiritual island in a place with good conditions, they have to see whether those powerful forces agree. The offshore area is not small, after all, it is hundreds of thousands of miles long from north to south and 3,000 miles wide from east to west, but it is not big either. The major immortal gates in Dongzhou occupy more than half of the territory. The remaining half still needs to be divided according to strength, and the refining forces will eventually take over after the tribulation, Mahayana, and fusion. It is conceivable that the quality of the remaining territory will not be very high. The Bay and Gorge Sea area is indeed not very good, but the Li family has made up their minds early on to build a spiritual island here. Therefore, while other forces have not made any moves, they have attracted a lot of spiritual veins to merge into the island, and they are still spiritual veins of higher grades. In other words, the Li family still knows how to measure, otherwise the number of spiritual veins on the island can at least double. But even so, the Li family's island stationing still makes other forces jealous. Fortunately, The Li family had demonstrated their strong strength in the previous rounds of wars, making those refining forces afraid to act rashly, otherwise they might not be able to protect these spiritual veins. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. The giant crab clan in the Bay Sea area had been completely driven away, leaving only some low-level sea clans, but in this way, it can be said that this sea area has completely fallen into the hands of the monks. And this situation did not happen in just one place, it was very common. Many races in the offshore area completely abandoned their own territory and fled to the deep sea, which was easily occupied by the monks. Damn it. Bastard. A bunch of idiots. And in the deep sea, all the Sea Clan Fairyland, after receiving the news, were angry. Because their actions were equivalent to automatically announcing their surrender, and the monks had actually occupied the offshore area. If they wanted to drive the monks away again, they would have to launch a larger-scale war and win. But at present, the Sea Clan suffered heavy losses, and all races were afraid of war and hated war. It was very difficult to gather a large number of Sea Clans. Of course, it is not impossible to do it. We can just use strong strength to oppress them. However, in this way, the already loose Sea Clan is likely to split. Such a large-scale and orderly retreat must be secretly colluded by someone, thinking that the law does not punish the masses, and we can't do anything to them. We must find the culprit, Peng said angrily. Even if we can't take action directly, we must not let it go. We will talk about these things later. The most important thing now is, what should we do with the offshore area? Can we really just watch it being taken away by the monks? A certain Sea Clan in the human fairyland said. No one wants to lose such a large area of territory, but now we have no power to take it back. Although they are very unwilling, the fact is in front of them. The Sea Clan has lost. It's not that they can't continue to fight with the monks, but what's the point? It just adds casualties. Improve your strength well, and when there is a chance in the future, we will definitely take back the offshore area. They can only comfort themselves like this now. In the next year, the entire offshore area was occupied by monks. At that moment, the luck of the immortals suddenly soared by 10%. Although 10% is not much, it is the luck of the entire immortal. And you have to know that the birth of a celestial being only increases the luck by half a point. All the cultivators in Dongzhou have benefited to some extent. Some have accelerated their cultivation speed a little, some have broken through the bottleneck of many years, and some have even directly broken through a great realm. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui belongs to the first type, which simply accelerated the accumulation of mana. In fact, this is the norm. After all, there are hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Dongzhou. Even if the growth of the luck of the immortals is a great benefit, it will naturally be left with little. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971 Trouble. The war is over. Daking and I will temporarily take charge of Banyan Island. 30% of the clan members will stay here, and the rest will return to Wangsan Mountain. After discussing with the family, we will send at least 1,000 clan members here. Li Zhirui thought for a moment and added, in addition, we need to move a group of secular clan members here so that they can spread out on Banyan Island. Although the reason for the establishment of Banyan Island was the large spiritual stone vein, it is not possible to mine out this vein in a short time. In this process, the Li family cannot leave the huge spiritual land on the island undeveloped, and it is even more impossible to abandon this spiritual island after mining out the spiritual stones. You know, there are more than a dozen spiritual veins on Banyan Island, and the concentration of spiritual energy is no worse than that of Wangsan Mountain. Moreover, it is located in the East China Sea and has many special and unique spiritual objects. Therefore, Banyan Island is destined to become a very important side of the Li family, and it must be well developed. In this way, secular clan members cannot be missing. In addition to playing a major role in reproduction, secular clansmen can also plant some low-level spiritual objects. In the absence of monks, they are very good supplements. But if this happens, if time goes on for a long time, it is hard to guarantee that no one will have the idea of self-reliance, an elder said with a worried look. This is not groundless worry, but a real thing that happened. After all, The distance between the two places is not close, and no matter how good Wanling Island is, its status is not as good as Wongsan Mountain, and it is on the side of being exploited. Over time, the relationship between the monks on the island and the original family faded, and they had a certain strength. Of course, they did not want to be exploited by the original family again. Unfortunately, the Li family is too weak. It would be great if they could arrange a teleportation array. In this way, the two places can be closely connected, and there is no need to worry about Wanling Island becoming independent. There is a teleportation array in the Yuanling realm. It's just that activating the array requires a lot of spirit stones. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption, and the number of people teleported each time is only a dozen. So in the previous war with the Sea Clan, the monks in the west of Dongzhou all took large flying magic weapons such as cloud ships to participate in the war. The reason why Li Zhirui said can be arranged is because the inheritance Zhang Fengwu received includes the method of teleportation array, but lacks the most important 8th level spiritual object, the Void Stone. Judging from the current situation, the elders' concerns are not impossible. In addition to instilling some ideas such as loyalty to the family when teaching the new generation of cultivators on the island, and strengthening ties with the main family, the most important thing is to have the high-level cultivators of the main family take charge, and after breaking through the spirit transformation, they must move to Wongsan Mountain. Li Zhirui said the solution he had come up with temporarily. On the one hand, start with a new generation of people on Wanling Island, and on the other hand, limit the strength of Wanling Island. On the East China Sea, and their location is relatively close, there will definitely be no less harassment and invasion from the Sea Clan in the future. Without strong strength, it is impossible to gain a foothold. This is the arrangement for now. When you go back, you can also discuss with the clan leader to see if there are better preventive measures. Wanling Island is a very important territory for the family, both now and in the future. Li Zhirui didn't want to dwell on this matter. After all, the independence of Wanling Island would not happen for at least 100 years. By then, there might be a better solution. After that, he changed the subject and said, "You should prepare yourself and return to Wongsan Mountain as soon as possible." A few days later, the cloud ship belonging to the Li family rose into the air and rushed towards the direction of Wongsan Mountain in the west. Except for encountering a monster blocking the way, everyone returned to the family smoothly. "My ancestors, I wonder how the battle in the East China Sea is going." Li Hongxi flew over as soon as he received the news, and when he saw Li Chengshen, Zhao King and others for the first time, he had the answer in his heart. "Of course, we won." Zhao King didn't say much about the war, because it was over, and there was plenty of time to talk in detail. The matter of opening up Wanling Island was more important. "You must have heard that the family has built a spiritual island in the East China Sea. Now that the war is over, a large number of clansmen are needed to support and develop it. So you and the elders should discuss the candidates as soon as possible, and collect various spiritual objects. The sooner you set off, the better." Zhao King took out a jade slip and said, "These are the spiritual objects needed by Wanling Island. It doesn't matter if you can't get them all, as long as there are enough Qinggang stones. Don't worry, Lingzhu, the family has collected tens of thousands of kilograms of Qinggang stones. The last time Long Li came back and took away a lot of Qinggang stones, he specifically told Li Hongxi to prepare more, because there will definitely be a demand in the future, and now it has come true. As for other spiritual objects, the family will try to collect them as much as possible." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Zhao King nodded with satisfaction. Only with enough Qinggang stones can a large number of puppets be made, thereby speeding up the mining of spiritual stones. "You should be curious about why there are so many Qinggang stones, right?" Li Hongxi really wanted to know the reason. After all, the grade of Qinggang stone is too low, and judging from the confidentiality, it must be used in a very important place. However, he also knew the principle of confidentiality, so he suppressed his curiosity and did not ask. The family discovered a large spiritual stone vein on Wanling Island. In order to keep it secret, these Qinggang stones are used to make mining puppets. Zhao King took out another jade slip and said, "There are not enough monks on Wanling Island, especially puppeteers, so this time I have to trouble you to organize the family's puppeteers to make more puppets. Remember, don't leak this secret." Zhao King warned with a serious face, "The current strength of the family can't protect this spiritual stone vein at all." "Yes." Li Hongxi's face was full of excitement and nervousness. He certainly knew how much benefit a large spiritual stone vein would bring to the family, and how much disaster would be caused after the secret was leaked. In addition to these, there is one more thing that requires everyone's brainstorming. Seeing that Zhao King had forgotten about this, Zhao King said, Wanling Island is very important to the family, but it is far away from each other. After a long time, the people on the island may have the idea of self-reliance, so I need you to work hard to find a solution to this hidden danger. Well, this should indeed be considered. Li Hongxi nodded and said, I will discuss with the elders and try to come up with a solution. After all the serious matters were explained, Li Chengsheng on the side suddenly asked, this time the demon clan took the opportunity to cause chaos. What are the casualties of the family? Pretty serious. Li Hongxi's face suddenly became ugly, and he said, because of the war between the sea clans, not only the family, but other forces lack high-end combat power, so there are many casualties. Humph. Sooner or later, we will eradicate that group of demons. Hearing this news, the expressions of Zhao King and others suddenly became gloomy. As for the Zhang family's failure to help, although they were also angry, they were not very angry. It is true that the Zhang family is the master of Shanyuan's Hao, but they have never cared about the thousands of mountains, and they don't even accept the offerings from the various forces in the mountains. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Zhang family is not the patriarch of the various families and factions in the mountains. There is nothing to blame for not sending monks to participate in the war. Besides, in the final analysis, it is still the Li family's lack of strength. If they were strong enough, there would not be so many casualties. Nothing else, we will leave first. Seeing Li Hongxi shaking his head, Zhao King and others left the family hall. Not long after, the Li family became busy, raising spiritual objects, drawing monks, summoning mortals and other matters. Every elder was so busy that he didn't have much time to practice. Zhao King, who left the family hall, flew to his and Feng Peng's cave as soon as possible. Before he left, Feng Peng gave birth to their only child so far, and maybe even the only child in this life. So Zhao King was very impatient and wanted to know whether Feng Peng had laid a spiritual egg. When he saw Feng Peng's weak breath, he immediately stepped forward and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Nothing, Feng Peng explained with a smile on his face. When you and I were conceived in my body, our offspring experienced a reversion of blood, so we need a little more spiritual energy. We just need to rest for a while, this little bastard. I must teach him a lesson when he's born. Zhao Qing was also surprised. With their current 6th grade bloodline reversion, they would be at least 7th grade, and most likely higher. You should rest well next, and leave the hatching to me. Zhao Qing's eyes were full of pity. Feng Peng really needed to regulate his breath and recover, so he did not refuse. Neither of them noticed that the spirit egg moved during their conversation. This situation means that the spirit egg has given birth to spiritual intelligence. The last one like this was the 8th grade wooden unicorn contracted by Li Zhirui. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the Li family cultivators, more than a month later, 70% to 80% of the spiritual objects, cultivators, and mortals needed by Wanxin Island were collected. Spirit ancestor, why don't you wait for another 10 days? Then you can prepare everything. Li Hongxi saw Zhao King planning to lead the team to Wanling Island now, and couldn't help persuading him. These are enough for Wanling Island to use for a long time, there is no need to wait any longer. Zhao King shook his head. Wanling Island is in short supply of various spiritual objects, so it is better to send a batch as soon as possible. Li Hongxi couldn't convince Zhao King, so he could only watch Zhao King, Li Chengxin, Ang, Ali and other refining masters take the spiritual objects and clansmen to Wanling Island. At the beginning, the journey was very smooth and safe, but a little further away, the Li family's fleet began to encounter attacks, some by cultivators and some by demons. Obviously, they knew that many forces had established spiritual islands in the East China Sea and would bring a lot of resources to help open up the wasteland, so they deliberately ambushed on the way to the East China Sea. If Zhao King and his men were not strong enough, they would have killed people and taken treasures. We can't go on like this. We have to find a way to deal with the monks and demons who are ambushing on the road. Zhao King frowned. They couldn't just transport this one batch of supplies. After all, Wanling Island had just been developed not long ago. Even if the spiritual energy was rich, it would take time for the spiritual objects to mature. At least within a few years, this kind of large-scale transportation was very common. But the road to the East China Sea was so chaotic, and so many of their monks were quite thrilling. If they sent weaker monks in the future, They might encounter some accidents. Wouldn't it be a tragedy? But now they were on the road, so Xiao Kang didn't have time to think too much. The most important thing was to get to Wanling Island as soon as possible. Half a month later, a team of rather embarrassed cloudboats slowly stopped outside Wanling Island. The tribesmen and various spiritual objects were in charge of special people, so Xiao Kang and his men didn't need to worry about it, so they drove the cloudboat into the island and strode away. What happened? Li Zhirui, who had just finished practicing, came out and saw Xiao Kang's serious face, and asked hurriedly. Xiao Kang told him about the monks and monsters who robbed him on the road, as well as his concerns, and said, "They are very powerful. We were almost captured by them on a cloud ship, we really can't let it go." Li Zhirui's face suddenly became solemn. Their existence would seriously threaten the safety of the Li family's spiritual objects transportation. But from Xiao Kang's description, these monks and monsters are not only numerous, but also powerful. The Li family alone can't deal with them at all. It seems that we have to invite other forces to discuss this matter. The Li family will be threatened, and other forces will naturally not be safe and sound. Maybe many forces have already had a lot of resources robbed. I plan to invite other forces in the Big Orange Sea area to discuss this issue together. The Li family still has a little appeal in this sea area. What does the Li family want to do? When many monks saw the invitation from the Li family, they didn't quite understand, but they all came to the appointment. "Thank you all for coming." On Wanling Island, Li Zhirui sat at the top and said to the refining cultivators of various forces in the Big Orange Sea area, "I wonder what fellow Taoist Li is inviting us to discuss this time." Someone from Liangsa asked immediately. Everyone was very busy and didn't have time to waste here. The forces that you are in should have been attacked by cultivators or monsters on the way, and some even suffered heavy losses, so I hope to gather everyone's strength to eliminate them, so as not to continue to threaten the transportation of spiritual objects and the safety of cultivators. A Liangsu cultivator shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, your suggestion is very good, but it is not realistic. First of all, everyone came to the sea from Duangzhou in different ways. Do we have to clean up all the places? It's too difficult and there will be many casualties," he continued. "Secondly, even if we kill them, it won't take too long for new cultivators and monsters to appear. We can't just deal with them every time they appear, right? You know, although the war is over, it doesn't mean that the sea is calm and the Sea Clan will stop. If the Sea Clan suddenly attacks while we are away, the Spirit Island is likely to be lost and the Spirit Bang will be taken away by the Sea Clan again." Chapter 972, Clean Up. That's right, it's not that we don't want to deal with those robbery cultivators and monsters, we are just powerless, many cultivators echoed. The problem you are worried about does exist, but can we just sit back and do nothing and let those robbery cultivators and monsters ambush us on the way? Li Zhirui frowned slightly and said. He thought that after raising this matter, the cultivators of other forces would respond more actively. It's not that Li Zhirui felt that his appeal was so strong, but this matter threatened the development of each spiritual island. But he didn't expect that most of the cultivators actually held an opposing attitude. What Li Daoyao said makes sense. If we really leave it alone, it will seriously disrupt the development speed of our families. When the Sea Clan recovers, if our strength is still the same, it will be difficult to resist the invasion of the Sea Clan. Another Liangsu cultivator thought more about it and said, why not compromise? Forces that are not far away should take the same road to the East China Sea as much as possible. As long as we clean up the robbers and monsters on this road, we can greatly reduce the threat. Maybe everyone can discuss and act together to form a large fleet. In this way, we will have enough strength to fight back even if we encounter an ambush or robbery. Li Zhirui heard this and his eyes lit up. These two ideas are really good. The cultivators who opposed it before were also a little shaken. But everyone's mountain gates and clan lands are scattered. If you follow your method, some forces are destined to take a detour, which adds risks. The cultivator who had firmly opposed it before refuted again. Nothing can be perfect. We can only choose a route that benefits more forces as much as possible. Li Zhirui shook his head and said, but most of you here are from Qianchong Mountains and Wanshazhao, so route planning is relatively easy. The Wangsha Sea area was conquered by the Zhang family of Shanyu Wanshao, who led local cultivators. However, the Zhang family's Spirit Island was not built in the Wangsha Sea area, but in the Jingsha Sea area in the south, where the conditions are better. The major forces of Wanshazhao are in the cold water area in the north, which is very close, So Li Zhirui also invited the Liangsu forces of Wanzhao. In addition, the rest are some scattered cultivators. They don't have too many troubles in this regard, because they only have that few cultivators, and they brought all their belongings when they occupied the Spirit Island. Moreover, their strength is also very poor, and the strongest is only a spirit transformation force, which is not qualified to participate in this kind of counter-ambush. Li Zhirui made a move to display the map of Wanzhao and Qianchong mountains leading to the Big Orange Sea in the air, and said, "Let's discuss which route to take, which can benefit the vast majority of forces and avoid the danger of being ambushed by robbers and monsters. I think we should go north, obviously. This is a refining cultivator close to the north. No. The route should be opened in the south. Not only is it a large plain, there are fewer places for ambushes, but the immortal forces in the south are stronger and there are fewer monsters." The one who spoke now, although his family is close to the south, at least gave a sufficient reason, unlike the previous one who just shouted a slogan dryly. Li Zhirui, on the other hand, was sitting on the Diaoyute, not in a hurry at all, and did not participate in the debate between the two sides. Because the Li family's Wongsun Mountain is located on the southeast side of the mountains, it is the force closest to the Big Orange Sea, so whether it goes from the north or south, it does not have much impact on the Li family. After the two sides argued, more cultivators finally supported going south. First, the advantage of the south is indeed greater, and second, the immortal forces in the south are stronger and have more say. Since the decision has been made, how about each family sending 2 refining virtual and 10 incarnations to work together to clean up the robbery cultivators and monsters on this road and around? After everyone argued about a result, Li Zhirui said slowly, "No problem." Everyone agreed with this proposal. Then everyone go back and prepare. 10 days later, we will meet at Nipatao Mountain. 10 days is enough time for everyone to prepare. After all aspects were discussed, Li Zhirui personally sent a group of refining virtual away from Banyan Island. As soon as many forces left, they couldn't wait to ask the younger generation around them, "Did you find anything wrong when you visited Banyan Island?" Before, the Li family suddenly decided to gain a foothold in the Big Orange Sea. Everyone suspected that the Li family had discovered something, even though there had been no clues. After the war, the various forces' scramble for the spirit veins showed that the Li family had a long-term vision, but everyone still had a trace of doubt in their hearts. So they were invited to Banyan Island this time for the purpose of finding out the situation. No, many cultivators of the Li family are developing spiritual veins, planting various spiritual objects, or building places for alchemy and refining. The disciple who was sent out thought for a while and added, "Of course, it is also possible that the Li family has restricted our scope of activities, and the resources they found are in other places. Forget it, that's it, since there is no news to be found, and the security of Banyan Island is very strict. If you force to find out, you may cause trouble. There is no need to make enemies with the powerful refining family of the Li family. Brother Jiu, can you really reduce their suspicion by doing this?" Daquing was not very happy with Li Zhirui's idea. Why did Li Zhirui invite various refining forces? In addition to really solving the problem of being robbed on the way, he also wanted to take this opportunity to completely dispel their speculation, so as not to always send people to spy. Maybe, Li Zhirui didn't care much? He just made a move casually. It didn't matter whether it succeeded or not. After all, the family's defense of the spirit stone veins was very strict, and there would be no problems such as information leakage. Shenjie and I will take 10 people from the Huishan clan to participate in the cleanup. During this period, Daking, you will stay in Banyan Island. Be careful of the Sea clan and don't be ambushed, Li Zhirui warned with a serious look. During the time he was in Banyan Island, the Sea clan launched several sneak attacks. Fortunately, everyone was still vigilant, and the means such as the island protection formation had been arranged, so the Sea clan did not take advantage. But don't think that the Sea clan's sneak attacks are not effective, and you can ignore them. That's just because the cultivators have made preparations in advance, and the number of the Sea clan is extremely large, as numerous as stars, and the cultivators have a great disadvantage in terms of numbers. And this problem will always exist when each family has not developed. Don't worry, Brother Jiu. We brought a lot of spiritual objects from our family this time. If the Sea tribe dares to attack us, we will make sure they never come back, Daquing said confidently. Although there are not many cultivators on Banyan Island, their strength is not bad, and various war resources are very rich. It is no problem to fight a big war with the sea tribe. Seeing that they are so confident, Li Zhirui didn't say anything else, so as not to hit their morale. 10 days passed in a flash. Li Zhirui brought Li Chengsheng and 10 people from the Huishan tribe to Nipatao Mountain. Before them, there were already many forces. Everyone chatted casually and waited for the arrival of other cultivators. When the agreed time came, they found that there were still 2 forces that had not arrived. Li Zhirui frowned and said, "The time is up. Do we have to wait any longer? They haven't shown up yet. It's obvious that they don't want to participate in this clearing operation. Why should we waste time here?" A cultivator immediately objected. "That's right. We had discussed it 10 days ago. If they didn't come, it means they regretted it." Humph. A bunch of villains who want to take advantage. Many people were very dissatisfied with their behavior. They didn't want to work hard, but wanted to enjoy the benefits, so they were naturally easy to be criticized. In that case, let's go. Li Zhirui didn't say anything. He had expected this situation a long time ago, and he even thought it would be worse. Now only 2 forces didn't come, which was far beyond Li Zhirui's expectations. There were a total of 52 refining virtual and more than 200 transformation gods present. With such a powerful force, when clearing the road from Nipatao Mountain to Wanshazhao, they didn't encounter any obstruction. They easily crushed those robbery cultivators and monsters to death, and they had no power to resist at all. But in fact, not many robbery cultivators were killed, but many monsters were killed. By the way, they also solved the monster forces of all sizes on this road. Damn it. This group of family and sect cultivators actually united, because after receiving the news, those robbery cultivators immediately fled and hid, and waited for them to leave before coming out. They didn't believe that this group of cultivators could keep clearing. Because the road was long, it took the mopping up team more than a month to reach the destination on the other side. This mopping up will surely leave some shock in the hearts of those robbers. They may not take action in the short term, but it is not ruled out that there will be bold robbers, the cultivator who proposed to form a large fleet said. So if you want to ensure the safety of the supplies, the best way is for everyone to discuss the time and transport the spiritual objects together. It just so happens that when we return this time, we will pass by various families and sects. Everyone will go back and explain the matter clearly, and then transport it according to the previously agreed time. Fellow Taoist Zhu is right. This was a decision made during the previous discussion, but no notification had been made yet. It was just the right opportunity to try to organize a large fleet to see how it works. When passing through Wangshan Mountain, Li Zhirui and Li Hongxi talked about this and told him the agreed time. Ruizu, this is a good idea. It can greatly reduce the pressure of material transportation, Li Hongxi asked. During this period, the family has prepared some spiritual objects. Do you want to take them away? Li Zhirui shook his head and said, at present, the development of Banyan Island is not short of spiritual objects, but there is a great shortage of cultivators. These spiritual objects will stay in the family. In addition, there is another very important thing for him to come back this time, that is, to hand over the spiritual stones mined during this period to the family. This is the family's property. Even if Li Zhirui has an extremely high status in the family, he must abide by the rules, otherwise the family will be in chaos. Of course, with Li Zhirui's long list of contribution points, it is more than enough to exchange this batch of spiritual stones. However, he did not choose to exchange because he did not need spiritual stones now. Since he decided to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and slowly polish his own foundation, so that the 5 elements of immortal roots that had been forced to grow before could be restored, Li Zhirui reduced the use of treasure pills, so there was no need to use spiritual stones to produce too many spiritual objects. Li Hongxi glanced at the storage bag with his spiritual sense and couldn't help but exclaimed, Ruizu, this quantity is too much, and the quality is also very good. Yes, and the deeper you dig, the better the quality of the spiritual stones you will mine, so this spiritual stone vein is very important to the family. You must keep it confidential and not leak any information, otherwise it will bring disaster to the family, Li Zhirui warned. So far, there are not many people who know about this vein, but there are also hundreds of people, so confidentiality is very important. However, among these hundreds of people, more than 70% are monks responsible for controlling the mining puppets, and they are protected by many formations. The others are family high-level officials like Li Chengshen, Daking, and Zhaoqing, and they are closely related to the family. After all, so far, Only Li Zhirui in the Li family has switched to dealing Dao Lu. There are also the 3 elders and the 5 puppeteers who created the mining puppets. Don't worry, Ruzu. I will arrange people to keep an eye on the elders who know about the mineral veins. In the final analysis, the Li family is still not strong enough. If Li Zhirui is a combined cultivator, with his own super strong combat power, he can openly develop the spiritual stone mineral veins. I'll leave first. The fleet is still waiting outside. Everyone was given half an hour to prepare spiritual objects, but the Li family had just delivered a batch of spiritual objects, so there was no need to ask for another batch from the main family so quickly. In order not to delay the fleet's time, Li Zhirui only spent a quarter of an hour to explain some things to Li Hongxi and then returned to the fleet. Damn it, those robbery cultivators thought that the clearing team had been disbanded, so they returned to the ambush on the way to the East China Sea one by one, but when they saw the dozens of cloud ships, each of which had several refining cultivators on board, they were instantly frightened and sweated, and immediately set out to flee. After several days of flying, everyone returned to the Baigorge Sea. And for this transportation, everyone was very satisfied, and those robbery cultivators were so scared that they didn't dare to show their heads at all. The effect is good. We will implement it according to this method in the future. What do you think? Li Zhirui asked. Of course, everyone saw the effect with their own eyes, so they naturally would not refuse. See you next time we form a fleet. After solving a hidden danger in his heart, Li Zhirui returned to Banyan Island with satisfaction. But as soon as he approached, he keenly discovered that a war had broken out on the island not long ago. The face that was originally smiling suddenly became gloomy. During their absence, the Sea Clan actually launched an attack. Without hesitation, he left the cloud ship and flew into the island first. Decking, what are the casualties of the family? Since Banyan Island still exists, it is enough to show that the Sea Clan has failed this time, but after all, it is a war. Even with the island protection formation, there will be casualties. Chapter 973 Shock. Fortunately, no members of the clan died. There were more than 100 injured members, and they are recovering well, Dakwing said quickly. Li Zhirui was relieved after hearing this. There are too few cultivators of the Li family on Banyan Island, and the family can't mobilize too many cultivators, so every member of the clan is very valuable. If there are too many casualties, it will greatly affect the development of Banyan Island. How strong are those sea tribes? How many are there? But immediately, Li Zhirui thought of another question and asked immediately. They are not strong, with only 7 or 8 6th-level water monsters, but there are many of them. After the war, we counted tens of thousands of bodies of the sea tribe. Dakwing's face became solemn when he talked about this, and he said, and this time the sea tribe did not only attack Banyan Island, many spirit islands were invaded, but I haven't heard of any of them being breached. The sea tribe must be watching us in secret. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? Li Zhirui's face was not good, and he said, but this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that some forces may use this as an excuse to ask us for compensation. After all, it was he who proposed to go out and eliminate the robbers and monsters and ensure the safety of the transportation roads. Now that the sea tribe has really invaded, if you have to blame someone, then Li Zhirui will definitely not be able to escape the responsibility. In fact, when Li Zhirui and other cultivators went out, they were still relatively cautious to avoid being discovered by the sea tribe, but the result was not satisfactory. The reason why he made such a guess was that, first, those forces wanted to make up for their losses quickly, and asking for compensation from the Li family was the fastest way. Second, the Li family's Banyan Island attracted a large number of spiritual veins. Even if the 5 5th-level spiritual veins promised by the Dongyan sect, the rest were spiritual veins of slightly lower grades, but they were still jealous. It shouldn't be like this. After hearing Li Zhirui's concerns, Dakwing frowned and said, what does this sudden attack of the Sea Clan have to do with you, Brother Jiu? Someone will definitely have such an idea in their mind. After all, the losses of some forces in this attack may not be small. Of course, they want to find an opportunity to compensate for their own losses. Li Zhirui shook his head. Dakwing still underestimated the dangers of human hearts. The reason for this situation is that Dakwing rarely practices outside. He spends most of his time in the family practicing quietly. However, Dakwing's state of mind has almost never had any problems. The only time was when his Taoist partner was pregnant with his offspring, and he actually devoured the essence of his offspring to consolidate his own foundation, and finally abandoned her husband and son and left the Li family. At that time, Daking's condition was really very bad, and his Dao heart was almost broken. It took a long time for him to come out of it. Of course, this disaster was not bad for Daking. It sublimated his state of mind, and he never had problems with his state of mind or Dao heart again. In fact, Li Zhirui was still worried that Daking would go to an extreme, that is, the way of ruthlessness. Fortunately, Daking did not do so. Li Zhirui's speculation was soon fulfilled. Several forces that suffered relatively large losses joined forces one day and came to Banyan Island. I wonder why the Taoist friends came here this time. Li Zhirui, who received the news, immediately got up and flew out of Banyan Island and appeared in front of these four forces. HMPH, one of the void refining cultivators snorted in dissatisfaction, saying, "We believed your slander and carried out a clearing operation. What happened?" The Sea clan suddenly launched an attack, causing heavy losses to our families. All this is because of you. You must compensate us, that's right. If you don't want to, don't blame us for being ruthless. The other void refining cultivators spoke up one after another, and some even wanted to threaten them with force. Li Zhirui looked at the cultivators in front of him and couldn't help but chuckled, saying, "Everyone, the sea area is not yet calm, and it's not good to fight like this. What if the Sea clan goes out again during our fight, and loses a large number of spiritual islands, giving the Sea clan the opportunity to pry the offshore area? Can you bear this crime?" Those cultivators were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that Li Zhirui was not only not afraid of their joint threats, but also threatened them with righteousness. You know, they are all old-fashioned refining forces. Even if there are no combined cultivators now, their ancestors still have some glorious history, and they have retained one or two killer maces that can threaten the combined. As a result, Li Zhirui was not afraid at all. "Don't use these things to pressure us," the refining cultivator who spoke first shouted. "I just want to ask you, will you give us compensation? What if you give? What if you don't?" Li Zhirui's expression was still indifferent. To be honest, he didn't take these people seriously, because even if they joined forces, they couldn't be his opponents. Besides, they are now outside Banyan Island. For this spiritual island, the Li family has arranged a 6th-level island protection formation early. In a short time, they can't break the formation. Okay. Do you think we are afraid of you? Today, I will teach you a lesson, so that you won't be so arrogant in the future. The refining cultivators were stimulated by Li Zhirui's disregard, and they were immediately furious and directly used their magical powers to attack him. Sharp whistling hurricanes came from all directions, as if they wanted to smash Li Zhirui into pieces. But Li Zhirui's actions frightened them. Bang! Li Zhirui's magic power was running fast, and he even used the blessing of the cave. A giant tree directly shattered the hurricanes, and even set off a storm in the East China Sea, attacking the group of monks. And his actions did not stop there. As long as he took action, he would be the enemy, and of course he had to defeat them. In other words, considering that they were all monks, and Banyan Island was not far from their spiritual islands, they were worried that they would besiege Banyan Island. Of course, the most important thing was what Li Zhirui said to them. If several refining forces really had an internal fight in the Big Orange Sea, it would definitely be a great opportunity for the Sea clan, and they would definitely attack in a big way. If a few spiritual islands were really lost, it would have a great impact and threat to the Big Orange Sea and even the entire offshore area. If this really happened, he would be a great sinner of Dong's Haozai and Ao. Not only would he be punished terribly, but the Li family would also be suppressed and even cease to exist. Otherwise, when facing the enemy, Li Zhirui would definitely kill him to avoid leaving behind disasters. Li Zhirui used only one move to force them into a mess. Because those huge waves themselves were quite powerful, and he added a lot of means to them, but they did not discover it at the first time, but only reacted after being hit. But at this time, it was too late to defend, and they could only retreat in a mess. When they stood firm again, their eyes were red, full of anger, and they wished to eat Li Zhirui alive. This time, they would definitely become the biggest joke in the bay and several nearby seas. Several refining cultivators, most of whom were in the middle stage of refining, were forced to retreat with one move when facing Li Zhirui, who was in the early stage of refining, and they were embarrassed. So much so that their anger blinded their eyes, making them unable to see how powerful Li Zhirui was. They only thought about how to regain their face and how to take revenge on Li Zhirui. One by one, they launched their most powerful attacks regardless of the consequences. Although the Liangsu cultivators were not considered high-level cultivators in the Yuanling realm, their actions still changed the color of the world. Raging winds, exploding spiritual fires, terrifying thunder and various magical powers appeared outside Wanling Island at the same time. This doomsday scene made the tribesmen on the island very nervous. "Spirit ancestor, do you want to help?" an elder asked worriedly. "Don't worry, Brother Nine will be fine," Daquing said confidently. "This battle is to make Brother Nine famous, so that some small fish and shrimps will not dare to come and act presumptuously in the future." It can be said that Daquing knows Li Zhirui best. He never fights a battle without confidence and is very cautious. And now seeing Li Zhirui's leisurely look, Daquing knows that he doesn't take these attacks seriously at all. At the same time, Daquing was also very curious about Li Zhirui's full strength. In the previous battle between the two camps, he had been hiding his strength. He also wanted to know how much his strength would be improved by revising the Earth Spirit Deo record. After all, now that the war was over, Daquing was also ready to change his skills. Of course, Daquing also knew that Li Zhirui had the blessing of the cave heaven because he had a mysterious space and could move with the cave heaven, but they did not have such an opportunity. "Alice," Li Zhirui shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "It's just a small matter, why make such a fuss?" But the next moment, his face became very solemn. Although he looked down on the strength of these people, a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. At this time, Li Zhirui would never hold back. Although he had just consumed a lot of mana, Li Zhirui's mana was still very abundant this time, and he obtained more blessings. Boom boom, Li Zhirui used the giant tree he had summoned as a foundation, turning it into a huge tree man, suspended in the air, with numerous roots like pythons, smashing down at the magical powers they were performing. The seemingly fragile tree roots were actually extremely fierce, and they easily smashed these attacks to pieces. Impossible, how is this possible? You are only in the early stage of the refining void, how can you have such a strong fighting power? This scene was like a basin of cold water poured on the angry refining void cultivators, who woke up instantly and then were in disbelief. A cultivator in the early stage of the refining void, no matter what, could not have such a strong fighting power. In fact, they had seen too little, and didn't know that although Li Zhirui's fighting power was strong, there were disciples who could match him in those fairyland forces. And unlike Li Zhirui, he had such a strong strength by relying on various coincidences, but those old fairyland forces were able to train such disciples in batches. Because in the process of so many years of development, they have already understood the various realms of cultivation very thoroughly, and know how to consolidate their foundation, enhance their combat power, and increase their chances of breaking through the realm, etc. This is just an ordinary competition between us. What do you think? Li Zhirui couldn't really kill them, because the consequences would be too great. So after he used his powerful strength to intimidate them, he planned to stop. That's right, Brother Li is right. This competition has brought us a lot of insights. We are anxious to go back and comprehend, so we won't stay here, one of them said, and left quickly with his own cultivators. The faces of the other few people were very ugly. After a long silence, someone said, Brother Li is powerful. This time we are willing to admit defeat, although the step given by Li Zhirui could not conceal the specific situation of this battle. After all, the movement was so loud that several nearby forces had already sent people to check the situation. And will they help keep it secret? Most likely not, because they can't wait to see their jokes. But at least, this step can make their faces look better. After that, the remaining cultivators quickly left Wanling Island. Brother Jiu, is this all your strength? Daquing couldn't wait to come forward and ask. Whether it was Li Changxing, Xiao Kang and other high-level cultivators beside Daquing, or the clansmen behind him, they all looked at Li Zhirui with burning eyes, wanting to get a clear answer. Speaking of which, among all the cultivators and spirit beasts of the Li family, except for Li Zhirui who had some portable space, the most suitable one for dealing Daolu was none other than Daquing. Because he stayed in the family all year round and rarely went out to practice, and Daquing also knew this, so he was quite positive about the change, but the time was not right, so he had not taken action. Yes, but privately, Li Zhirui secretly sent a message to Daquing, saying, I only exerted 80% of my strength. Daquing's pupils shrank suddenly, which meant that he was always in a good mood, otherwise he would have reacted greatly to hearing this news. Because I'm lucky, I've refined an immortal spiritual root, so my combat power is much stronger than what is described in the inheritance. Dakwing heard this, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. The grade of the spiritual seed will affect the combat power. So his original plan to change the cultivation as soon as possible will change again. Because Dakwing plans to find a spiritual seed with a high enough grade, and he doesn't like the 7th grade spiritual seed that the family helped him search for. Okay, let's go back. Banyan Island is busy now. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui waved his hand and left. But his move this time left a deep impression on many people in the Li family. Especially those clansmen who didn't think how powerful the Earth Spirit Dao record was before, and who were hesitant about changing the cultivation, brought great shock. The former immediately changed their minds and thought about whether they should also change the cultivation, while the latter immediately made up their minds and planned to apply for the cultivation method from the family. However, Li Hongxi and a group of elders were not very optimistic about this situation. Chapter 974 Thoughts? Because the Diling Daolu itself has several flaws that cannot be ignored. First, the spirit seeds refined by the practice method are fixed when the blessed land is opened up or even promoted to the cave heaven. In other words, if you want to get the blessing of the practice method, you can only stay in Wangsan Mountain. But this is not realistic. Not everyone has the state of mind and Taoism as stable as Daking. Most of the tribesmen need to improve themselves through experience. This problem is unavoidable even for Li Zhirui. In this way, the improvement of their strength they want is often impossible to achieve. Instead, it is not as good as the Wanling Sutra. After all, the contracted spirit beast can follow around and increase their own strength. Second, the Diling Daolu has high requirements for qualifications. It is not that ordinary tribesmen cannot practice, but in terms of the speed of practice, the advantage in this aspect is completely inferior to the Wanling Sutra. Because of the special Wanling Sutra, when the spirit beast's cultivation is improved, it will feed back a lot of mana to the cultivator, greatly reducing their practice time, and can also slightly improve their qualifications. The last point is that changing to practice is not without risk, but a very dangerous thing. Don't think that Li Zhirui's modification is very easy. That's because his realm is high enough, he can comprehend the Diling Daolu from a high place, and he has a large number of top-grade treasure pills. But how many clansmen can meet these two conditions? If the clansmen are allowed to blindly modify the exercises, it may cause serious casualties, and the family's strength will definitely decline at that time. The Li family has been weakened a lot because of the successive Sea clan wars and monster invasions. If there are more casualties, it will be more difficult for the family to recover. So Li Hongxi and a group of elders discussed and decided to hold a general family meeting to tell all the clansmen about these problems and not to blindly and impulsively modify the exercises. Due to the establishment of the large fleet, the exchanges between Wangsan Mountain and Wanling Island are still relatively frequent. Therefore, it didn't take long for the clansmen of the original family to know what happened on Wanling Island. There was even a stone with a photo of Li Zhirui's battle that was widely spread, so it caused such a big impact, forcing Li Hongxi to come forward. Fortunately, the clan members were still rational and did not really get carried away. After they analyzed the pros and cons, many clan members gave up the idea of changing their cultivation. However, after this incident, Diling Daolu became really famous in the Li family. Before this, the clan members only knew that the family had a new method that could be cultivated to the Mahayana realm, because cultivating to the fairyland was too eye-catching. Only a small number of people knew about it, but they did not care much. Anyway, Wanling Jing could also be cultivated to the Mahayana realm. After all, for most clan members, Mahayana is too far away for them. It is a luxury, so why would they care about this? Afterwards, Li Zhirui was very surprised to hear the news, because he did not expect to set off such a big storm within the family. The purpose of showing his strength was to deter other forces. Under the circumstances at that time, if he really compromised and took a step back, then other damaged forces would definitely rush up and ask the Li family for compensation. Not to mention that the Li family did not have so many resources for compensation. Even if they had, they would not be able to give it. Giving it away would not only cause the family to lose morale, but also cause the family to suffer heavy losses. Most importantly, it would make people think that the Li family is easy to bully. So Li Zhirui wanted to cut the Gordian knot quickly and use his own strong strength to deter those forces with other intentions. Fortunately, Li Hongxi and his team handled it in a timely manner and the effect was very good, and it did not really trigger a large-scale renovation trend. Li Zhirui showed his own strength, and in addition to causing a big storm within the family, the various forces in the Big Gorge were also shocked. You mean, Li Zhirui alone can easily deal with several mid-stage void refinement cultivators, and he can even kill them if he wants to? A void refinement cultivator who heard the news asked in doubt. I admit that Li Zhirui's strength is not weak. Relying on the secret method in his hand, he even killed a late-stage 6th-order water monster, but it is well known that secret methods cannot last. Why do you think he can kill several void refinement cultivators with higher cultivation than him? When we rushed over, the battle was nearing its end, but we also saw with our own eyes that he shattered the killing moves of several void refinement cultivators with just one move, he said with a serious face. Although the distance is relatively far, the disciples who saw it with their own eyes did not find that Li Zhirui's breath was weak. Instead, he was unfathomable and his aura was as deep as the abyss. He could continue to fight. Could this be a disguise of Li Zhirui? In fact, he is already strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and his magic power is exhausted. Most people still don't believe this news. Because if it is really as he said, then Li Zhirui's strength is too terrifying. If they say that Li Zhirui comes from a fairy lineage force with a very deep foundation, maybe they will believe it, but everyone knows his origin, which is a newly established refining force after escaping. Counting before escaping, the Li family can't be a fairy lineage force, because if the fairy lineage force is really destroyed, it will definitely be a shocking event. Not to mention Dongzhao, the entire Yuanling world will be widely circulated. But even so, the strength shown by Li Zhirui is worthy of our attention. Well, and I heard that he is also a 6th-level alchemy master. Maybe he will ask for help from him someday. Build a good relationship with the Li family first, so that if you really need help in the future, it will be easier to ask. Although the status of alchemists in the Yuanling world is not so lofty, because the inheritance is orderly, there are many alchemists. In addition, because various natural treasures are more common in the world and can replace precious pills, they are still more respected. The forces that intend to make friends with the Li family are not just one or two. Many forces have this idea. The refining forces want to build a good relationship with them, or at least not to be hostile to them. Those low-level forces want to become vassals of the Li family. Fortunately, there is a powerful backer in the dangerous sea area. If they encounter any danger in the future, they can also rely on it. So in the next period of time, there will be an endless stream of cultivators visiting Banyan Island. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui was in seclusion and could not see him in person. It was Li Chengsheng who came out to receive a group of refining cultivators on his behalf. For these forces, Li Chengsheng just dealt with them and did not make any guarantees. And those weak forces who wanted to join the Li family chose to refuse after the elders discussed it. It's not that the Li family does not accept vassals, but in this dangerous area near the sea, without sufficient strength, they will not consider this. After all, if you receive people's offerings, you must help when you encounter danger, otherwise it will definitely be a joke and greatly affect the reputation of the Li family. But if they help, with the strength of the Li family in Banyan Island, they can't take care of so many places. If the Li family suffers heavy losses, it will be too much of a loss. So after the elders on the island discussed and got Li Chengsheng's consent, they told the small forces the answer clearly. Are you going out to practice, find high-level spirit seeds, and then change your practice? Li Zhirui frowned after hearing Daking's plan. To be honest, he was unwilling to agree. This is not in the Zuinan realm. As a foreign race, Daking's nascent soul realm is enough to guarantee his own safety. In the Yuanling realm, let alone nascent soul, even the combined and Mahayana spirit beasts are not necessarily safe to practice alone outside. Because in the eyes of many cultivators, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Even if they are spirit beasts that have contracts with cultivators. Of course, it sounds good on the lips, but in essence it is just for interests. You know, a high-level spirit beast can be divided into a lot of spirit objects. If Li Zhirui went with him, it would be fine. With him around, if some cultivators wanted to attack Daking, it would be like robbing, which is worth considering for many cultivators. Especially if Daking went out alone, it would give people the impression that he had defected or even killed a cultivator. There would definitely be many cultivators who wanted to attack him. But unfortunately, the timing was very unfortunate. Li Zhirui was busy consolidating his foundation and restoring his cultivation, so he really had no time to accompany Daking to practice. Daking also knew this, so he proposed to practice alone and didn't want to disturb him. Daking knew what he was thinking when he saw Li Zhirui's face, and smiled and said, "It's okay, it's not like I haven't practiced outside before, how can it be the same?" At that time, Daking, Zhaoking, and Xiaokang practiced together, and the location was in Shantung Prefecture, just in the Zhang family in the south. What's the difference? Daking shook his head, obviously determined to go out for practice. No matter who tried to persuade him, it would be useless. So in the end, Li Zhirui took a step back, but he asked Daking to make preparations, especially for precious pills and life-saving spiritual objects, the more the better. You are going out this time to find high-level spiritual seeds, so I will tell you a few immature ideas, see if they are useful. Brother Jiu, just say it directly. Daking suddenly became serious. Previously, Li Zhirui planned to find spiritual seeds by himself and complete the training by the way, but now that Daking is going out, it is better to speak out these ideas first. First of all, I have thought before that if we find a special spiritual seed that can be planted in the body or grow in the sea of consciousness, can we change one of the shortcomings of the Earth Spirit Dao record? Li Zhirui continued. Second, choose a space-type spiritual object. In the early stage, it may be planted in the outside world to open up a blessed land, but when it is promoted to a cave heaven, can it be opened up in the spiritual object? At that time, use means such as clouds oil to carry the spiritual object, so as to achieve the effect of carrying it with you. Daking's eyes lit up when he heard this. Logically speaking, Li Zhirui's inference is valid. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Jiu, both of your guesses are feasible to a certain extent. As for whether they can be realized, we will know after the experiment. In fact, I have always wanted to try it, but I have so many things to do that I really can't spare the time. Li Zhirui sighed and said helplessly. Of course, this kind of experimental move will not be used to experiment on family members. Some of them are demon cultivators, robbery cultivators, and evil cultivators as experimental candidates. And the most critical thing is the two types of spirit seeds he mentioned. Li Zhirui has no time to inquire about this aspect. So he simply took this opportunity to hand over these two tasks to Daking. I will try my best to collect them. At the same time, Daking was also thinking in his heart that if these two methods were really feasible, he should not be so anxious to change his cultivation method. More than half a year passed in a flash. Daking made all kinds of preparations and left Banyan Island quietly one day. I hope everything goes well, and I hope you can return safely, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. When he could no longer see Daking's figure, he turned back to the cave on the island. For a long time afterwards, Li Zhirui did not show up again, and the Li family also kept a low profile as usual, gradually becoming quiet in the big orange sea. However, the spiritual stone veins on the island gave the Li family a huge surprise. With continuous excavation, the quality of the spiritual stones became higher and higher, 70% of which were top grade, half of which were top grade, and most of the rest were medium grade, and they were still constantly improving. This huge surprise made the Li family very excited. Because high-level spiritual stones are not only more valuable, but also high-level spiritual stones are indispensable for spiritual veins to be promoted to a higher level. In other words, the spiritual veins of the Li family's Wongsun Mountain are ready for promotion to the 7th level. Of course, this is not a trivial matter, and the decision was not made so quickly. The biggest obstacle is that the family's strength is not strong. If there is really a 7th level spiritual vein, it is hard to guarantee that no one will combine forces to snatch it. Therefore, before there is enough strength, the Li family does not consider upgrading the spiritual vein to the 7th level. And these high-quality spiritual stones were not used by the Li family. After counting and confirming that they were correct, they were stored in a sealed spirit box, which will definitely come in handy in the future. Because the Li family's ability to make money is still very strong, the annual expenditure is huge, but the profit is even greater. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Dad, don't you plan to go back? Li Chengsheng asked. 10 years is exactly the time for the Liangsu people to take turns to guard Banyan Island, and Li Chengsheng and others will go back, replaced by Zhaoking and others to take charge. In these 10 years, the Sea clan has never given up, and will launch attacks every once in a while, trying to capture a spiritual island. Unfortunately, the Sea clan has never been completely successful. Even though there have been several cases where the island protection formation was broken by the Sea Clan, the surrounding forces did not sit idly by, but helped to drive out the Sea Clan and recapture the spiritual island. Li Zhirui shook his head and said, "The sea is not calm now, I can't go back, because the Li family also encountered a very dangerous attack by the Sea Clan. That time there were more than 100,000 Sea Clans and dozens of 6th-level water monsters. The island protection formation was really in a shaky situation. As a last resort, they had to invite Li Zhirui, who was in seclusion, out to save the formation and resolve this dangerous attack." Chapter 975 Luck. In the past 10 years, the island has added more than 100,000 mortals, and they have also given birth to many descendants with spiritual roots. But the time is too short. The oldest is only 8 or 9 years old. They have just finished 3 years of muscle and bone polishing and various basic cultivation teachings, and have started to practice for 1 or 2 years. Among them, the best qualified double spiritual root clansmen have practiced to the 3rd level of key training. If they are less qualified, they can only enter the door of key training. So if you want to wait for them to grow up, it will take at least 100 years. Unless the main family sends more monks to strengthen the strength of Banyan Island, or the Sea Clan abandons the offshore area and stops attacking, Li Zhirui will not leave at ease. But the main family needs more clansmen. Even if they can support, they can't send too many people. In order to prevent the branch from developing a sense of independence and breaking away from the main family, they will even bring some clansmen back from Banyan Island. As for the latter, it is more difficult. The Sea Clan has suffered a great loss, lost such a large piece of land, and even the fortune of the camp has been cut a lot. How can they give up? Besides, there is a large spiritual stone vein on Banyan Island, which needs someone to take charge. Anyway, with Li Zhirui's current cultivation, it doesn't make any difference whether he cultivates in Wangsan Mountain or Banyan Island. Seeing Li Zhirui's refusal, Li Chengsheng didn't say anything else. He knew what his father was thinking. He bowed respectfully and activated the spirit ship to leave. After seeing Li Chengsheng and others off, Banyan Island regained its peace again. Spirit seeds with special planting methods, space-type spirit seeds. Dakwing thought silently in his heart, and finally couldn't help but sigh. He left Banyan Island and went out to practice for decades, but he had never heard of these 2 types of spirit seeds. Could it be because I traveled to the wrong place? Dakwing frowned. Because he was an alien race, Dakwing did not choose to go west after leaving Banyan Island, but decided to go north. The reason is simple. The North Territory is the territory of the ancient remnants. The human race is not popular, so the threat in this regard is relatively small. Moreover, because the environment is more primitive, it is easy to produce various exotic flowers and plants, and the probability of finding spirit seeds that meet the conditions is greater. Of course, the threat from the human race is much smaller, but it does not mean that Dakwing is safe. The creatures in the Northern Territory are fierce, bloodthirsty and warlike, and they seem to be dissatisfied with the demons. If Dakwing had not been cautious enough, strong and lucky, and had not encountered creatures that were too strong, he would not know how many times he would have died along the way. Of course, Dakwing has also gained a lot in the past few decades. He got an 8th-level spiritual object, several 7th-level spiritual objects, including 2 spiritual medicines that he had never seen before. As for the 6th-level and 5th-level spiritual objects, there are dozens of them. If there is no news of finding the 2 spiritual objects in the next 30 years, I will leave the Northern Territory and go south. Dakwing made up his mind and stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged in the defensive formation and began his daily practice today. There was no conversation all night. It was not until the sun rose the next day that Dakwing came out of the temporary cave and started a new day of exploration. Looking around, the river was winding and spreading, with grass and trees on both sides. It looked vibrant, but there were not many creatures, but it was even more desolate. The reason for this seems to be that the ancient descendants did it on purpose, because if there are too many creatures, it is easy for monsters to be born. After a long time, the strength of the monsters will increase greatly, and they are worried that they will lose their last place to live. Therefore, the ancient descendants all tacitly killed or drove away the creatures in the Northern Territory, not letting them stay and not giving them the opportunity to reproduce. And the Northern Territory is not a place of ice and snow all year round as people think. It is the far north. Most areas in the Northern Territory have a cool and warm climate for half of the year, Otherwise, why would the descendants choose this place? As time passed, Duckwing was still wandering around the Northern Territory, looking for spirit seeds that met the requirements. A figure flying in the sky suddenly stopped, looked down at Duckwing, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen a junior with the blood of the Kangyuan wood turtle. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Duckwing and said, "Where did you get the blood of the Kangyuan wood turtle from?" Duckwing's face changed slightly, and he looked at the other party with caution. He could sense that the other party was very powerful. Just by the breath that was accidentally leaked, he could feel that his life would be threatened. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions. Not to mention the power to fight back, the other party only needed to increase the pressure a little bit to crush Duckwing and seriously injure him. The junior ascended from the lower realm. As for the blood you mentioned, it was the one chosen when the junior's blood was promoted, Duckwing answered honestly. Don't be clever in front of such a senior. I see. Then he frowned and said, have you signed a contract with a human race? Although the connection between the two sides was not so obvious after Li Zhirui changed his practice, coupled with Duckwing's turtle breath talent, ordinary refining virtual couldn't see his true background at all. But in front of a high-level cultivator, nothing could be hidden from his eyes. Yes, Duckwing said respectfully and honestly, ninth brother treats me very well. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be who I am today. Humph, the senior snorted disdainfully, but he didn't say much. If it weren't for the blood of the Kangyuan wood turtle, he wouldn't show up. Why did you come to the Northern Territory? This place is not suitable for you. I'm looking for two kinds of spirit seeds, which are related to my future path. The senior Li Zhirui frowned and said nothing. The Kangyuan wood turtle has disappeared in the Yuanling realm for many years. Although this bloodline is hidden in the turtle clan, no turtle clan has reappeared the bloodline in 10,000 years. First, the requirements are relatively strict. If you make a wrong choice once during promotion, it is impossible for the Kangyuan wood turtle bloodline to appear. Second, there are very few turtle clans that insist on defense all the time. Although the advantage of the turtle clan is defense, most of them want to improve their combat effectiveness. So except for old monsters like him, most of the creatures in the Northern Territory don't know how much this bloodline has contributed to the various ancient remnants. The most powerful thing about the Kangyuan wood turtle is its defense, and it can even withstand attacks from a higher realm. That is why, when the ancient remnants retreated from the center of the world and were hunted down by the later ones, that is, the human race and the demon race, it was the Kangyuan wood turtle clan that stayed behind, buying more time for the other remnants to escape and arrange defenses. In that battle, the Kangyuan wood turtle clan was almost wiped out. Only a few small wood turtles left with a majority, but they allowed most of the remnants to survive and continue to this day. In other words, almost all the remnants in the Northern Territory now owe a huge cause and effect to the Kangyuan wood turtle clan. Later, for various reasons, the Kangyuan wood turtle clan still disappeared in history. And this person had received the favor of the wood turtle, which saved his life. In the past, the wood turtle clan no longer existed, and the cause and effect naturally dissipated, but now not only does it exist, although there may be only this one in front of him, but he just happened to see it. In the dark, there is a will of heaven. Although the cause and effect had been cleared, he planned to return it, not for anything else, just to seek peace of mind. So he asked, what spiritual object are you looking for? Duckwing's eyes flashed with doubt, but he didn't react to why he asked this, and just answered honestly. Spiritual seeds that can be planted in the body? Space-type spiritual seeds. The senior thought for a while and said, I have these two types of spiritual seeds in my hand. As he spoke, he saw several jade boxes flying into Duckwing's arms. Duckwing's eyes were full of surprise and shock, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Here, you take it, there's nothing to refuse. He didn't introduce these spiritual seeds in detail, but just recorded them in the jade slips to save time. After doing all this person seemed to have never been there, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. If the jade box and jade slips in his arms were not real, Duckwing would have thought he had a beautiful dream. What Duckwing didn't know was that after the senior gave out these spiritual seeds, he felt his whole body suddenly lighten, and he said, I didn't expect that there would be karma. If that's the case, wouldn't the survivors also owe karma? He saw a gleam in his eyes, and I don't know what he was thinking. Duckwing on the other side was still in a state of shock and confusion. Why did the senior give me so many things? This was the most confusing thing for Duckwing. They just met by chance, and he gave me such a big benefit for the first time. But since he had given it, and even the person didn't know where to go, Dakwing felt at ease to accept it. Then he found a remote place, set up a defense and warning formation, and then entered it and began to check the records about those spiritual seeds in the jade slip. First of all, what came into view was a very special spiritual seed, or in other words, most of the spiritual seeds were very special. It can grow in the blood, and the grade is as high as 8. The second is the spiritual objects that grow in the bones, the spiritual objects that grow in the sea of consciousness, and the spiritual objects that grow inside the 5 internal organs. In addition to these 4 or 5 spiritual objects in the body, there are 2 spiritual seeds of space attributes. In other words, the mysterious senior gave Dakwing 7 or 8 spiritual seeds at once, and the grade was very high. The worst was the 7th grade. In theory, these spiritual seeds are in line with the 2 conjectures proposed by Li Zhirui, but whether they can succeed depends on the experimental situation. However, the experiment is not something that Dakwing can do alone. He must return to the family and have the support of the family. After all, the experiment will take a long time and require a lot of resources. Another point is that Dakwing is reluctant to use these high-grade spiritual seeds. If it is really proven to be feasible, then he can directly melt these spiritual seeds. After all, this kind of high-grade spiritual seeds is still difficult to collect for the current Li family. But low-grade spiritual seeds are easier to find. It's time to go back. Dakwing put away the jade slip and muttered to himself. This matter has to be felt Dakwing's good luck. He was appreciated by a senior and received so many rewards, which directly allowed Dakwing to complete the task. If it weren't for this incident, he would probably still be searching everywhere in the northern region. The next morning, Dakwing left the northern region where he had stayed for decades without any hesitation. Let's talk about the distant Wangsan mountain. Zhang Fengwu has been in seclusion for 100 years to change her cultivation method, but there has been no news, not even the slightest movement, which really made Li Chengshen, Li Chengshuo and others worried. Brother, why did mother take so long to change her cultivation method? Li Chengshuo said anxiously. When Dad changed his cultivation method outside, it took less than 100 years, but it has been more than 100 years now. Dad recovered so quickly because he took a lot of precious pills. Mom doesn't have such good conditions to recover so quickly, Li Chengshen comforted. The situation was urgent back then, and Li Zhirui had to do this, but Zhang Fengwu was completely different from him. She couldn't take out so many precious pills to speed up her recovery. Just as Li Chengshen guessed, Zhang Fengwu couldn't take out so many precious pills, so she could only rely on absorbing and breathing spiritual energy to recover her cultivation. Moreover, it was not easy for Zhang Fengwu to change her cultivation. It took a lot of skills to complete the foundation change a few years ago. After all, she was different from Li Zhirui. While she was changing her cultivation, she also rebuilt her life magic weapon, the 10,000 Arrays map. A magic weapon that consumed countless spiritual objects and imitated the Array Taoist temple. There were countless array patterns in it. It seemed to be overlapping and chaotic, but in fact it was orderly in chaos, and it could arrange the array that Zhang Fengwu knew. In such a short time, she was able to recover to the current foundation building realm very quickly. However, it was precisely because her current cultivation was too low that Zhang Fengwu had no intention of coming out of retreat. Later, she suddenly remembered that she had not reported her safety to Li Zhirui and others outside, so she sent them a communication talisman to tell them her situation so far and her plans. Li Chengshen, Li Chengshuo, Feng Peng and others who received the news were finally relieved. Mom has finally finished the renovation. Li Chengshuo was very excited, because once Zhang Fengwu came out of retreat, the family would have a more powerful formation master sitting in charge, and she would not be constrained in the family, and could go out to train, improve her realm, and look for opportunities. You know, it has been more than 100 years since the war between the two camps, and Li Chengshuo has always stayed in the family, just because he was afraid that the family would be in danger and no one could fully activate the formation and develop the power of the formation. You are too happy too early. Li Chengshen on the side couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water, saying, if Mom wants to recover the realm of refining emptiness, the time required may not be less than the time for renovation. No way. Although he said so, Li Chengshuo's smile froze, because this is very likely to happen. Li Chengshen saw this, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Everyone can go out to train, But Li Changshuo can only stay in the family because of his heavy responsibility. After pondering for a while, he said, "Sure, if you want to go out for training, go ahead. I'll guard the family for you. Although I can't fully activate the power of the formation, the strength of the family has greatly improved over the past 100 years. You can go without worry." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.